this video here on TikTok. I'm sure this is probably take number 2,000. But I'm just giving it to y'all how I can, man. I'm trying to make it as clear as possible because I'm explaining something that a lot of people don't even realize exists. This is about walking in the Spirit. I've been given the green light by the Most High to go ahead and give it to y'all. Walking in the Spirit, listen at me. This is how you know you have the gift. If you wake up and you have that thing where you can't move, you stiff, that sleep paralysis, and you see the little spirits in the room come in messing with you, etc., blah, blah, blah. You hear pots and pans and noises like that, ticking and talking, trying to wake you up or trying to scare you. You know what that is? You have the gift of walking in the Spirit. But this reality's form of the police, they don't want y'all ass over there. This reality is like a prison, and it's designed to keep y'all here on the physical level. So it doesn't want y'all going into the spiritual world, finding out the workings of this physical reality. So what it does is it tries to scare y'all ass away from walking around in the Spirit. The number one thing you cannot have in the spirit realm is fear. Whatever you fear in the spiritual realm and the physical realm, you give it power over you. Anything you fear, you give it power over you. You are not meant to be a fearful people. You understand where I'm coming from? You understand where I'm coming from. Y'all gotta go spiritual, man. Activate y'all halo. And when I say activate your halo, I mean start drinking spring water, get out in the sun, receive the God frequency. Just sit and listen. You'll get it. At some point, it'll click. It naturally is gonna happen. How many times y'all gonna have to reincarnate here before y'all realize y'all the same exact people that was here from the beginning? This why we so hurt by slavery. This why we all feel like we need reparation. You are your grandfather, your great-grandfather. It's in your blood. You recycling the same gene, the same genetic makeup. Y'all understand where I'm coming from? You manifesting your reality that's around you. Back to the spiritual realm. I need to let y'all know something. I've seen a lot of y'all over there now. Been over there walking in the Spirit, and I gotta hip y'all on some stuff because I gotta keep y'all safe, man, because I put a lot of y'all on it, and I don't want y'all just out there in the Spirit conversating with everything everywhere and trying to keep y'all energy safe. First thing y'all need to know, the great I am is in you. Meaning, God has given y'all, when we were created, He created us with His life force. Do you understand? We are eternal. You are immortal in the spiritual sense, not the physical, in the spiritual sense. When you pass, you're going to shift into another reality that's close to it. Listen to me, you got to be prepared. If you pass before your time, you're just going to shift into the nearest reality because God says, be faithful unto death and I will give you life. But I ain't going to go that route because I know that's going to push a lot of y'all off that don't believe in God. But I need y'all to know this. When walking in the Spirit, there's a lot of things in the spiritual realm that I've seen happen. For one, the reality that we live in right here, it is designed to keep y'all right here. It does not want y'all walking in the Spirit. So I'm going to give y'all some do's and don'ts of walking in the Spirit. When you are in the spirit world, do not try to travel room to room. Say you're stuck somewhere. Don't try to travel room to room. Don't go looking for doors, etc., because that's a red flag that this is a person that ain't supposed to be here, because you are thinking in a physical capacity. In the spirit realm, go up. Or simply erase it all. I know this is going to sound a little off to a lot of y'all, but simply erase it all. And when I say erase it all, whatever you want to happen physically, manifest it in the spiritual realm. You manifest it and it will happen. This is how I can see that everybody that is Being unalive is reincarnating. This is why they keep killing us. This is why they keep unaliving us in traffic stops. The ones that are unaliving us, they know this is a person who is immortal and will reincarnate. This is why it ain't no emotion when they unalive one of us. It's because they know my great-great-grandson gonna have to do it again because he coming back. Do you understand? In the spiritual realm, I've seen a lot of people walking around, and these people actually were just lost. Their eyes was glazed over. They were walking in the line. I could see this shadow figure, negative energy. He had a giant snake behind him with his mouth open, and they were just walking down the snake's mouth into its belly with I tried shaking him, waking him up. No matter what I did, I couldn't wake him up. I don't know exactly what process they went to end up stuck in this state. But my halo is a warning, warns me to keep away from it. Anything of negative energy, keep away from it. And another thing, just hit me. Y'all, do not give away your physical name in the spiritual realm. Do you understand me? Do not give away your physical name in the spirit realm. That is a definite no-no. And the reason I tell y'all this is because, remember, the spiritual realm manifests into the physical realm. The matrix, which can't see into the spiritual, the matrix can't see into the spiritual realm in the way that we can. And the only way it can stop you is by locating who you are in the physical realm. So when you get a negative energy or even a friendly energy that asks you, hey, what's your name? Don't give it to them. Tell them I am that I am. If you give them your real name, they will locate you in the real world and they'll do witchcraft spells type things to try and block you. Or as they say when I see them, they try to bind you. Y'all don't even see this happening. Y'all waiting on somebody to come up out the blue, ill-willed against y'all and tell y'all, hey, I'm doing this, doing that, etc. No. When people are binding you, they doing it in the spiritual realm. Y'all don't even see them coming. Y'all got enemies out there that y'all don't even realize exist because they attacking y'all on the spiritual level. I can see them though. Once you wake up, you're going to be able to see them too. So let me finish telling y'all about walking in the spirit. When you have that sleep paralysis, the way to come out of it is cut off all fear. Whatever you see those entities doing or trying to do to scare you, tell yourself, fuck it. Whatever you're going to do it. I don't give a fuck. Pretty much. That's what you got to say. When you do that and you train yourself to not have that fear, you no longer locked to the physical body. Once you get up out of that physical body and walk around, you immediately going to see that the world we live in is like a big play. I'm just keeping it. It's like a big stage, man. It comes and goes, manifests, goes up and down, pops up. It's like water. The only thing I see that exists in both is the water. The water is ancient, so it predates everything. So the water is holding a memory from both. This is why we need to drink the water to stay alive. The water carries our coding. It carries the information we need to keep ourselves processing as we should. But those entities, they just the spiritual form of the police. And this reality, they trying to scare you back into coming over here. Okay? And the reason they're able to come into your home when you're having sleep paralysis and wake up and scare you is because they're like the cops. When the Matrix sends them alert that this person is waking up to the spiritual realm, they rush to your house. Outside of your house is, all the wood in your house is living. The wood holds memory. Everything that came from something living holds memory. Y'all got to understand that. When they come to your house and they look at your house, they see what you fear it's posted outside your house like a big movie screen. So what they do is they manifest themselves as what you fear. When they see what you fear, they come into your home and then they try to scare you back into waking up. You understand? Because they know once you make it out of that house, the whole trickery is gonna fall apart. Be careful, y'all. I'm gonna keep hipping y'all. Love y'all. Stay up, stay blessed. Keep them halos up. Keep them halos up. Keep them halos up. What's up, y'all? By the time y'all get this video here on TikTok, I'm sure this is probably take number 2000. But I'm just giving it to y'all how I can, man. I'm trying to make it as clear as possible because I'm explaining something that a lot of people don't even realize exists. This is about walking in the spirit. I've been given the green light by the Most High to go ahead and give. Hey, y'all, I'm back. My energy way up. I got a good feedback from the Most High, know what I'm saying? So check this out. I got to give y'all part 2 of walking in the spirit. When walking in the spirit, or when you are in the spirit realm, the number one thing you shouldn't do is what I just said, walk. Don't walk in the spirit. If you are walking in the spiritual realm, every energy there knows you're not supposed to be there, because guess what? In the spiritual realm, no one walks. You're supposed to be ascending, going up or down. But listen to me, I'm gonna tell y'all this, as somebody who can see in the spirit, never go down. Never go down. Never. You got me? Don't go down. Because down is a symbol of descending, lowering your vibration. The higher your vibration goes, the more your energy goes up, the higher ascension you'll get, the more aware you'll become. You get what I'm saying? Raise your vibration up to a level to where you start understanding things more in the spiritual realm. Remember, this matrix wants to scare y'all into waking back up, because it doesn't want y'all to come out of your physical house that you have manifested around you. Once you step outside, you're going to see the world's going to change, the sky's going to change, etc. What I need to tell y'all, once again, don't walk in the spirit. Number 2, as African American, or I'm just going to say as a melanated person, because I know how that goes. But as a melanated person, I have to tell y'all this. We are all infatuated with the pyramids in Egypt, etc. Love it, know what I'm saying? That's one of our historical things. But I'm telling y'all this, in the spiritual realm, keep away from the fucking pyramids. Do you understand me? I ain't exactly sure. Yes, we might have built the pyramids, but I'm telling y'all right now, from what I see in the spiritual realm, I don't know if that's a good thing. Because when I go to the pyramids, when I'm astral projecting, I see this huge, powerful light beam shooting out of the top of it. And I'm talking about it's going up into the firmament. It's a powerful beam. And as I get closer, I realize that beam I'm seeing is actually people. It's the souls of people. And they appear to be trapped in some type of tornado type energy, whirlwind. That's the best way I can describe it. And as you get closer to it, as an energy, you start feeling the pull of it. You get what I'm saying? See how I'm sorry I'm stepping forward, but I'm trying to explain in my best knowledge what I see. Keep away from the pyramids, at least until we get enough chosen ones over in the spiritual realm where we can all put a map together, because that's our purpose from what I'm seeing the Most High give me. All the chosen ones are starting to wake up. Where we're supposed to be doing is coming together and building a spiritual map, because there's something about to happen in this reality where we are going to have to communicate spiritually. That's going to be our gift. That's how we backdoor the enemy, because the enemy won't be able to understand our messages going back and forth in the spiritual realm, okay? So all my people who got the gift of walking in the spirit, y'all, get up with me. Feel free to hit me up. Now, another thing I got to explain to y'all is, this going to be the harder one, but I got to give it to y'all. This is why AI is going to be so dangerous. You get what I'm saying? Good thing and bad thing, but I got to give it to y'all from the standpoint of where we going to play in this. We are AI. Slow down. Don't get too set back, but listen. The Most High created us as his AI. Do you get what I'm saying? We are copies of the original. When he breathed that breath into that mud and created us, he created an intelligence. We had no wrong in us. Eventually, we followed the wrong person, and that wrong began to manifest in us. You get what I'm saying? We are AI. We are a form of AI created by the Most High himself. You get what I'm saying? That's why he gets so offended when his creation goes against him. Can you imagine creating something, then they all go off and start listening to somebody else? That's the problem. We wasn't programmed that way. You get what I'm saying? But check this out, y'all. We are AI. We are a living, breathing, talking, learning, scientifically changing artificial intelligence. The serpent knew this, which is why he gave us the knowledge that was going to doom us all. You see what I'm saying? Don't follow the serpent, y'all. It's a lot of them out here following the serpent. I can see who's behind our enemies in this reality. I can literally see. All these people we love, your musicians, your celebrities, they're the idols. They're actually they share one demon. I'm not talking about so-and-so's a demon, so-and-so's a demon, so-and-so's a demon, so-and-so's a demon. No, I'm telling you, they are all literally the same demon. I saw him. His name is Legion. They're all controlled by the same demon that was in the Bible. Remember, in the Bible, there was a man came out of the wood. He had demons and a demon in him. This one demon was cast into a multitude of pigs. And they all spoke the same thing, said the same thing over and over, followed the same path, and they also followed each other to the same doom because they were all functioning with that hive mind demon, which goes by the name Legion, which is the same one that possesses our musical artists, who we all are listening to, or you all are listening to. You don't believe how strong a hold they got on you? Watch this. Go home today. Any music you got on your playlist that's negative, delete it. Watch how much trouble you will have internally trying to say, oh, is this okay? Is that okay? Is this okay? It's because you allowed your frequency to connect in such a way that it's hard to break. I got to get this to y'all like I'm seeing, know what I'm saying? Because I feel it's important to y'all being able to walk in the spirit. Now, I need y'all to also understand also this too. The elite, the system has a way of keeping us down. I've seen it, y'all. It has a way of where it puts things in order to keep us down strategically. So when people say the system this, the system that, they don't realize the system is really a system. It's like we stuck in the matrix. I hate to say that on a spiritual post, but that's what it comes off like. Do y'all understand that we are all energy? And us being all energy, everything you see around you is a manifestation of that energy. Y'all need to understand this. We all live on a circuit board. Know how your computer has a circuit board where all the energy goes back and forth? You can see the little squares, etc., the lights. That's the circuit board. You don't believe we live in a circuit board? Go look at a satellite image of where you live. Keep backing out, keep backing out, keep backing out till they get small enough and you'll see it. All the cities we live in are actually circuit boards. So when you're trying to break the system, a system made of circuit boards, you know what you have to do? Redirect the flow of energy. That's where the chosen ones come in. We got to stop feeding the system by going through the regular routines. This system is designed to feed off of us. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, I know y'all want to hear, but that's what it is. The system is designed to feed off of us and your life force. This is why people like me, when we go into the spiritual realm and I do spiritual battle, trying to save as many of my people as possible, y'all see me disappear for about a week or so, 2 weeks, sometimes even months. It's because when you do spiritual battle, you're actually battling with your spirit, your all spark. In the spiritual realm, you are not fighting fist and knuckles and slamming and body slamming. It can get to that point. But the majority of your fighting in the spiritual realm is happening with your energy. You fight the enemy with your energy, with your actual life force. So when you take down the enemy, yes, you defeat him, but you lose a part of your life force until you build it back up. So it's a physical war going on. Y'all have to understand, we are living AI of God. We live in a system that feeds off of the energy that manifests inside of it after we are reincarnated here. It's very complicated, but after y'all there, I know I sound all over the place, but y'all I'm trying to catch y'all up with me all in 10 minutes from what I have. We are reincarnating, we are fighting with the energetic vampiric system. Do you understand? This is why all the people are disappearing. They're trying to figure out melanin. How do they keep reincarnating? They're trying to eat us. They're trying everything they can think of breeding, etc. They're trying to figure it out because they can't stop the manifestation of. And it's not just blacks, it's some Caucasians also. But we all got to be very aware of what is happening around the world. It's a lot going on. Y'all got to excuse me looking off. I got an energetic spiritual attack starting to happen as I'm here on this live. So I'm going to continue to go on, y'all, and I'm going to prepare myself. I got to get back praying at the moment. Because I got a combatant coming in, and he coming with a lot of energy, a lot of life. Hey, y'all, I'm back. My energy way up. All right, listen, guys, I'm going to do this as quick as possible because I only got 10 minutes. I'm going to do something. I see a lot of people talking about walking in the spirit, but they're not telling y'all what they're seeing. I'm going to get into the visions that I have seen, okay? And I need y'all to help me because I got questions because I do not know it all. Excuse me speaking fast because I'm trying to get the message out and I need to get out. All right, check this out. I got a question. There's this book in the spiritual realm. It has 3 V's on it. Large V, medium V, small v. They are all intertwined inside of each other, okay? This book is being guarded by what looks to me or appears to be a witch. Well, 3 witches. And the witches are also kind of intertwined, you know, from waist up, sticking out of each other, okay? It's guarded by witches. They don't know if they protecting the book or trying to get access to the book because they can't access it. I don't know. All right, second question. On every housetop, there are these negative energies on every one of you guys' housetops, and I'm assuming they are some type of monitoring spirit, okay? So they on top of the housetops. They got black eyes, they real pale, and they stay looking up to the sky 24/7. I'm not sure exactly what their purpose is or what they are relaying. I need to know more about them. All right. Now, those are questions from my people who walk in the spirit and my chosen ones who have come across them. All right. Next thing, I'm gonna get into my visions. First vision I saw. All right, we was at the beach. It was a normal day. Clouds get dark. I see a big red planet, moon, etc. come up over the horizon of the ocean. Takes up the entire sky. All right. I see the man God come down. I call him Yeshua. We're not gonna get into the name because everybody translation is gonna be different. But I saw the man God arriving. I saw meteorites, asteroids start hitting people, crushing people. Everybody's running and panicking. And I'm wondering why I wasn't getting hit. I looked up. I had something over the top of me protecting me. And it was something given to me by him, you know, selected. All right. And also after that happened, I was seeing negative entities starting to manifest into reality. All right, that's the end of that one. Next one I saw. Everyone is panicking, screaming, and running. I'm in the elevator, and people are trying to pull the elevator doors open to get in and go down. And I'm trying to go out. I'm like, yo, what's happening? What's happening? Military guy throws down his gun. He said, I'm so sorry. He said, it's happening, man. It's happening. It's really happening. I go outside on top of the roof of the skyscraper, and I look up in the sky, and I see the man God. He is dragging 2 either planets or stars. One is red, one is blue. He has a chain in his left hand, a chain in his right hand. Each chain is connected to a star or planet. He is dragging, this is how big he is. He is dragging these to Earth. One is a destroyer, the other is a renewer. You get what I'm saying? That's where that ended. Next vision I had, I went to my father's house. All of a sudden, ground shakes. Water starts flooding into his basement up to my knees. I tell my pops, this flooding, what is going on? Where's water at near here? So I start panicking a little bit. Then I go outside and the water recedes. And I look up into the sky and I see planets flying overhead, like shooting by, like choo, 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 that fast. Planets shooting by, asteroids shooting by. I look off into the distance and I see a massive explosion that has to either be an asteroid impact or an atomic bomb. I'm not sure which one, y'all. All right. So we all brace ourselves in a low disc trying to get prepared for the shockwave, but shockwave never comes. So I get up and walk around and I notice the children are all gone. Well, not physically gone, but spiritually they were gone. The kids that were playing on the play set, they were there swinging, but their spirit was gone. So it was just the shell of them with something else had inhabited them. You see what I'm saying? But the children were gone, taken to safety. All right, now I see this new leader I don't know if it was a president, etc. Blah blah blah. I can see that the Pope plays a part in it. I don't want to get into that, but I see he plays a part in it. And I see this leader that people are following. He's praying, he's preaching, he's rah rah rah, and everybody's following him. And I don't even like him. You see what I'm saying? But the way he speaks, I can feel his voice like vibrating within my spiritual body, and I had to rebuke it. You see what I'm saying? I had to rebuke it. I tried to wake up some of the people that were in line following him. I couldn't wake them up. They were locked in with him. So he had it was a mouth of a snake that was open in the background. And as he cheered and whatever, blah, 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 they followed him, and they couldn't see, but they were following him into the mouth of a giant snake, dragon, whatever you want to call it. They were following him down into the belly of it. You see what I'm saying? They were feeding themselves to it and didn't even know it. All right. Next, I saw, next vision, there was like this cattle line. There was this long fence. If you could think of something 4 miles long, think of a 4-mile street with 20-foot high fences on each side with barbed wire at the top, okay? All right, I saw crowds and crowds of people being hoarded down these streets. And as I went into the end of this place, I came to 2 big doors. They let me in, they called me and shut the doors behind me, one person at a time. They asked me, not to mention there's a guillotine in front of me. They asked me, are you a believer in God? Yes or no? And will you change? So I'm a believer in God, never gonna change. So they got ready to, they put my head in the guillotine, they pulled the thing, the guillotine is coming down, guillotine stops right at my neck. Next thing I know, I'm up in heaven, I'm looking down at my body, I'm seeing the whole thing play out, and I'm looking around me. I got angels all the way around me, and they are clapping their hands. And the Most High told me this is how it's going to play out with the majority of people on this planet. But they were clapping, saying you made it. So I watched them chop my, unalive me. You see what I'm saying? I watched them do this. I didn't feel nothing, but my body was still going through the emotions as if I was still there, because that's the part of the illusion, okay? Try to get where I'm coming from. All right, but they showed me that that's how it would play out. Now, next thing I know, I'm in heaven, and I see a lot of people lined up on each sides of a massive, on each side of the kingdom. I'm gonna be honest with you. And everyone's cheering and chanting. You know, we're all beating on our chest, kind of. Everybody's cheering, happy, clapping. We all clothed in clean garments, and they, I start asking, what is everybody cheering for? And I looked to the right, and I saw the man God walking down the golden streets, and we were his warriors. We were preparing to go to war for Armageddon. I'm telling y'all, well, I'm just giving it to y'all like I saw. Now, next vision, I saw the entire world. It was flat. The mountains, the houses, everything was reduced to rubble. All the humans were now no longer in physical form, but in spiritual form. You get what I'm saying? And I look up, and there's this thick thunder going on in the sky. It looks like the whole world, everything's on fire, everything burnt up, man. And I look back, I turn around, and there's a lion behind me. The lion is about 80 feet tall, man. He's massive, so I don't know how to react. So I'm panicking a little bit, and the lion spoke up, and he said, why do you fear me? And I kind of became at ease then. And I heard the clouds above me in the sky say, this is the Lion of the tribe of Judah. And he told me, be faithful unto death, and I will give you all life. Do not fear what the enemy is going to bring. Okay, next vision. Saw a false alien invasion. Okay, it was done with holograms. What they were doing, they put some type of metallic type things in the clouds. You get what I'm saying? They put it in the clouds. It comes down in the rain on us. When these aliens came, they used some type of microwave device, and people who had too much of said thing from eating incorrectly imploded. It was setting them on fire from inside. They were imploding. They weren't eating correctly. They were eating the bad man's food, I'm just gonna say. All right, you get what I'm saying? That's what happened. They imploded. I'm trying to think, y'all. I ain't got long to get this last vision out, and it's an important one. I'm trying to make sure because I don't want to miss any spots, man. I have to pick up y'all when my energy keeps going. I gotta make sure I get everything to y'all that I can see. I'm gonna have to come back, y'all. I gotta make sure I'm giving it to y'all while I got it. Every vision I see, man, I'm gonna try to give it to y'all. Because the enemy is working, man. They're using frequency spells to control this reality, all right? Ain't nobody else on TikTok gonna tell y'all that. All these guys acting like they know it all. They just reading strictly out of the Bible. They don't realize the Bible is also coded. It's telling us what to do and say in the spiritual realm to gain access to other areas. We're gonna talk more, y'all. I gotta hip y'all, man, because we running out of time. Running out of time, so gotta wake up as many as possible, man. Y'all stay blessed. All right, listen, guys. I'm gonna do this as quick as possible because what's up, y'all? This is part 2 of Walking in the Spirit, and this is Questions and Visions. And I'm having a hard time uploading this because TT keeps taking down my videos, and I'm having a progression attack. So when I say a progression attack is in the spiritual realm, it's a progression attack with things like the weather coming up bad, won't let you record like I normally record, things in your household going wrong, people in the family, negative people calling you out of the blue, and they're trying to keep you from making progress. You have to be able to see through it, but that's what I have happening at the moment. Everything left and right is going wrong. Even my cell phone is about to go dead at the moment for me trying to continue to upload these videos, but I'm going to keep at it because I know a spiritual progression attack when I see it. So I'm going to kick on. I got everything wrote down because I only got 10 minutes, so I'm going to try to get everything done in the time before things go down again. All right. As y'all see, I'm in the house. The weather has stopped me from being out there receiving my light frequency, but I got everything on point. All right, check me out. First vision was Warrior's Room when I was astral projecting. I was astral projecting and I ended up in some type of medieval times type place. This is like a mess hall. It was boarded up with locks and bolts and boulders and everything to stop you from getting in or whoever's in from getting out. I used my halo, my divine energy, and I blew the place open, the whole front door off of the place. All right, as I went in, I realized there were a bunch of warriors in there, man. And they was all in there just partying and drinking and singing, just stupidness, man. Just pure ignorance. They was just in there drunk, falling over each other, wrestling, big beer mugs, and just singing and dancing. No idea of what's actually happening, but they were stuck in this place, and I started trying to wake them up to be where they were meant to be. You see what I'm saying? And I got confronted by a 10-foot tall gorilla. He had on full body armor. This body armor gorilla attacked me, grabbed me, picked me up, and I used my halo energy and hit him with my halo energy burst, which I know sounds crazy, fight with energy, but I hit him with my halo energy, and it blew him up against the wall. Gorilla gets up and gets ready to charge. Man steps in between the gorilla and says, "Heal." So the gorilla kind of just stopped in his tracks. And the man says he may be a friend. And this man is either some type of wizard or warlock. I know it sounds crazy, but by his magic or spells or whatever it is, he had all these warriors trapped inside of this mess hall for his own purposes. But they were all there preparing to fight some war he has set up coming. I'm not sure about it. But anyway, that's the end of that. I'm gonna leave that alone. Next one was the School of Quantum Physics. As I was astral projecting, I shifted into a different reality, and I came to in a schoolroom, a classroom. Everybody was clearing and clapping, and a school teacher come to me, and they said, "Man, we so glad to see you. We have a surprise for you." And they said, he told his classroom, everybody count down from 10. So they start counting 10, 9, 8, and by the time he gets to 1, the door opens. And guess what? I'm sorry, y'all, it kind of choked me up. I walked into the room. Yes, I said that, me. I walked into the room, and this version was reality of me. He was angry because he was like, "Yo, why did y'all do that?" He was like, "Because this could cause a ripple effect across realities." And they let him know, hey, we didn't do this. He made it here on his own. So he was happy about it. And they explained to me quantum physics and how everything is happening everywhere all at once at one time. That time is really not what we think it is. Time is not, the only reason we think there is time because the sun's going up and down and we're saying days and nights. But really, if you're not somewhere with the sun or the moon, then time is non-existent. You see what I'm saying? Days aren't nights. It's just one point in time. They was letting me know that. They also let me know that the water carries the encoding that God has placed throughout the universe. The water tells me and you how to live, how to move. The water tells the plants how to move. It tells everything that is living what it's intended to do, okay? Your blood holds the memory. Got it? That's why when Cain killed Abel, the blood cried out from Abel and told God what Cain had did. The blood holds the memory of you, your ancestors, slavery, all that. Y'all got an excuse, big storm going on. I got a lot of stuff happening. But the blood holds the memory. Your spirit comes from God himself. He breathed it into man and etc. But the water is the key point when it comes to passing of messages through time. They try to reach us through time using water. All right, I'm going to leave that alone to the next one. The next vision I saw, the preachers turn into snakes, reptilians. This was God's way of telling me the preachers of today's world were false. They were following people, they were getting people to follow them for monetary gain. So if y'all got preachers out there that are asking y'all for money for God's word, just know they are not real. They're not following God's path. You get what I'm saying? They're not following it. God don't approve of it. He says have a personal relationship with him. You get what I'm saying? So being in the four walls of a church, praying every Sunday, which is the wrong day, it's a pagan practice. Y'all need to understand that practicing Christmas is a pagan practice. It tells you in the Bible, just read. All right, but I'm gonna leave that alone. To the next one, I saw everyone who got the jab. You know what I'm talking about for CV19. You see what I'm saying? Everyone who got that jab, I saw. I'm gonna tell y'all how it played out. I was in the house and I heard screaming outside. I didn't even know I had transferred into the spirit at this moment. But I knew I was in the spirit and not having a dream, because in a dream you can't read in a regular dream. When you are spirit walking, you can read not only in your language but every other language in the world. You understand it. So as I get outside, I see people on the ground flopping around like fish, man. And they holding them spots where they got the jab. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, what is going on? They all flopping, and all of a sudden they all stop at once. They all stood up at the same time, and they all began talking and moving all in synchronization. Same foot at the same time. They would blink at the same time, say the same words. And I realized they all had manifested this demon called Legion. The jab put nanotechnology in them that allowed a backdoor for these spirit entities to take over these people. And they were doing his will. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone. Next one I saw a children's retribution army. That's what I call them, because they are children in the spirit realm and they are pure and innocent. But these children have been sacrificed in some type of backdoor. Man, I'm sorry, y'all, that kind of bothered me. But these children have been sacrificed in some type of ritual where they've taken advantage of them, taking their adrenaline. Yeah, man, but these children, they have been sacrificed, but they are in the spirit realm and they are more powerful than everyone, because God has viewed them as pure. So they play around a lot and they do a lot of stuff, but as they're playing and joking, they wipe out armies of demons. They come with a fury that I ain't never seen before. So keep away from the spiritual children. Let them do their work. If they on your side, be happy. You're gonna win. Whatever you fighting, they gonna win. You gonna win if they on your side. All right. Also, the bad spirits, they like to imitate your relatives, etc. The way you know if it's an imitation, they can't imitate a living person's eyes. Their eyes are always missing that spark that you're used to seeing in your relative. That's how you know that you're dealing with the enemy. All right. Also, this one's for everybody, men and women. No sex in the spiritual realm. Don't do sex in the spiritual realm. Don't take gifts and don't take offers. If you have sex in the spiritual realm, you are dealing with the incubus and a succubus spirit. Remember, you are energy. So what you do when you have a sexual encounter in the spiritual realm, they're actually draining your life force. You understand? They are draining your life force. To you, it's sex. To them, it's feeding. You get what I'm saying? Don't do it. Next one. I seen the government create an artificial AI dragon using nanotechnology. Y'all see the attacks happening, man. My power's nobody in here. My power's flickering on and off because the enemy's trying to stop me from getting this message out. But I need y'all to understand this while I have time before this next spiritual attack happens that I got happening around me at the moment. So I'm in the bathroom. But artificial intelligence, the government creates an AI dragon using nanotechnology. I seen the colors red, white, and blue on this dragon. I saw the Pope standing on this dragon's head, and it had began to eat people, and it knew everyone's information because everything you search for on the internet, it had it. You see what I'm saying? It was intertwined. And it would use this fear of people's personal info coming out. I'm getting a lot of spiritual attacks. So it would use this fear to stop people from doing what they're supposed to do or without their personal business. The chosen ones are supposed to bring this dragon down, which we do eventually bring this dragon down. Y'all, stay prayed up, man. Let me continue this spiritual battle I got going on here right now. Y'all. What's up, y'all? This is part 2 of Walking in the Spirit, and this is Questions and Visions. And I'm having a hard time uploading this because TT keeps taking down my videos, and I'm having a progression attack. So when I say a progression attack is in a spiritual realm, it's a progression attack with things like the weather coming up bad, won't let you record like I normally record, things in your household going wrong, people in the family, negative people calling you out of the blue, and they're trying to keep you from making progress. You have to be able to see through it. But that's what I have happening at the moment. Everything left and right is going wrong. Even my cell phone is about to go dead at the moment for me trying to continue to upload these videos. But I'm going to keep at it because I know a spiritual progression attack when I see it. So I'm going to kick on. I got everything wrote down because I only got 10 minutes. So I'm going to try to get everything done in a time before things go down again. All right. As y'all see, I'm in the house. The weather has stopped me from being out there receiving my light frequency, but I got everything on point. All right, check me out. First vision was Warrior's Room when I was astral projecting. I was astral projecting and I ended up in some type of medieval times type place. This is like a mess hall. It was boarded up with locks and bolts and boulders and everything to stop you from getting in or whoever's in from getting out. I used my halo, my divine energy, and I blew the place open, the whole front door off of the place. All right, as I went in, I realized there were a bunch of warriors in there, man. And they was all in there just partying and drinking and singing, just stupidness, man. Just pure ignorance. They was just in there drunk, falling over each other, wrestling, big beer mugs, and just singing and dancing. No idea of what's actually happening, but were stuck in this place, and I started trying to wake them up to be where they were meant to be. You see what I'm saying? And I got confronted by a 10-foot tall gorilla. He had on full body armor. This body armor gorilla attacked me, grabbed me, picked me up, and I used my halo energy and hit him with my halo energy burst, which I know sounds crazy, fight with energy, but I hit him with my halo energy, and it blew him up against the wall. The gorilla gets up and gets ready to charge. Man steps in between the gorilla and says, "Heal." So the gorilla kind of just stopped in his tracks. And the man says he may be a friend. And this man is either some type of wizard or warlock. I know it sounds crazy, but by his magic or spells or whatever it is, he had all these warriors trapped inside of this mess hall for his own purposes. But they were all there preparing to fight some war he has set up coming. Not sure about it. But anyway, that's the end of that. I'm gonna leave that alone. Next one was the School of Quantum Physics. As I was astral projecting, I shifted into a different reality, and I came to in a schoolroom, a classroom. Everybody was clearing and clapping, and a school teacher come to me, and they said, "Man, we so glad to see you. We have a surprise for you."
going on there? Everybody having a great morning out there? Racetracks Day. 8/8/2023. Thanks for joining in. You know, I've been working on our video issues. And what's interesting is you almost got to get a new camera, right? We got video issues and throw another camera on it, whole another cable, whatever, and see what happens. And that's all you can do. From there, the statistics get built and then submitted to the right parties for the throttling action that's been happening. Okay, simple as that. So today we're gonna do podcast mode. Don't have the best visual going, and that's not my department to figure out once it goes to that other side. It's under, I believe, 42 USC Chapter 79, subsection 6601 through 6603. Okay, whoever's having fun in the background, right? You can, oh my gosh, you can do little tips and tricks, right? But you just can't shut the old schoolers down, man. I'll go to podcast mode. Anyways, I know it's all conspiracy, huh? The tinfoil hat. Oh no, Oogle could not be throttling anybody. Oh no, huh? Who was that from the other day? I think that was from a Southwest Jeff panel. I think we actually have that clip. Yeah. It's just gonna take me a second to find. I think I actually did get that clip. I wonder if it's this one.
Do all the meth you do there, PDF.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh wait a minute. No, that was Rick Cruz.
So could you please just calm down and just watch the show and shut your mouth for now? Thank you.
Oh yeah. No, that first one was. Yeah, I had actually a pretty good show lined up more for visual to test the camera, but since we're, it looks like it's coming from the other side, right? I can dig into it as far as I can and do some resets and change things around. But when it looks good to you on the camera, or I'm sorry, on the computer, looks good. And it's going out, but it's well, you want to know about it more, get with me if you're interested in that depth of an investigation into our technical throttling and capabilities of being able to keep going. Where is that clip? I know it's there. I'm looking. We need it. We had somebody from the other day. This is perfect. Had somebody from the other day that was talking about how Oogle. Oh yeah, he must be a tinfoil hat. Oogle's not throttling anybody that way.
Ellie, don't you know that's just because he's being throttled by Google because he's speaking the truth?
He's being throttled by Google?
He's a fucking loser.
What a loser, yeah. Yeah, well, it's because they don't throttle you, you loser. Really? Oh my gosh. Where's Telly? We need him on loop up in here. Show your credentials. Show you had a channel at 21,000 hits. Yeah, well, it was a few videos that went off. I don't know why. Just did them. Come on. Where's our loop crew? We not have any state-sponsored chew toys in our chat this morning? Where's everybody at? I mean, come on. Oh my gosh. They must have gone back in their Discord. Oh, he's destroyed. He's got no video quality. We got him. We finally got him. He's shut down. No one to watch now. Oh man, you know, like I said, I had a pretty good show lined up for today. We'll just go to podcast mode here. Not really needing to watch the screen. We're gonna go forward into that. We can play that. I just gotta go through. Oh man, we'll have to play the second part of the guy that gets the tub troll that gets nailed and poaching hot tub lines. That's what we call it, the ski resort. Oh man, we're gonna try to go poaching lines today. Well, what you do is just buy a set of skins and trekkers that go into your binding. It's just hike up on the side. Can't do nothing. Well, okay, let me correct that. I have to retract. They used to not be able to do anything. So I'd yell at you, get out of here. I've got an explosive interview. I think we'll try to do that audio, but I wanted to know that does have some video that would be even more triggering to the Loop crew. Oh man, I think well, you know what, that wasn't the best video on this one anyways. I got something with Guar with Joan Rivers from 1990 I wanted to play. Whole HOA board arrested from Leto's Law later. This is all gonna be later. We can kind of do a little more audio. I got stuff to do. I just wanted to put something on and have a chat to BS with you guys while it's rolling, you know what I'm saying? Some people can figure out how to go autopilot and this stuff and go to work and stuff like that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, a lot of these people I've been confronting lately with the Detective Gomez character, right? Setting up the venue for the confrontation, you know? I mean, come on, they don't have... Telly still thinks it's just a cartoon character. Well, I mean, it kind of is on daytime television. Detective Gomez. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Anyways, Coxney, just shut up. We're going to get into some stuff. Thanks for joining me.
If you look up at a passing aircraft in a clear sky, then it's possible that you might see a vapor trail behind it. These vapor trails are exactly that, a thin stream of mostly water left over from the burning of jet fuel. But back in the 1990s, there was a different idea suggested. Some people began to suggest that these trails were made up of chemicals such as barium, which were being used to pacify populations or decrease.
All right, I'm already triggered. I'm triggered now. This guy just triggered me. Listen to this. This is like another telly, I'm telling you. Oh, it's not happening. It's not happening. You guys really think... Well, wait till you see the next clip I play here. Got a couple shorts.
All right, Johnny. But what about my money?
What money?
AC said you had some dough for me.
That a bet. How much do I owe you?
AC said 10%.
Too bad AC ain't in charge no more.
What do you mean?
He's upstairs taking a bath. He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I'll tell you what I'm gonna give you, Snake. I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no-good teacher off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
All right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Birth rates. In the early days, this conspiracy theory was given very little credence. However, due to the tireless work of misguided influencers and other conspiracy theorists, these trails now get the blame for spreading COVID-19, spreading the vaccine for COVID-19, initiating mind control, and generally reducing the population. Although it's only necessary to apply a tiny bit of your brain power to debunk these theories, Facebook pages and Telegram groups have sprung up warning people about the dangers of these trails and advising them to leave bowls of white vinegar outside their houses because, okay, this simple chemical found in almost any kitchen allegedly has the power to defeat this diabolical government scheme. Pretty shocking that our so-called oppressors don't know that.
Did you know that chemtrails actually exist?
Wait, what?
Yes, there are aircraft that were specifically built to spray chemicals, and the pilots even get paid per spraying application. Don't believe it? then look what we have here. It's the all-famous AT-AO2 air tractor built in the USA and comes, if ordered, with a chemical spraying applicator fitted at the trailing edge of its wing and then flies at very low levels over crop fields to kill pesticides. It sprays chemicals from the trailing edge of the wing. There you have your chemtrails, which are on our flat.
You know, to me it makes sense. You know, I mean, if you got that capability, you know, why not just go higher, right? Get up into the firmament up in there, you guys. And, wow, what'd you guys think of that last segment, huh? That guy was just found on TikTok, talking about the spiritual battle going on in his side of it. Oh my gosh. Oh, try to go shut him down, fellow Mon, like you did to Zeph Daniel for him trying to tell him the way he sees it. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, yeah, make sure anybody that likes me, try to go troll him, hurry. Man, come on, dude, really?
Tell you what I'm gonna give you, Snake.
So, I mean, if the capabilities, I mean, you know, back then on the ground, I mean, why not shoot for the stars? Right? You know, all I want to do, okay, I'll open up a little bit here. All right. I know y'all didn't come here to hear me talk. Let's watch the numbers drop. I'm going to tell you a story. Okay. All right. Yeah, we got perfect amount of people in here. Check this out, okay? If they really are doing that stuff up in the sky, really, you know, really, you see the tic-tac-toe type shit happening, just to let you know. I've seen it. They're playing X's and O's seriously after they built their grid. But some people, okay, I haven't seen it for myself, but some people, you know, think that there might be, you know, some weirdo aliens, you know, flying them planes because they like to be up there, you know, a lot. Right? Spraying us like bugs, maybe. So, I mean, if that is the case, I mean, can I go up like, okay, so when illegal fishermen are found on the ocean, you got the activists that come out with their freaking boats and try to ram them and shit. I'm not about that. Okay, I'm more about the mooning and shaming, like, you know, make some signs, right? Try to help cut, you know, dolphins and whales out of nets, you know. You're not allowed to ram them, but, you know, you can put them on blast. You know what I'm saying? Illegal fishermen, stuff like that. Poachers, put them on blast. And you know, poaching, there's one thing, and, you know, whatever, the king's animals, K. But there's a big difference between, you know, somebody taking out an animal to be able to feed a family versus just cutting the horns off and leaving the bodies, you know, the body for the coyotes. The cycle wasn't designed like that. Okay. The cycle was to, okay, animals here. God says here's animals for you to eat, to live, and survive and thrive. And if you need to stay in victim status, go for it. Play your perpetual victim card out there. But some people, after they get traumatized, they go to survival mode, and you need to learn how to then thrive, my opinion. But my thriving would be to get in an airplane and go and moon these damn aliens that are spraying us like bugs. I want to flip them off, make some signs, go back to your own planet. The gold's ours, assholes. Okay? You're a wasteoid space trash. Get out of our skies. If I could do that, I would. I mean, I mean, I'm trying to put this theory of manifestation together, you guys. Seriously, I mean, that's just, you know, I mean, I'm not going to get up in there with a little, you know, Cessna 180 that I can buy for 20 grand that'll break once I get it to 20,000 feet. You know what I'm saying?
Earth.
Wait, what?
Now you know. Hit the like button and follow for more aviation facts every day.
Theodore Roosevelt once said, "The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best, if he wins, knows the thrills of high achievement, and if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat.
Be quiet, be quiet.
Me be quiet. This is my show, bitch. I haven't got the microphone, 8,000 lights. You be quiet. What's your name? Not Michael Blaustein. Shut up. I love you. Honestly, you have a nice energy, so I'll answer your question. Go ahead, man. What's up?
So, if you know all that,
If I know all what? I've been talking for an hour. I'm fucking around. Go ahead.
if you know all that you know, then how do you know so much?
If I know all that I know, how do I know so much? You're talking like a parrot that just learned English. I'm gonna need security when I leave because she gonna fuck me up. For real. She gonna beat me up.
I asked you how many motherfuckers in this bitch. All that you know, how am I gonna know what I know, but you know, bitch. Anyway, so I'm trying to ask you, I know, but she know. Turn it around.
What the fuck is happening? No. You stood up like a zombie a bit too. You stood up slow as shit. I'm giving you so much rope, and you're hanging yourself with it, baby boo. Shh, you're still talking. And I'm trying, when you interrupt, it's a very selfish thing to do because everybody here paid a lot of money to come see some jokes, and when you interrupt, that's your fault, and you fuck up everybody else's time. No. So just, shh. I'm doing this for you! So if you can be quiet, that's dope, okay? Just be quiet, so yes, awesome. Give me some love, baby. I appreciate you coming, I really do. I love you. I love you. Okay, oh shit.
Hey, yo, you need to leave.
Okay, he's good. All right, here we go.
Open
All right.
seat, open seat.
You took a seat, you fucking savage! You fucking savage! God, I love Jacksonville!
Thanks, gentlemen. I'll show you.
What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to another episode of Truck Talk. I'm glad you're joining me here today. I'm going to answer a question that a lot of you guys ask me, and that is, how do I reconcile my military service with my disdain for the federal government that you guys all see me portraying right now? Yes, I absolutely hate federal government. I believe that it should be completely disbanded, and that government should go no higher than the state level, in my personal opinion. And yes, I think it can work that way. But anyways, people ask me, why are you hating on the government so much? You worked for the freaking government for 12 years, man. So how do you have a leg to stand on? Well, let me tell you, man, when I was younger, when I was in the military, actually up until just about 5 years ago, I mean, I never really liked the government, but I didn't realize how bad it actually was until 2020. All you guys know what happened in 2020. 2020, man, the government showed their freaking card, son. And let me tell you, the people of America showed their hand too. You know, I always thought when I was younger, you know, the government could never get too out of control here in America because we're freaking Americans, man. We're the people, right? We own the government, right? We tell the government what to do. The government represents us. And I always thought, well, you know, one day if the government tries to push the boundaries, you know, kind of over the line, surely the people will rise up and buck this and put the government back in their place. Well, when 2020 rolled around and the government really showed their hand and they really pushed guys like me over the edge, yeah, the majority of America chose to just freaking cower down, dude. Literally cower down. Not not even the people in 2020, 2021, 2022, we the people, we didn't even, like, obviously we should have disobeyed, but we didn't even use our voice to express our disdain for what the government was imposing on us. We
All right, let's jump in there real quick. So, using your voice, right? I want to give an example of people that have buckled and using their voice for, let's just say, just keeping the slave language going, right? Not really stepping up, but portraying they're really stepping it up, right?
Yeah, it'd be good if people went over there and doubled his next views in his next stream to 8. That would be good.
We actually got less people watching than I love it.
That's me, Gomez, one of his moderators, and somebody else that's watching.
Ellie,
Gomez.
don't you know that's just because he's being throttled by Google because he's speaking the truth?
He's being
Not
throttled by
because
Google?
He's a fucking loser.
Oh wow, that's a pretty good deflection tactic. Like, here, let's listen to the rest of that clip.
Have you heard the one that he's about him? Oh, I purposely built it so I don't get many fucking subscribers because I want to keep it to a tight user base.
Hey, wait, does that sound familiar with, I've stopped it so people can't record my shit.
Yeah.
There's a setting that you can turn off so people can't record you on their own devices.
On their own devices? Like I was able to do right after that. Oh wow. I like that.
Have you heard the one that he's about him? Oh, I purposely built it so I don't get many fucking subscribers because I want to keep it to a tight user base.
Hey,
yeah.
Wait, does that sound familiar with, I've stopped it so people can't record my shit.
Yeah.
There's a setting that you can turn off so people can't record you on their own devices.
Is he still here or is he gone?
I don't know, he's pretty fucking quiet, ain't you, Jonathan?
Yeah, he must have gone.
Jeff's lawyer, retainer.
Oh, poor little Larpy. He needs his voice out there. Oh man, they set the right guy in. Let's put it that way. They set the right guy in to get the voice analysis on that little puke. Oh, poor Larpy. Had to come out front stage to help keep his LARP together. Double reverse LARP. Oh my gosh. Here, one more clip.
Like, I don't understand this whole wrench thing. Like, if you were really dropping something that was good, or information that we actually didn't already know, or really cared to see, but you're just wanting it to save getting laps from telly. Let's be real.
Oh yeah, but he's not about canceling people at all. These two aren't about canceling people at all, right? And you're not supposed to believe me because I'm the biggest liar on YouTube.
Yes,
Missed us with that.
Bloody
stupid.
wrench begging again.
Oh, see,
Like,
that's what he's been doing is double reversing. Just that's what they do. Is they mimic when you got one of these little pukes on loop on your, nipping at your heels all the time. Okay, dude, whatever original you come up with to slap at them, they just like pump it right back at you. They puppet and parrot. Seriously, because there's no original creativity there. You much be more worried about your wrenches at 50 and 51. Really? And getting banned because your sock was stupid. Get your sock out of here. Get out of my chat. Right? But why are these well, I mean, they're kind of the beginning like parts of Generation X, but they're really brainwashed by the boomers. So it took a little while for Gen X to kind of kick in a little bit. That's my belief. But dude, what's up? I mean, come on. Being 50, 51, worried about your rent.
Like, I don't understand this whole wrench thing. Like, if you were really dropping something that was good or informational that we actually didn't already know, or...
Gosh. Like chemtrails, huh? Yeah. Oh my gosh, I said chemtrails too many times.
Walked away from our businesses. We shut our doors. We stayed at home. We did everything they asked us to do. And half of y'all wouldn't even speak up and even use your voice, let alone actually disobey. So, we the people, if you want to talk about reality, we don't control the government anymore. The government ran the best test they could ever run. They got us to show our hand, man. They can do whatever the crap they want, dude. And they did whatever the crap they wanted, man. Y'all don't ever forget that. All right? And so 2020 was what pushed me over the edge. 2020 was the reason that I now have so much disrespect, absolute disrespect, as bordering hatred for the organization of the federal government. And I don't think that's ever going to change, man, until we tear this house down and we rebuild it with something a little better. All right? Now, a lot of things were going on prior to 2020. I was pretty busy. I wasn't paying attention. It was easy. Life was easy enough, and I felt like I was free enough to kind of carry on. That's my bad. I should have been paying attention a long time ago. I wasn't. But 2020 got my attention. I freaking hate the government, man. I don't care if you don't like it that I said that. You can start your own freaking YouTube channel if you have opinions. Don't clog my freaking comment section up, you turd. Buy a hat, buy a t-shirt. Keep chilly. Working hard, son. Enough said.
Now to a case out of Arizona. This woman is waking up in jail this morning, accused of trying to kill her own husband by poisoning his coffee every day. 39-year-old Melody Johnson was indicted by a grand jury in Pima County last month. She's now charged with attempted first-degree murder, attempted assault, and adding poison to food and drink. Stephanie Haynes joins us live to explain this. And Stephanie, her husband set up hidden cameras around the house to test out his theory that something didn't taste right and something seemed suspicious.
Hey, Marky, good morning. Records show that's exactly what Robbie Johnson did. He set up those cameras as soon as he suspected something was off. His coffee started tasting bad, and he pretended to drink it for months. And as to the possible motive in this case, the husband told investigators he believed his wife wanted to collect death benefits.
Melody Johnson remains behind bars after her husband accused her of trying to poison him for months. The story begins in Germany, where the complaint says the couple were stationed back in March, and Robbie Johnson is a member of the Air Force. According to the complaint, he noticed his coffee tasted strange. So he bought chemical testing strips, the kind you would use to test the chemical balance of a swimming pool, which he says showed high levels of chlorine in his morning cup of joe. That's when he set up a camera and told investigators he recorded his wife pouring something in the coffee pot. He told investigators he pretended to drink it until at least last month, when the family moved to the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. According to the records, Robbie set up the cameras again, and he took the footage to Tucson police, who note in the documents that the video shows Melody pouring something in the coffee, but it's not clear what. Robbie then went to buy more cameras, which looked like fire alarms. He set them up in the laundry room where the bleach was, and put one by the coffee pot and another one to show her walking in between the two. The documents state he recorded multiple videos over several days showing Melody take bleach, pour it into a container, and then walk over and pour it into the coffee maker. And quote, he stated he knew she would continue to try to poison him once arriving back in the U.S., which is why he waited until they arrived here, and he was able to collect multiple videos showing her doing this to make a report.
I do question the not reporting it for months. Why pretend? To drink your coffee for months on end when you have these test strips that you can use to prove. It was surprising to me.
It's the latest case of alleged poisonings in the past few months. In April, a doctor in California was charged after video allegedly shows her pouring drain cleaner in her husband's tea. And in Utah back in May, a mother who wrote a children's book about grief is accused of killing her husband after allegedly lacing his cocktail with fentanyl.
Women tend to prefer poisons. That's a psychological thing that's been proven.
Back to the Arizona case, investigators note in the complaint that the couple has been going through a divorce and that Melody Johnson has family in the Philippines and bought a house there back in December, so she is considered a potential flight risk. She's being held on a $250,000 bond, and it's not clear at this point if she has an attorney, and efforts to reach that attorney were not successful. Mark.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Levi Trumbull reporting with Sean Porter and Eric Beasley outside of the Frederick County Courthouse in Frederick, Maryland. The criminal cases for the 3 defendants that Charlotte Austin Brink had filed criminal charges against have all been null prossed by the state of Maryland. And here we have one of the defendants right here, Sean Porter. We have another defendant who did not want to be on camera, but we're going to briefly read a statement that he gave me on the record.
Charlotte Austin Brink is a serial abuser of our judicial system and is a pathological liar. I am pleased that the state recognized Miss Austin Brink's fallacious allegations and immediately dismissed all criminal charges. Miss Austin Brink is no victim. This victim of Miss Austin Brink is looking at all legal options to rectify the 2.5 years of abusing our courts, harassing this person's family, and disparaging their character, plus lying in court documents. As you recently reported, Levi, she admitted to the courts in one of her own peace orders that she had lied in her peace order petition.
Yes.
So she's admitted that she has committed perjury, that she has lied to the courts, and it looks like this victim's not going to be taking it anymore.
Yeah.
They're pulling a twisted sister on her.
Well, yeah, you say victim, that was one of the defendants in the case, but
yes.
The case just got dropped, so
well, defendant and victim can be different,
exactly. You can be two, it can be at the
exactly.
same time. All right, so I want to talk to Sean Porter. So all the charges against you, you had 6 misdemeanors. They all just got dismissed. State didn't want to prosecute. What's your instant reaction? That right there?
F them.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to take the time to thank Special Prosecutor Natasha Blount.
Boo.
From the Howard County State's Attorney's Office.
Boo.
A wonderful facility, a bunch of great people there.
Boo.
Love the Howard County
Boo
State's
liquor.
Attorney's Office. Wonderful work, big fan, guys. And she had magnificent blonde hair, so you know, it is what it is.
I mean, that's fair.
So
blonde is your type, that's for sure.
Blonde is definitely my type.
So I was there to witness everything go down today, but tell me how it was from your perspective. I know it was very quick. It was probably a minute.
That's what she said. So, yeah, basically, it was just a formality. If I didn't show up, it'd be failure to appear, warrant out for my arrest. They'd send the helicopters. The men in black would come for me. The other 2 defendants got attorneys to stand there and take all their money. I, of course, knew what was going to happen based on the fact that I consulted with my esteemed attorney and you consulted with a different attorney. And I decided that I would spend the money on White Claw instead of lawyers because the White Claw Corporation needs my money more than you know, anyone on Patrick Street can possibly need it.
Why are you so basic?
I'm a basic white boy.
Yeah, like pumpkin spice season's coming up,
I love
right?
pumpkin spice season. It's
God.
my favorite. I drive a Jeep.
Jesus.
Just live with it.
So
as I know both of you are familiar with, she had a peace order against a different defendant, and within a 2-week period after her filing of that document, she turns around and states that what she wrote in that sworn peace order application was misinformation and misunderstandings. And I know that you've probably seen that, the report I've done on that. Like, what's your reaction to that?
Well,
one of the defendants.
I mean,
she's going after.
It's ridiculous. You know, thank God she admitted against that defendant that, and that was the defendant that got it worse than anyone. My heart really goes out for that particular defendant. Long story short, that defendant was lucky enough that she, I guess, found remorse in her heart somewhere and felt bad for all the horrible things she had done to that defendant. Not me and not the other guy, but the most recent ex-boyfriend. And she admitted to the court she committed perjury and she lied and she misrepresented the court in writing under oath. And basically, she can't testify for the state ever again because any good attorney will just dig up the paperwork and see where she admitted to committing perjury because she was mad. And there's actually documentation. She actually communicated to people in writing where she stated this, so it would have come out anyway. But long story short, it's great that she admitted in that one case, but then she tried to let the other cases remain because she's just a vindictive psychopath who loves to eat cookie dough right out of the tube. Her blood type.
Hey, whoa. You've just crossed the line. There's nothing wrong with eating cookie dough out of a tube.
Inorganic, non-organic, with GMO.
It doesn't matter. Cookie dough out of a tube is an entire food category.
Eric, why did you want to be here today? You weren't one of the defendants. You weren't one of the defendants that Charlotte was coming after. What was the significance of your being here today?
So the reason why I came here is because A, I am a ardent supporter of free speech, and I'm an ardent not supporter of corrupt government officials like Charlie Smith and like the entire Howard County State's Attorney's Office who actively participate in the weaponization of the judicial system and the government in order to silence a dissenting view. Okay? Simple as that. So Charlie Smith has gone after multiple political opponents in persecutions. Ones that you reported on too, Levi. You reported about Chelsea Kadish, the chief of staff of Jessica Fitzwater, who Charlie went after with a felony indictment for child abuse, and then all of a sudden steadied it for 6 months and sent her to parenting courses. Like, if there was actually probable cause that she abused that kid, then she should be in jail. But it was never about sending Chelsea Kadish to jail. It was about Charlie exercising the last vestige of Republican power and influence in this county. There will be no Republicans elected in a countywide office in 2026. And so he is throwing out the last little bombs that he can to harass and all of his political opponents. Here's going to be the real test. Charlotte Oftenbrink admitted that she committed perjury. She lied. Misinformation is also a lie. Okay? She needs to be arrested and charged with abuse of 911, with filing false police reports, all of that. Like, Sean, you posted the body cam footage. How many times did she call the cops and say, "Oh, there's somebody in my basement, and I think that it's Sean Porter"?
Four times, 3 times for me, and 1 time for a previous ex-boyfriend.
It is 100% on Charlie Smith to pursue Charlotte Oftenbrink with criminal charges for this gross perversion of our justice system. And if Charlie Smith does not, then just like I've been saying for years now, Charlie Smith is part of the problem. He cannot sit idly by while there are corrupt activities and people abusing the justice system in that way and not do a damn thing about it. So Charlotte Oftenbrink needs to be indicted and hauled into jail immediately.
He talked a lot about the fact that the state's attorney's office for Frederick, Maryland should prosecute Charlotte.
Yeah.
The only problem,
Lock her up.
The only problem that I can see with that is that Charlotte Oftenbrink, I don't think at her size they can even get handcuffs. They're going to have to put 4 or 5 of them together to get around because she's like 300 pounds now from she's eating her feelings, cookie dough.
Hey, now.
Lots of it. And Ben & Jerry's, her blood type is Haagen-Dazs, every other joke you can think of. She broke her leg and gravy came out. Charlotte Oftenbrink is really Charlotte Awful Skank.
I thought it was Awful Stink.
Awful Stink, Awful Skank, Awful Fat. Yeah. I can document and attest to at least a dozen times she committed perjury on the application of charges with me. She said I conspired to give her a heart attack. Oh. How do you conspire to give someone a heart attack? How does that work? That's not even a thing. She literally put that in there, and a commissioner said, I find probable cause. We're going to make this dude come into court for 10 minutes.
I'm okay with spending whatever money it takes to make a cell at the Frederick County Adult Detention Center large enough for her and her ego.
Let's just put bars on the outside windows of Costco when they move to the bigger facility on the other side of town.
But then that would only have food for like a week for her.
That's true. Okay. I mean, one Costco, well, it is close to Sam's Club. It's just, they can shuttle the food over.
Maybe like a conveyor belt.
Tanker.
They can just have a conveyor belt. She can just lay there and let the food fall into her mouth.
Yeah, we've covered a wide range of topics here. I guess a good way to close out would be is just what's next from here, because, and I'll just recap once more. Charlotte goes down. She files 3 complaints, 3 criminal complaints against one defendant, another one against another defendant, and then one against Sean Porter. Effective today, all of those are noelle prosequi is the Latin term they use, meaning that the state's not going to prosecute those cases. They die as of today. What's next for you?
Well, I didn't really give this any thought, except for it might have caused a scheduling conflict with going to drink beer and ride motorcycles.
Yeah.
But essentially, everybody involved, except for the most recent ex-boyfriend, is going to be filing civil suits against her and then seeking criminal charges against her for perjury and for malicious prosecution. I don't know if there's anything in the criminal code about malicious prosecution. I know there's this, like, you can sue civilly, but I'm looking for what could possibly apply criminally to this woman besides outright perjury and lying to the court under oath.
You have the floor, Eric.
Yes, all right.
Out.
So first off, if Charlie Smith does not prosecute Charlotte Oftenbrink, then he needs to be primaried. And the Republicans in this county need to say, no more Charlie Smith, no more pedophile lovers, no more, none of that nonsense, okay? Charlie Smith is gone. He is kicked out. He cannot sit here and protect this woke BLM activist from her own lies to the court. He needs to prosecute her and make an example of her. She has done everything that is, like, she has single-handedly destroyed the Me Too movement in Frederick County by these outright false allegations. But it goes deeper than that, Levi, because I know the backstory here, and I know how many people Charlotte Oftenbrink has lied about, has committed perjury about, how she has claimed to be the victim of all sorts of these abusive people. But guess what? Now it turns out she's a liar, and she admitted it.
All right. Levi Trumbull with Eric Beasley and Sean Porter. 2 innocent men today.
Today. At least today.
Today.
In Frederick County, Maryland.
You are feet people?
My son's a...
What in the... Yo, was that a person or a dirt bike? What was that?
My son. My son. La 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 la.
Whoa, you are hammered. You look like a character in Mortal Kombat that's about to get killed like this shit.
My son, Lifey.
And the dude's like, finish him.
My son says that he's infatuated with women's feet.
Is your son here? Please say yes.
No, he'd be embarrassed with my feet.
What did it look like? Like driftwood or something? Where's your son at? What did your son do? Rob a Foot Locker or something?
He's in Tampa.
He's in Tampa? Oh, that's prison. That's prison.
بعض المواقف تجرح الرجال وتجيب العلوم والدرب احد يمشي لين اقصاه واللحد انقصر الدرب ما يبغى ضعيف البصر هزع العزوم اللي يهرول في الساعة ويضيع حزة العسر يا هاجسي وجه الخصوص دق من وجه
This is Dan Hicks here reporting for Press for Truth. We're here in Vancouver at the annual 2023 Pride event. Today is August 6th, and I thought they had dedicated the month of June to these types of festivities, but apparently not. But at any rate, we're here, and today we're going to talk to some of the attendees about their views on whether or not children should be attending Pride. This is by far one of the longest parade routes I've ever seen for a Pride. I think Vancouver's Pride Parade is probably one of the bigger ones in the world. There's so many people here with their strollers, little babies up on their shoulders. So earlier, I had two police officers ask me, just come up to me and say, "What are you doing?" I just said, "Why do you ask?" And he says, "Just curious." And now there they are, back there, following me. So cops keep following me for some reason. I think they literally think I'm gonna cause trouble because of my shirts. Because for no reason, they came up to me and said, "What are you doing?" And I just said, "Why do you ask?" And he said, "Just curious," and there they are. How you doing, sir? Is there a reason why you guys appear to be following me?
I'm not following him.
You're not?
We're keeping the peace here, so
Yeah.
yeah, but we can go wherever we want, all right?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Are you following me?
Are we following you? We're just following the route.
Okay, good. Take care.
If we happen to go this way, same as you, we can go the same way.
You can go wherever you want, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's just your colleague there asked me what I'm doing for some reason.
Well, what?
Your colleague asked me what I'm doing for some reason.
Okay, you can go talk to him. He's right behind you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Hey, sir, you want to talk to him? He's right there.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're asking me then. He's right there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could go ask him.
Okay,
Sure. How you doing? The officer there asked me to ask you, I asked him why you appear to be following me. He said to ask you.
We're just here to make sure everybody's peaceful.
Why do you suspect that I'm not going to be peaceful?
I answered your question. Enjoy the break.
Sorry, you what? You asked me a question, right?
I answered your question. You can hear me.
Yeah.
Enjoy the parade.
So again, what made you think I'm not going to be peaceful?
All right, I'm triggered again. Okay, I guess he's in Canada, right? So I really don't know how it works in Canada. But in the US, okay, the police don't necessarily dismiss you. You dismiss them. Just a public awareness announcement on the Cox and Cox and Cox and Cox and Associates channel. Thanks for joining in.
Is it my t-shirt? You got nothing to say anymore? Okay, you don't need to follow me. Have a good day. Yeah. So, they're clearly following me. I stop at every little second turn and then they come again. He says, "We're just trying to keep the peace." So, obviously, as you heard, said, "What makes you think I'm not going to be keeping the peace? Is it my t-shirt?" Oh, I don't know if you could see the look on his eye, but he was pretty upset about that. Anyways, I'm not here to cause any problems whatsoever. I'm here to have conversations with people. If someone gets offended or doesn't like my shirt, that's not really my issue or my problem. But that's what it's like at Vancouver Pride. And there they are, hot on our trail. We're curious today on some people's opinions about a particular topic that's apparently getting a little bit controversial. So I don't know, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to, but I don't know, maybe you'll have a strong opinion on it. I'm curious on your thoughts onto the idea of bringing young children to Pride Parade. Some people are pretty seriously against that, and some people are all for it. What are your thoughts?
All for. Yeah. I don't know. It's such a fun and inclusive area for anyone, and so even young children, I'd say, are welcome. I've seen young children here. They're totally cool. The parents are awesome. Yeah, it's good.
I'm in favor of it.
Why?
I think that kids should be educated about it. That's what I think. I think that people overthink, and it creates a lot of anxiety for the parents, not for the kids. And I think the kids are a lot smarter than you think. They can make their own choices, so.
I don't see a problem with it at all. I think it's just a celebration of love, so I personally think it's a great idea to bring your kids.
Yeah.
My kids to Pride.
Me too. I was gonna say, like, we were brought to Pride as kids, and it was super fun. We loved it. It's just good energy and it's good vibes.
I came as a kid. I think kids are gay. Kids will only find out they're gay by coming down here. You know, if you don't want your kid down here, that's your choice. But don't shame people for bringing their kids down here, type thing. You know what I mean? That's I came down here as a kid, and you know, I think it was good to see everybody's welcome. Everybody's always
good to know that you're a normal zebra and not a weird horse. You know.
Is this your child?
Yeah,
so you're
my son, and I think that it's important to bring kids to these kinds of events and to show that these people exist. They're humans like us, and you know, there's family friendly. There's nothing, you know, uncomfortable or inappropriate about it. So yeah.
I mean, there's the sexualized nature of just the way some of the men dress. Is there an age that's too young for being exposed to that?
I don't think there's anything overtly sexual that we've really seen. I think it's in the eye of the beholder, and I think if you're sexualizing people, that's down to you, really. It's not about what people are wearing.
I mean, the entire event is about sexualization, isn't it? Like who people have sex with.
Humans being humans and treating people equally no matter what.
Just because of the sexual nature, there's some men dressing pretty provocatively. Is there any age that you would think is considered too young, it's just not appropriate for, or all ages?
All ages. Babies, toddlers, children, teenagers, 70 years old, it's all good.
And being exposed to just the sexualized nature of the parade is something you're okay with having children being exposed to?
Yep.
It normalizes it too. Like it's not some like big thing. It's just people being people. So that's my opinion.
So kind of normalizing it, maybe in the minds of the masses, you would say is a good idea?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it is really what I'm saying. I don't see a problem with it.
The amount that I find that kids are exposed to straight people in the same sexualized context, it's incomparable. It's every single day for kids are seeing sexualized women in a straight context. One day out of the year is not gonna turn your kids. You know, it's not. It's not the end of the world.
Queer, they're not going to get queer by coming here.
Yeah. Kids are gay. Kids will only find out they're gay by coming down here.
Children who are like really young, they probably won't even understand anyway, so.
So if they're kind of at that age where they don't even know what they're seeing, that's okay in your eyes?
Yeah, I think so.
What about like in BC, it's starting to, like there's a whole bunch of protesters showing up at these drag queen story time hours. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I have. I personally don't see a problem with it. I think the people who have a problem with it, there's probably some underlying reason they have a problem with it.
I think it's great. Actually, I work out in Port Moody, and we had a little event out in Port Moody with the drag queens coming out and reading to kids. And I think it's great. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. These are innocent people that are coming out and being them true selves and reading children's books to kids. I don't see it being a problem.
Sometimes drag queens read stories to kids. That's it. That's it. It's literally just story time. Yeah, man.
are often community leaders, and I absolutely love the whole drag story time. I love it so much. It's a very good way to introduce kids to the idea of drag. And also drag is for everybody, you know?
Why should kids be introduced to the idea of drag? Just curious.
Because it plants. I mean, it's just an art form, right? It is. It is just an art form.
Theater, same reason we do
You do
it.
the
Any
recorder or
traditional
whatever.
form of dance.
Yeah.
It is embracing tradition.
It's just art. It's not a big deal.
Any final thoughts on just that, on why you think maybe it's becoming so controversial? Like this, the idea of young children being exposed to pride?
I think it's just closed-mindedness, and it's also just people maybe not understanding and having maybe a fear of the unknown. Maybe they don't know people in their lives who are from that community, or they're just not familiar, so maybe there's a fear there. But I think we're all just humans, and we're all just existing and loving who we love, and it's great to expose your kids to people just being people and everyone being themselves and being free to be who they are.
And also it's family friendly too, so.
Yeah.
Have you seen a lot of other kids here today?
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like 100% of the people that I spoke with today were fully in favor of bringing young children to be exposed to the Pride festivities. Some of them had their kids with them when I was interviewing them. Some of them say they were kids themselves when they first started attending these. And I was really hoping we might find one or two gay people who understand the serious issue with the sexualization of children, but unfortunately we did not. I suppose I can't be all that surprised. Here in British Columbia, we have a program called SOGI 123. This stands for Sexual Orientation Gender Identity, and it's taught to children as young as 5 years old in the schools here. So again, I can't say I'm overly surprised, but I'm certainly disappointed. I mean, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below on your take on this highly contentious issue. Should kids be exposed to this kind of stuff or not? Let me know what you think, guys. And if you appreciate my efforts to come to
Good morning. Time is it? 7 o'clock. Out of 3 people in here right now, there's definitely a detective in here. You can't get enough of my shit. I wonder why my thumbnail, oh, there it is. That's a pretty cool view. Morning, Tyler, Twyla, Tag, Mama Bear Audits, Lenny, Brandon, Edward, Tiny, I don't know how to say your name, dude. Exercise and Freedom, Roberto, Carlos, Joe, Mark, Mike, David, Tiffany, Fred, Gary, John, Roberto, I drive, Jayla, Joy. Tell you when you go into prison, when you go through Alhambra and they got a bunch of naked dudes standing right here staring at each other. You got the CO, the CO standing there saying, now I'm gonna tell you guys your DOC numbers and you're never gonna forget these. Dad Low Fat, what's up, man? Karen, Modern Retro Radio. What's up, Johnny? Time for change. Time. Damn, my fucking stomach. James Johnson. I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. I'm getting fat. I just wanted to thank all of you guys that have subscribed to my YouTube channel. I don't think I ever went live and did this, but I want to thank you guys. I want to thank all the YouTube channels that have shared my content, whether we get along now or not. I don't give a fuck. Thank you. Everybody that shared my videos, even if you're a troll and you shared my videos, you don't realize that you helped my channel grow. I'm at 230-something thousand subscribers because of all of the shares. All of them, even the troll shares. You didn't hurt my channel, you only helped it. So thank you to everybody that has helped this channel grow. Thank you to all the subscribers for watching and realizing that there is a problem, because you wouldn't subscribe and you wouldn't watch these videos if there wasn't actually something to see. So again, thank you all, and thank you for whoever sent that. Wouldn't be possible without all the shares, without all the subscribers and the support. So thank you. Now all I need is another 250,000 subscribers, and I'm gonna get a gold one of those. I'm a long way away from that. Probably won't see that number, but I'm hopeful. Anyway, I went live so we could just, you know, read some emails together. You guys want to read some emails? You want to know what's in the emails? Because I've been posting pictures of them, but here are the emails on your live right here. We're going to start off with a good one. Now, I'm not going to, like, put information out there for you guys to contact anybody, because this email is from 2021. So anything that I'm reading you is old. There's a reason that I put in these records requests and didn't get them for 2 years. Now, you guys just saw my cases basically finalized as far as, you know, they think or they're concerned in the municipal court, and told me that, you know, you didn't do your appeals, even though they're not, you know, it doesn't matter. But and then all of a sudden these get released. Amazing, right? That bulletin comes out from Gilbert, and then all of a sudden these get released. 2 years is a statute of limitations for state level filings. So you basically have 2 years to file a lawsuit. State level, you've got 6 months to file a notice of claim, and then you have to keep at it. So they think by giving me this that they're not going to be relevant. They're wrong. And I'll leave it at that. But we're going to start off with some conspiracy and some possible, you know, discussions of deprivation of rights between police officers right here on how they're going to attack us. And it starts off on this page. Where the fuck? Now, this email is from June 22nd, 2021. The subject is FYI, Video First Amendment Auditors. And then the email reads, hello, we had a caller complain about a video which was uploaded to YouTube last night regarding a call on Maine. When looking for the video, we found this unrelated one on YouTube in which MCW Joker films the MDT screen in a patrol car. That's the computer screen inside of their vehicles. And you've seen how they freak out when we walk up and try to film it. Thought you might want to be aware and let the officers know to close their screens, ? And then there's a link to the video. Right? And then the email goes on for, somebody responded, I think, and it says, why can't we charge him with filming that information? This is a cop in emails asking each other why they can't charge MCW Joker, who's one of the original cop watchers in Arizona, with filming a computer screen through their window of their police vehicle. It's crazy. Why is he allowed to be so close to the car? We won't win this until the city attorney grows a pair and decides to prosecute these petty things. We won't win this unless the city attorney grows a pair and decides to prosecute these petty things. What? Once these guys start getting arrested and charged, they will go away. I'll post all of these, by the way. I'm just going to read them to you live right now. Crazy. Crazy. That is conspiracy. It's not a petty thing. It's not illegal. Just like you can look in somebody's car and do a plain view search, that same logic and applicability applies to everybody, not just because you're a cop. I hate to break, basic dumb information like that to you, but hello. Let's get another stack. Now, I am going to be asking for your guys' help on doing some things, and it's going to be mostly phone calls and emails that I'm going to ask your help with so we can bring attention to what's been happening. Just because this happened years ago doesn't make it not relevant right now, because it is relevant right now. So, but it's important for me to tell you that when you make these phone calls and you send emails, don't cuss at them. They're very sensitive. They're very sensitive with bad language. So don't cuss at them, because you're really going to hurt their feelings. And then if you hurt their feelings, then they might try to attack you and look up your information and try to hem you up with some kind of crime. So just don't cuss at them, because we don't want to hurt their feelings. Because when you hurt their feelings, it turns into a crime somehow in Arizona. So just avoid hurting their feelings whenever you make phone calls. Be really nice. Don't threaten them. Threatening cops, just threatening anybody in general is dumb, and it's just dumb. Don't. I mean, if you're gonna do something, don't give them a warning. Don't threaten them. You just look dumb. So just don't do that. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Be nice. Be respectful. Let's try to get some stuff accomplished. When you make phone calls and you're serious about it, record your phone calls. Send me an email. I'll post the recording of your phone call and see what you got done, if you got anything done. This is how we're going to accomplish some stuff. It's not by calling them and telling them that these are your last days, or you're going to, I know where you live, and no, don't do that. I've never posted a cop's address on my YouTube channel, never, not one time. In the years that I've been doing this, for a reason, because it's not necessary. It's fun to talk about it, because they get scared, and I've got proof now that they're really worried when we talk about their addresses, but I've never actually posted them. So just keep that in mind when I ask for help and you're going to make phone calls, and you're going to just be nice. You don't want to hurt their feelings. They're very sensitive. Very, very. Just pretend like you're talking to a 3-year-old, right? You wouldn't cuss at a 3-year-old. You wouldn't threaten a 3-year-old. You would use very plain language and monotone. You might even kneel down to get on their level, make eye contact so you're not towering over them. Use that same kind of psychology that you would use on a 3-year-old when you speak to these morons that are working these jobs that we're paying them to do. So just please keep that in mind. Please, I would appreciate it. It kind of makes me look bad when you threaten them. Not that I really give a fuck what they think about me, but yeah. Be nice. Be nice to them. A lot of these are repeats, so I kind of got to flip through them and just find some interesting stuff. Oh, damn. Look at this. We got Arizona's 3 TV. We got their little emails about their live segments. When they were going to go on and talk about how they were going to encrypt the radios because they don't want the criminal elements getting a heads up. They did mention us, but that's not what they focused on, but it should have been the focus, because we are the main reason that they encrypted their radios. Yeah, this is a questionnaire. Segment, topic, description. Discussion of social media agitators, First Amendment auditors, and the safety concern related to police calls for service. We know have a, man, they spelled all this shit wrong. We now have a large group of people who monitor our police radio channels and show up with cameras on traffic stops, calls for service, and dangerous police calls or critical incidents. They have been combative, do not follow reasonable orders or direction, and frequently interfere with our officers as they are attempting to do their jobs. Wow. You know how dumb that these people sound when they type this shit? Reasonable orders. Anybody that's watched the videos, we record all these encounters. So that what's a reasonable order when an officer says, you need to back up over there? Just like that. They don't say, hey man, can you look, we got something dangerous going on right here. We don't know what the situation is in the car, and we don't want to accidentally like shoot you or have you get in our way while we're trying to do. So if you could just move over here, please, I would appreciate it. That's a reasonable request. Telling me to move is not reasonable. I'm not going to listen. I'm a grown-ass man. If another grown-ass man comes and tells me to do something, he's going to go get fucked. I'm not going to do it. No. You have to ask me. You have no control over anybody that is not breaking the law. You have zero control. Reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime. I have to be detained or suspected of something for you to even be able to get into the realm of telling me what to do instead of asking me. You guys are so mind-bent and fucked, it's not even funny. Not even funny. Imagine standing out on the sidewalk without your uniform on, taking a picture of a mountain because you think it's cool, and I walk up to you and tell you you need to move. You're in my space. Out in fucking public. You are so mind-fucked, it's not even funny. This is mind-blowing reading this shit. Reasonable orders or direction. Frequently interfere. That's another one, interfering. You cannot interfere by being physically present. It's not possible. If you're distracted, that is a personal problem. I can't interfere by standing there. It takes physicality, something physical. It could be verbal too, but it has to be a threat. It has to be a fucking threat, you morons. You have to be walking to your car and I have to literally be standing in your way and refuse to move to actually interfere. I have to go disrupt evidence, touch things on a scene to actually interfere. Holy shit, I have to threaten to use violence or physical force to interfere. That is how the ARS in Arizona is written. It doesn't say anything about your attention. Does it say in the ARS that if I get distracted that I can arrest somebody for Are you guys so fucking dumb? It's not even funny, dude. Oh my God. I get mad just reading this shit. Like, this is third grade shit. How do you not know this? And then you got J.Off Balin, who's I'm not even saying his name right, but that's the city attorney. So this is the clown that's been behind everything for the last 2 years that's been okaying all this shit that you guys have been seeing. That's really going to bankrupt the fucking city. It's all going to fall on that clown's fucking shoulders for not knowing what he's doing. He's one of the worst ones. You guys think the cops are bad? The city, the chief of police? No. It's the city attorney and the city manager in Mesa. What's his name? Chris Brady. Chris Brady is the city manager in Mesa, and he is the problem. Him and Jeff Balin, the city attorney, along with all their little cronies, have really been the one manipulating the show. And then the one pulling the string on Chris Brady is the mayor. We're going to be dropping some information on the mayor of Mesa, folks. We're excited to feature Mesa Police on Good Morning Arizona to discuss the new radio system. Right now, we have the interview scheduled for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021 at 7 a.m. We would appreciate it if you were at the station 20 minutes prior to the love interview. To the love interview. What the fuck? That was from Ed Wessing. I'm telling you, these people are dumb. Dumb on a level that you wouldn't even believe. And it's intentional. And let me tell you why it's intentional. Qualified immunity. Okay, most of the problem is qualified immunity. Qualified immunity requires a police officer to think that he's acting reasonably as long as it's not well established. If something's well established, then qualified immunity is gone. A lot of this shit isn't well established in Arizona. So what they're doing is they're keeping cops dumb intentionally so they have a legitimate, as far as qualified immunity works, they have a legitimate claim. I was doing my job to the best of my ability because this is what we've been doing and this is what my supervisors told me. That's how this shit works. They're not dumb on accident. This is intentional. Qualified immunity works with ignorance. As long as you think that you're doing your job correctly, then you got qualified immunity. Think about it. If they know they're doing something wrong, they don't got qualified immunity. So let's just keep them dumb so they think they're doing their jobs right. I hope there's cops watching right now that realize this. Your supervisors, all the way up to the city attorney, everybody is intentionally keeping you dumb. They're not telling you facts. They're not telling you how to think about it. When have you ever heard facts on how to do your job right? It was only your field training officer telling you how to write tickets and how they conduct shit. You are getting history from before. You're not getting facts. This is how we do things around here, not how they're supposed to be done. So when I went to the Mesa City Plaza and I got arrested for trespassing after I was out on the sidewalk, there's probably 50 emails about this. So the city workers asked for training because of me. There was a lot of new training that went into place. And what's funny is it wasn't training on constitutional rights. They didn't get trained on what the First Amendment is. That they didn't get trained on, the Department of Homeland Security memo about being able to film and, but that's federal, but still applicable in state buildings. They didn't get any of this kind of training on what our rights are. They got no training on that. What they got training on was how to deal with us. That's it. They're not getting trained on what our rights are. They're getting trained on how to deal with us, how to escalate. And really what it is, it's a manipulation. So if city workers got training from the police, they got manipulation training. So they got trained on how to escalate it into a situation. So when the police arrive, it's a giant conspiracy like that. So they can arrest somebody. I mean, it's literally all laid out in documents right here. I'm not going to stay live for very long, folks. I've already been live for 20 minutes, but there's some interesting shit in here. Yeah, they are both looking for training on threat awareness, situational awareness, and how to be prepared to respond to various emergencies or potential threats up to including active shooter. Also, a discussion of First Amendment auditors and how to properly respond to them. Why not just train your people on what Americans' rights are? I mean, you have a cop asking if we can charge somebody for recording through a window and capturing an image inside of a vehicle. Do you know how fucking retarded you sound for that? You want to criminalize somebody else? Oh my God, because you're too stupid to just close your computer? When it is a violation of the law, when you have access to this information in Arizona, when you're a cop and you're given access to, people's criminal records and shit, you're responsible for making sure that stuff stays protected. And it's a crime if you let somebody get unauthorized access, even if it's an accident. It's a crime. Look at that. We got a whole email redacted out. They're only supposed to redact personal information, addresses, victims' information. I guarantee you that wasn't a whole list of victim information right there. Oh, look, a whole nother email all blacked out. It's got a picture blacked out. Wow, okay, here's a good one about this whole AB bullshit. Oh man, Michael. You're not a good person, Michael Beaton. Commander Beaton. That's a name you guys are going to want to remember. Commander Beaton of the Mesa Police Department. That is one of the dirtiest cops. His name is all over this shit. All over this shit. There's a very small collection of names. All top command staff. All over this shit. Sir, I'm not sure if this was forwarded to you. This was the information we got about Christopher Ruff from the prison. It appears he is suspected Aryan Brotherhood, but it does not confirm him as a member. Very good. I can put a flag on him in RMS. Wow. So then if he is arrested, to try and get officers to document concealed tattoos, which may or may not confirm his membership. You know what's funny is I got arrested. When was this? So the hotel arrest where Adair arrested me. I think that was the arrest. I've been arrested so many times, I don't even fucking know. But I got arrested at a hotel with a bunch of Arizona auditor was there. There was a couple other people. This is the one with the helicopter where they just started fucking wrapping tape all over the place and then arrested me for strafing over an imaginary line for seconds. And then that was trespassing. When I got to the jail, they had one of the guards that I was cool with come and pull me out. Two of them. There was two of them. They pulled me just outside the door, and he says, "Hey, man, basically the fusion center upstairs, you know, Intel, whatever, called down, and they want me to take pictures of your tattoos." I told him, "Get fucked. You ain't taking pictures of my tattoos." He said, "Oh, I had to ask." Yeah, you ain't taking no pictures of my shit, dude. But that's what they want to flag me as this shit. That's crazy. Crazy. Oh, and that phone call you guys heard the other day with me calling the prison, that's an actual prison guard that I knew years ago. Fucking 2017, 2015, 16, and 2016 and 17. Well, no, 15, 16, and 17. I've known that dude for a while. He's all right. He's the one that was in charge of monitoring all the gangs. So if anybody would have known what I was involved in, it would have been that guy. That's why I called him and spent all day trying to get on the phone with him, and I got it. Wow. Man, you guys are so fucking dumb. Hi guys, I'm reaching out to see if you have a good contact at DOC to confirm some information on one of our regular First Amendment agitators, Christopher Ruff. Commander Beaton learned he is a documented Aryan Brotherhood. Wow. If you are able to get some kind of confirmation to pass on to us, great. If you just want to pass along the contact information, that works too. Fuck. This is conspiracy, you guys. This is how they get a federal in right here. So those of you that don't know why they're talking about this, this is how they can, you know, set aside my rights and tap my phone, you know, sit outside of my house with a Stingray device and just try to capture whatever the fuck I'm doing on my phone and put it into their intel shit. This is how they can investigate me and do whatever the fuck they want, is because they throw this shit into the mix. This is federal right here, so those of you that don't know. Like, just because I left prison as a suspected, I've got an FBI federal number because of that shit, because these people are listed as domestic terrorists by the federal government. Do you understand what's happening here? They're trying to get a federal in so they can fuck with me. Oh, look, a whole email redacted. If this is contact information from the Department of Corrections, this is public information that you can't redact. I think Jim Freedom's going to be coming in trying to get the rest of this because I can get this information from DOC just like you can. You can't redact it. Dumbasses. And keep in mind, all of these emails are back and forth from people that are in intelligence and counterterrorism unit. Intelligence and counterterrorism unit. So these people all work at the Fusion Center, the Central Intelligence place in the Mesa Police Department. Most of them are cross-trained. What that means is that they're FBI agents, they're ATF agents, they're DEA agents. They're cross-trained in these departments and hold federal certifications. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, this is serious. Oh, look, another one. This is all about DOC contact. All the heavily redacted shit is all DOC contact. Fucking dumb. I want to know how Commander Beaton learned that he is documented. So you're putting facts out there like that. That's not good for you to be doing that. Especially not while you're under the color of law. That's really not healthy for you. Would you be able to assist our ICU folks with any state intel on this subject? He's been causing a lot of problems, and it sounds like there may be some AB notes in his DOC file. Jesus fucking Christ, you guys are off the chain, retarded. Intelligence and Counterterrorism Unit. Oh, that's great to know how you guys feel about me. Yeah, whatever. So this is weird. So here's an email from the records department about the helicopter incident where you guys really think that a helicopter wasn't following me, but it abso-fucking-lutely was. So this is from Tammy in the records to Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Attached to your request is a copy of the air unit's log for May 24, 2021. Per the air unit, they were not surveilling Christopher Ruff, and there are no video footage from that time frame specified. Our air unit was asked to do surveillance on a vehicle reference call number for DPS. If you would like a copy of the call notes, you can place a new request. Not feeling this at the moment. I think I'm making myself nervous writing this, overthinking it. Thank you. What the fuck does that mean? So, to give you guys some insight, they weren't surveilling Christopher Ruff, sure. But they were surveilling the vehicle that Christopher Ruff was in, because the vehicle that Christopher Ruff was in was seen leaving the prison administration complex in downtown Phoenix where the DPS headquarters is at. They just said right here that they were following a vehicle at the request of DPS. My old lady's vehicle was the one leaving DPS because me and El Zorro Euro did a First Amendment audit at the prison administration complex. A DPS trooper showed up and immediately said, "Oh, you're First Amendment auditor," and everything changed. And then they started watching us, and they watched where we left to, and they saw the vehicle. Obviously, we're in downtown Phoenix. They got fucking spy cameras everywhere. Got the license plate, figured out where it was at, and we're running surveillance on my old lady's vehicle because of a First Amendment audit that we did at the Arizona State Prison Administration Complex in downtown Phoenix. That's why the helicopter was following us. Just an FYI. And this was when Heston Silbert was in office at the head of the DPS. Him and Ed Wessing and Ken Kost, they're all buds. What the fuck is this? United States Pretrial Services Officer, District of... This is a federal fucking seal on here. Holy shit. District of Arizona, huh? Okay, well, I got some shit in here I never even seen. Holy shit, who the fuck is Dylan? Joseph. I got a whole police report in here. This is some weird shit right here. This is the Federal District of Arizona. I mean, that's a federal fucking seal right there. That's a federal seal right there, folks, and this ain't got my name on it. Strange. Maybe this is a call that we showed up on. There's going to be a lot of context in some of these videos that I'm going to be able to add. So there's a piece of information in here that I really wanted to discuss with you guys that I think is important. Woo, shit. Oh, shit. I think we need to find out from the air unit if they were actually surveilling him. Oh, shit. And then the response is, "Hi, Sarah. This is a potential problem. I would like to sit with you and discuss before we respond. I did reach out to Air Unit LT about the tail number. He is a YouTuber by the name of Direct D. I see we arrested him on the 26th, not the 21st, per CAD call. He was live broadcasting. I think we need to find out from the air unit if they were actually surveilling him. Hi, Sarah. This is a potential problem. I would like to sit with you and discuss before we respond." Sounds like a conspiracy to deprive me of fucking public records when I requested them a long time ago. And then maybe you even lied about it. Holy fuck. You guys are some dirty, crazy people here, huh? Yeah, this is my records request right here. This is how they started talking about my records requests. We need to find out if they were actually surveilling him. This could be a problem. We need to sit down and talk first. What the fuck? And I'm the problem. I ain't never sat around and plotted on you guys like this. Crazy. I know I am a serious subject. So Gilbert's in here, Mesa's in here, Tempe's in here, Phoenix is in here. Apache Junction is in here. They're all complicit in this shit. All of them. All of them, all of them, all of them. I mean, this shit's bad, you guys. This is really bad. This is not healthy for America. I only got arrested one time at a cop watch when I had a warrant, and this is them talking about it right here. I was just notified by Sergeant Lentz that Christopher has an active warrant for his arrest. Please be aware in case he shows up on one of our calls for service. I got an email in here from Scott Boyd, one of my subscribers, I think. Oh, by the way, there's a lot of emails from you guys in here. Calls, like if you ever called and threatened, I've got some of my subscribers' names. Like, that's what I'm saying, don't threaten them. They're just going to try and use it against me for some reason. Wow. The same fucking retard. And I use that word sparingly, and I mean it in this case. But she did a good job. This guy is ridiculous. Why can't we post no recording inside the building? And this is from Sean Prinkey, Prinkey. Yeah, Sean, SHAWN. Prinkey? Something like that. And this is over my evidence video. So yeah, I took that down, but now I got to put it back up so I can, you know, this is gonna be great. I get to rehash everything with these emails, everything. You guys want way more context? You want updates on what's happened on all these videos that I've posted? I'm gonna do that for you. And I'm gonna use all of their own information to give you updates. Don't you love that? I've been live for 40 minutes. I'm going to close this out with a crybaby complaint from Officer Jensen Deuce. And that's JensenDuce. Jensen Deuce. You know, like you got to take a deuce in the morning. Deuces! I got to go take a deuce. Anyway, this is Jensen Deuce. From Jensen Deuce to Stefan Lentz. Lentz, Wahlberg, Deuce, these are all bad names in the police department. These are crooked cops, and get familiar with them. Sergeant Lentz, I had contact tonight with Christopher Ruff on a traffic stop, who showed up to harass me. I conducted a traffic stop and was on standage just south of University Drive. I was writing a citation when Mr. Ruff and two other males showed up to record. I believe one was the male known as Direct E, but I'm not sure. All three were on the sidewalk, but they were right up close to us on the stop. I largely ignored them. At one point, I did try and educate them that they didn't have the right to stand wherever they pleased while we were on a traffic stop. And that there were time, manner, and place restrictions on filming law enforcement. And I asked them to move further away, but they refused. I had another sergeant with me. and he didn't do anything. No, I'm just kidding, that wasn't in there. I had another sergeant with me as backup. And so I just finished the citation and cleared the call. They were talking to the driver and telling him not to talk to the police, etc. I also asked the driver if they were bothering him. And he didn't directly answer that and just replied that he just wanted to leave. Mr. Ruff is harassing us by saying nonsense about not doing false arrests and so on. I do not have a body camera, and neither does Sergeant Bloomberg. Just wanted to let you know so we could document that frequent harassment we are dealing with by people such as Mr. Ruff and others like him. Assigned Sergeant Jensen Deuce, badge number 17602, Mesa Police Department, Central Patrol Division. Anyway, folks, that was it. You guys have an awesome day. If you're gonna call anybody, be respectful, record it. I appreciate you guys subscribing. I appreciate everybody that shared my videos. Feel free to share.
Hey, that's not funny, Direct D. Making fun of a cop like that, crying. All crying. Oh.
Deployed thousands of U.S. Marines and sailors in the Middle East in order to deter. The Biden administration has deployed thousands of U.S. Marines and sailors in the Middle East in order to deter Iran from seizing oil tankers and other commercial ships near the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces arrived Sunday and could be stationed on interested ships in what the Washington Post called a remarkable escalation of tensions between the two nations. The move comes after the Navy said Iran tried to seize 2 commercial oil tankers in the Gulf of Oman last month and reportedly opened fire on one of the tankers. The U.S. said Iran also seized 2 merchant ships in May and dozens more since 2019. The U.S. Naval Forces Central Command called Iran's actions a, quote, threat to maritime security and the global economy. This is what White House spokesperson John Kirby said on Iran on CNN.
We have seen a real increase now in their attempted attacks, or in some cases, sadly, successful attacks on maritime shipping in and around the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's outside the Gulf or just inside the Gulf. And this is activity that we've seen spike from the Iranians before, certainly spiking now. And we're sending a strong message, not just to Iran, but to our allies and partners, that we take this seriously, because so much, particularly oil, so much of that flows through the Strait of Hormuz. That's a choke point for the Middle East that has global trade implications. We got to make sure that we can defend our interests and the interests of our allies and partners. That's what these deployments, that's what they're all about.
Meanwhile, Iran has said the ships it detained committed various violations and that at least one ship had issued a distress signal that it was responding to. On Saturday, Iran said it has now equipped its Revolutionary Guards Navy with drones and missiles. This is Iran's Navy commander speaking on state TV.
These missiles can follow multiple targets, accept commands when they are launched, and change their target along the way.
For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. His current column for Responsible Statecraft is headlined, With Marines on Persian Gulf Vessels, Is Biden Risking War with Iran? Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Trita. Well, maybe you can answer that question for us. Lay out what led to what the U.S. is doing and how Iran is responding and what you're so concerned about.
Well, this is extremely concerning, and there's a reason why the Washington Post characterized this latest potential move by the Biden administration as a remarkable escalation. It is because it is a remarkable escalation, and that it does risk leading the two countries into war. The Iranians taking some of these ships in the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf is without a doubt a problem that needs to be addressed. But the root of this problem is that the Biden administration has continued Trump's maximum pressure strategy on Iran and has been confiscating vessels with Iranian oil, saying that this is the implementation of U.S. sanctions. But U.S. sanctions and U.S. laws do not apply to international waters. And as a result, the maritime security of the Persian Gulf has been threatened by these actions and by the response of the Iranians. If we truly want this to end, the easiest way is to stop confiscating the Iranian oil, and that way there will be no reason for the Iranians to do what they have been doing, and they have not been doing this unless there has been any measures by the U.S. In this direction. But by putting these Marines on commercial vessels, this has not happened since the previous century during the World Wars, and that was during wartime. So that is a reason as to why the Washington Post is characterizing this as a remarkable escalation.
The Washington Post also reports other recent steps to deter Iran include the deployment of advanced F-35 jets, along with other fighter aircraft and an A-10 attack jets to the Persian Gulf region. Your response?
Yeah, what we're seeing here, which is quite concerning, is that despite all of the promises that there would be lesser U.S. military presence in the Persian Gulf and in the Middle East, bringing the troops home, we're now seeing the Biden administration moving more troops into the region, betting on deterrence rather than actually a de-escalation of the situation. And part of the reason why the administration is doing this is because of its key priority in the Middle East right now, which is to get Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel. In order to do so, the Saudis have asked for a defense pact with the United States, something that Biden so far has been reluctant to offer, because it would mean that the United States would have to sacrifice its servicemen and women for the defense of the Saudi dictatorship. But in order to meet them halfway, it appears that the administration is calculating that by moving more troops to the region, by demonstrating that it is willing to go into conflict with Iran, that will make the Saudis more comfortable that the United States will come to their defense even in the absence of an official security pact. And the question we have to ask ourselves, all of this for what? Because getting the Saudis to normalize relations with Israel at a time when the Israelis have the most extremist government in their entire history, the annexation of Palestinian territory, the impossibility of actually making peace between Israel and Palestinians because of the policies of the Israeli government currently, to have that normalization take place in that context, it would be an American endorsement of what the Israeli government currently is doing in terms of undermining any prospect for peace. So it's really baffling to see why we're taking such immense risks that could bring the U.S. into war for achieving things that are of little value when it comes to peace and stability in the region or U.S. interest in the region.
Trita Parsi, you also have the potential for the Iranians to use a water drone to take out a tanker, the significance of American soldiers potentially drifting into Iranian waters, what all this could mean?
Yes,
One scenario that I'm not sure the White House has taken fully into account is instead of the Iranians going after some of these commercial vessels in the manner that they have done so far, they may use a drone to take out the engine and then let the ship drift into Iranian waters. At that point, you would have 20 or so U.S. Marines in Iranian waters. The Iranians would confiscate those ships, probably deter
the American soldiers, and that would be probably the biggest crisis that the Biden administration has faced.
This did happen by accident in 2016 when some American sailors accidentally veered into Iranian waters because of navigation and engine problems. That was resolved in 16 hours because the JCPOA was in place, because the Obama administration had established a good channel of communication with the Iranians. And as a result, most Americans don't even know about this because it was resolved so quickly. Biden has done none of this. And as a result, if this scenario were to take place, it would lead to a major crisis and a potential point of military confrontation between the two countries.
You write, it is impressive how MBS, Mohammed bin Sultan, the head of Saudi Arabia, essentially, it is impressive how MBS has played Biden. Explain.
Well, if you take a look at what's happening during the Biden administration, Biden came in promising that he's going to show the world the pariah that Saudi Arabia is. It's going to take a tougher stance, that he's going to end the war in Yemen. many, many different promises that were made, but instead we've seen the MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, play tough ball with the Biden administration, raise oil prices at a moment that was really crucial to the U.S. for prices to go down, push back really hard, make a deal with the Iranians through the Chinese. All of these different measures, and all we've seen from the Biden administration is to pursue a softer and softer approach towards Saudi Arabia, including now even considering some form of a security arrangement with the Saudis in return for this normalization. It seems to me that this obsession of getting a Saudi-Israeli normalization, which again has questionable value, is the leading star of the administration, and as a result, they're willing to go to great lengths and great concessions to Saudi Arabia in order to achieve this. And it's not even clear whether MBS is really going to go for it at the end of the day. The just dangling of that opportunity is getting him massive concessions from the U.S. side.
We're coming up on the first anniversary of the protests for justice for Mahsa Amini, the young Kurdish Iranian woman who died at the hands of the so-called morality police. Her death sparking massive protests, not only in Iran, but around the world. Do you think U.S. antagonism towards Iran will actually embolden Iranian leaders to be more violent and impressive, as we understand they are preparing for a new crackdown on the people?
I think in the larger context, greater tensions between the United States and Iran have been to the detriment of the pro-democracy movement in Iran. Their ability to be able to pursue the changes that they are seeking is all the more difficult when there's high tensions between the two countries. But in this specific instance, in the short tactical term, I doubt that the impact is going to be particularly significant. The government there has been extremely brutal in its clampdown of protesters. Even though I think that there's a likelihood that there will be new protests taking place on the anniversary, because the anger of the population is still there, there's been nothing that has really systematically changed in the country in terms of addressing some of the root causes of this. Nevertheless, the repression is likely going to be very intense. And if you take a look at this over the longer term, what we have seen is that when countries are under the type of broad-based economic sanctions that Iran is under, and countries like Cuba, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, and others have been under, the long-term effect is that the governments tend to become far more repressive than they were before. Because in order to keep control and stay in power and control the anger of the population, they resort to more and more repression. And the instances in which these type of broad-based sanctions eventually lead to democratization are essentially very few. There's only one example. It's South Africa. In all other cases, these type of broad-based sanctions have actually led to a situation in which the population is more repressed because the government becomes more repressive, more aggressive, including more aggressive on the foreign policy arena as well.
We just have 30 seconds, Trita, but what do you think should happen now as Biden makes this move? I mean, he was Obama's vice president, but do you think his policy on Iran, despite what he said leading up to the election, is more like Trump's?
Well, in certain aspects, he is continuing the maximum pressure strategy. I think the administration did try diplomacy with Iran in negotiations, and certainly the Iranians have created a massive amount of problems in that process. But I think there was a key mistake the administration did in the beginning, which was it didn't go back into the agreement right away through an executive order, as it did, for instance, with the Paris Agreement, with WTO. Instead, it chose a negotiated path, and it used the Trump sanctions as leverage for that. And I think that has been a critical mistake that has led to several consequences, including the ones that we're seeing right now.
Trita Parsi, I want to thank you for being with us, Executive Vice President, Quincy Institute for Responsible.
Called in. I specifically had a number of conversations with him. He wanted to make sure that that what was going out was truthful, and he came running. And had it not been for his live streaming of the tasing of Ammon and seeing these absolutely horrible things, then that
Our guests tonight are going to talk to us about the horrible, blatant murder of Lavoy Finicum and the illegal takeover of many lands that have been stolen by the government, including the Bundy Ranch in 2014. We have with us Laz Esanaro, who is an advocate for the wrongfully convicted. He is a family rights advocate against CPS and stands strongly against the corrupt, big de facto government. He also worked on the Ron Paul 2012 presidential campaign. Shauna Cox, who was a personal friend to the Bundy family and Lavoy Finicum, is a church-going patriot, the mother of 12 children, and a Tea Party member. She's written a book about Cliven Bundy's life entitled The Last Rancher Standing, and she is the one who released the video from within the truck when Lavoy was fatally shot by federal agents. Please help us welcome to our show Laz Esanaro and Shauna Cox.
Welcome.
Hey guys, thank you so much for being here today. So tell us the real reason why these ranches and lands are actually seized.
Thanks for having us. I think this is a great opportunity. And Laz will tell you also, and back me up on this, that the reason they're going after these lands has nothing to do with cattle or ranchers. It has everything to do with the resources, the minerals under the ground, and political agenda, which is very, very revealing in itself as they try to lock up all of our lands. It's just that ranchers have a lot of land in the West, and it's mostly in the Western United States. And mining and ranching has been being done away with so that these politicians can usurp the power and our rights and our minerals for their own gain. And we're going to show you, as we have uncovered a can of worms through these different experiences in Nevada and in Oregon. And so it's not just face value as to what you see is happening, but what's really going on behind the curtain.
Yes, yeah, that's what we want to hear more about.
So in Nevada, I'll start with Nevada first. In Nevada, I was there with the Bundy family, and I actually slept on their couch for 2 months and answered the phone, ran the media and the militia from there, so that to help them through this time that I was absolutely blown away when we had people dressed in military garb, besides BLM, Park Service. I mean, all of these federal agencies are prowling around in unmarked vehicles and marked vehicles, and tasing. They tased Ammon, they threw Margaret down to the ground, they beat up Davy the first day for doing nothing but videotaping the cattle being taken off the land. They had snipers on the hill. I mean, tons of things. They set up a First Amendment area if anybody wanted to complain. Far away from where it was happening. These were the atrocities that were happening that brought people running from across America. And we were very grateful that we had the Santilli show, who heard and saw what was happening, called in. I specifically had a number of conversations with him. He wanted to make sure that that what was going out was truthful, and he came running. And had it not been for his live streaming of the tasing of Ammon and seeing these absolutely horrible things, then that brought everybody running. And so America came to protect their rights, protect the Bundy's rights, and to save this family. And they've tried to turn it into a horrible situation that they were taking a stand against the federal government, and that we had that we actually attacked, agents. This is absolutely absurd. It wasn't true. I was there. I was in the wash with them. Most of us were unarmed. There were very few people that actually had weapons, but they did come to help protect because nobody had any idea that these federal agents were going to be standing behind vehicles with guns pointed at us. We were looking at barrels of guns and in fear of our lives. Wow. But we knew that we were in the right, and we didn't understand why they were so desperate, why they didn't leave like they had been told the night before. The night before, the whole operation had been called off politically. And we were told by the sheriff that morning that they were pulling out. So I was absolutely in shock to come around the corner and see these agents down behind their cars with their doors open, with guns pointing up the wash at us. We were in shock. We couldn't believe what we were watching. And then there became more and more as they descended upon us. They were stacking. Nobody was leaving. They were stacking, and we were just waiting. We're trying to wait them out. Anyway, and the government has turned this into, it took them 2 years to find anything to charge us with. Wow. They had to come out with a fake, documentary company. It's called Longbow Productions. It was federal, and it was undercover. And they tried to instigate all of these men to beat on their chest that we won and that the federal government didn't. And so they egged them on. And when they did that, there was, I would say Greg Burleson was the worst, but he did say some things. And the sad part about that was after he was arrested, and they used his information to indict people that he actually was discovered by his own attorney. He was ousted out as an undercover agent in 2012, which was just clear up to 2013, just prior to this. And he is an alcoholic. They knew that he was an alcoholic. They offered him these real hard drinks. We don't know how many he had before he actually gave this testimony. And when they used that to indict the rest of us. Now the jury has found Greg Burleson guilty of most of the charges except conspiracy, because he didn't know the Bundys, never been there before. There was no charge of conspiracy that they're trying to charge us all with, some kind of that we're joining in a conspiracy, which is so far-fetched. And they did find him guilty, the jury did. And they have sentenced him to 68 years in prison and a $1.5 million fine. Now, I'm sorry to say this, but he didn't deserve that, even though he said a lot of crazy things, but he didn't do any of it. He just said stuff. And so you're going to put him in prison for the rest of his life? I mean, he's already gone blind. He's got bad health, totally blind since he was in prison for the first couple of months. And now he can't see. His health is deteriorating. He's figuratively young, and he will never see the light of day again. It's insane. And they're trying to use this to lock up all these other people. You guys be careful. They're using Facebook images they found Todd Engel guilty of, and the only thing they could charge him with was intimidating these officers and interstate commerce, because he used Facebook, because he live streamed when he used the F word as the agents were leaving. Oh, and so now he's facing 20 years.
Oh my God.
For doing that, which is absolutely insane.
For using the F word?
Yeah, on Facebook, on live stream.
So Shauna, just to go to the beginning of this, what started all of this? What did they tell people was the reason that they were coming there to make you guys leave?
the beginning started clear back in 1995, I should say, 93, 95, because what happened is Clive and Bundy and a bunch of the ranchers, there were 52 ranchers in Clark County at that time, and Cliven said that the BLM, they have a contract, and when you have a contract and someone changes their side of the contract and you don't agree, why would you sign the contract with them? You don't have to. It's a two-party contract. He said, no way, I'm not signing that contract when you're putting us out of business. And 51 other ranchers, actually there was 50, but because one of the other ranchers has passed away that was Cliven's friend. But 50 other ranchers went ahead and signed it, and every one of them are out of business. And it's because the BLM totally managed them out of business by only allowing a certain number of cattle. So they scaled them all the way back to like 150 head, where they couldn't make any profit, they couldn't survive, and they used such crazy things like it was because of the tortoise, the desert tortoise, and all that was a lie. They proved it later, but it didn't matter because they had already taken them out of business. So they make willing sellers out of these ranchers so they can take their land.
Mm-hmm.
They can buy it for pennies on the dollar, and most of them just gave up because they couldn't make a living, and so why would their kids take over it? So they got forced out.
So why did the government want the land?
The land is really important because if you'll notice on any map, you can look up on the resources that all the minerals, the major part of minerals in the United States are in the western 11 states. And that's why they want to usurp all this land. And there's uranium and gold and all kinds of minerals that are under this land, and they want to take it. And you'll see how they've changed the laws so the federal government can have it. Now they don't want you on the surface rights. They don't want you any place because they're actually, Harry Reid sold that part of the land in the Gold Butte area, his son Rory, because they knew what the resources were there, and they sold it to ENN, a China corporation, for pennies on the dollar. And then this episode of not being able to get Cliven off the land, for him to fight against them, it was devastating to Harry because he couldn't perform his part of his contract with ENN. And so that contract got dropped, and he's been fighting ever since. That's why he called us all domestic terrorists. He was really upset about this whole deal. Laz has a lot of information on that.
I was just going to say, Laz, how do you fit into this?
I might as well just say, but back when I saw them in the Bunkerville, Nevada, I honestly thought they were just a bunch of kooks, to be honest.
Thanks a lot.
I apologize. And I really don't pay too much mindset. And then here we go in 2016, similar situation happens, but now with the Hammonds in Oregon. So at that time, me and several colleagues at work, we were watching Chris Ann Hall talking regarding what's happening with the Hammonds and then the Bunkerville. And as we sat down, we saw her original live stream, and then we went back and we watched it 2 more times, especially her articulating the Federalist Papers, its Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We sat at work for probably 2-3 days contemplating, like, what is really going on? I know two of my coworkers wanted to go down to Oregon, and we said, well, before we go down there, we need to know the truth. We need to go, who is right? You know, there's the government saying one thing, there's the ranchers saying one thing, and then somewhere in between the middle, there has to be the truth. And I said, before we start, jump head first, why don't we just start and looking at the evidence? And so after we got done, probably within that couple of days, Judge Darby comes in and states that there are mercenaries, and I'm like, wow, this is pretty serious now. And so again, we're at work, and same group of people, we see this, and we're hearing this, and this is insane. So So it was pretty slow at work, and we were like, okay, so the guy named by the name of Ron Wyden, which I didn't even know at the time who he was and what he did for a living, said something about a virus. And we were like, well, let's see what he says. And then as we were looking up and we saw some information with Uranium One, Calico Resource. And I'm like, well, what is uranium being, what is the Clinton Foundation transferring uranium to Russia? And how does Ron Wyden fit into this? And we were like, man, this does not make sense. And it was that, why don't we just target campaign contributions and donations, obviously. So we started looking through all the donations. And at the time we were doing this, politicians started coming out, Greg Walden and Jeff Merkley. And we started targeting their campaign contributions and then their earmarks. Earmarks is pork money, just like stewardship. It's all pork money. Earmarks and stewardship money is taxpayers' money going into the corporations. And we started realizing, saying, what is going on? So I get money from A, and I give tax dollars back to B, which is the corporation. We're like, I go, this is corruption. So as we looked in, we started seeing laws, like public laws, that were created by Ron Wyden. Well, that Ron Wyden participated with Chad Kargis, that he's a Department of Fish and Wildlife. He testified in the Steens Mountain Act back in 2000. So we're just going to emphasize on the Oregon. And as I started looking into Oregon, I started looking at everything at Steens Mountains. So when you go back to Steens Mountains, you'll understand that Steens Mountain Act was the Interior Secretary was Bruce Babbitt, the president was Bill Clinton, in which they went forward with the Steens Mountain Act. And as you start reading the Steens Mountain Act, there's another bill that came out, a public law bill created by Congress with the help of Ron Wyden, Jeff Merkley, and then Greg Walden and Stephen E. Grasty. Them testifying because it's in congressional records. Their names are on these records. They allocated $750 million for anybody that would be contaminated with uranium. And if you know uranium, U-235, U-238, and undepleted uranium is considered radioactive, which affects your lung, your pancreas, and your liver. So in that bill, in that congressional bill, they included the Marines, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and Steens Mountain Agriculture. So why would you add the Steens Mountain Agriculture? The only way you can add the Steens Mountain Agriculture is because in order for you to extract the uranium from the ground, you're going to affect the land. The land is part of the agriculture. As the American people start seeing, if you go back in 2000, Bill Clinton gave uranium to China in nuclear technology and $250 billion. So now we go from 2000, now he's doing it to Russia. He's giving Russia money and uranium. And then that same process, you give Iran and Iraq uranium, and then you come with under the secretary, under the secretary, which is Hillary Clinton, the creation of ISIS with John McCain, Marco Rubio, Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, creating with the help of ISIS. This is where you get Benghazi, because Benghazi will transfer uranium, money, weapons, and ammo.
Les, slow down
Yes.
just a minute because it gets so exciting. You go really fast. All this stuff because it is
Okay.
so important.
It is a lot.
It is a lot. He is absolutely brilliant, and I want people to be able to make connect the dots. It
Yes.
is very important right here.
Yeah, this is a real important part right here. And
So-
excellent.
Who the Secretary of State was Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
So what Hillary Clinton did was with Benghazi was basically sacrifice Stevens and everybody there like lambs,
Yeah.
knowing that it was going to go down. So and this is all well documented by Chuck Grassley's letters with respects to uranium in Russia and China also in there, and John Podesta. So these are Chuck Grassley's letters, Senator Chuck Grassley from Iowa.
And how did you find those?
Through WikiLeaks.
Oh,
They validated my work, and with Shauna and I went down to City Hall, and Shauna met me in Oregon, where we reviewed these documents, and she validated the documents coming from Senator Chuck Grassley from Iowa that WikiLeaks released. were 3 letters. One was 10 pages long, 12 or 11 pages. The other one was 4 pages long. So now we have the Clinton Foundation giving uranium all to our enemies while we sacrifice our military overseas.
Yep.
So when they want to go to war, well, first of all, every American person needs to ask themselves, why are we going to war with the people that our corrupt politicians in Washington, D.C. gave uranium to? What do you think are the effects of uranium? The same effects of uranium is the same thing as it being affected with the veterans, almost similar with Agent Orange, which provides cancer. So the Air Force dropped Agent Orange, not just on the Vietnamese, but also on the Army and on the Marines, in which when they came back, they're still being affected today. So when they allocated $750 million through the public law with respect to the uranium, there was a reason behind that for the illnesses that are going to be that they foresaw that was going to happen. So that money's still there. The problem is how many of the veterans understand that the money is there and how to go about getting that money for their health services. So when we put that back, the same politicians, I started reading a Senate Bill 1113 and another bill called House Resolution 4402 from Oregon, all going back to the to Steens Mountain, which is it was Mount here included in there. Vale, the geography is Oregon's big, but the geography kind of gets confusing. But in there they had the Mount here and they had Vale, and right there is where they had all the uranium. And it says in Senate Bill 1113, the critical minerals are going to China. House Bill 4402, the House resolution bill, is going to Russia. So you see, we're giving our minerals to two foreign corporations, while these individuals, through their hedge funds, like Bent Solution LLC, in which Cliff Bentz, his brother Andy Bentz, a former sheriff, is involved. You got Calico Resource, they all invest in these hedge funds, and also which Calico Resource joined with Barrick Gold Inc. from Nevada, which George Soros has ties to Calico Resource and Barrick Gold Inc. And if you understand George Soros giving the campaign contributions to the Democratic Party, Obama, Harry Reid, and Ron Wyden, and Jeff Merkley, and Greg Willis, so everybody there. But so when you start reading these Senate bills and House resolution bills and the public law from Congress, well, you ask yourself, what the hell are they doing extracting this uranium, knowing that it's radioactive and it can affect the water, the land, and anybody that is gaming, the wildlife. It's going to affect wildlife and everything in the air, because once you extract it, there's no way impossible, including the water, you can control the particles of uranium. There's no way. And then on top of it, it becomes radioactive as soon as you extract it. So I mean, this is what the studies on the bills.
Well, let me go back to the Malheur. We didn't know any of all this was happening at the Malheur. In fact, I didn't even know what a Malheur was when we got there. I didn't have any idea. When we got there, we went to help the ranchers, the Hammonds. That was our goal, was because they were having the same problems that were being pushed on the ranchers in Utah and in Nevada. And so this is the third time I have been involved with the ranchers in this situation. And I was looking for the information at the Malheur for the evidence of what Laz is talking about. There was stuff there. Stephen Grasty was the commissioner that was very much involved with the grouse that they were trying to use as a front. To basically, but basically, let me get this in. The Endangered Species Act, in which is run by Karen Suckling and the Center of Biological Diversity, he's in bed with Harry Reid, Rory Reid, Jeff Merkley, Ron Wyden, Greg Walden, Earl Blumenauer. So he's in bed. He's in bed with all these politicians in Nevada and Oregon and the other states, because we came to find out that it was Judge Ann Aiken that had very much involvement in the malheur. She's the one that prosecuted the Hammonds. She's the one that actually indicted us from the malheur. It's her sons that are part of the Friends of the Malheur that were out there protesting against us and raising money because we were there. It was when you start digging, you're linked into many judges and politicians and governors, and Laz has put this whole thing together. We did know that they
Let me touch on this, Shauna. Bill Clinton. So we got to understand the 2000 Steens Mountain Act. So everything just doesn't happen for a reason. Bill Clinton appointed Anna Akins as a judge and Anna J. Brown as a judge. But you'll notice all these people like Ron Wyden, Jeff Merkley, Greg Walden, Earl Blumenauer, Anna Akins, Anna J. Brown, Stacey Beckerman, Sally Amanda Marshall, they all come from the Lewis and Clark Law School. And if you understand the Lewis and Clark Law School, you'll understand that they're about the environmentalist. And who does Bill Clinton have in his pocket? Karen Suckling, through the Center of Biological Diversity, with our tax dollars going after the ranchers like the Hammonds. So this is why they targeted the Hammonds, because Steens Mountain, where the Hammonds property is at, was already sold to Uranium One, which is to Russia. And this is why Bill Clinton is so adamant or so involved in the Steens Mountain, but everything that's happening right now is as we speak.
Wow.
So when they came after us, we had no idea, as we were headed to the meeting in John Day, Oregon. Now, the meeting in John Day, I wasn't supposed to be there, neither was Victoria Sharp. We just got in at the very last minute into that vehicle. They had no idea we were in there. And it had come down from Valerie Jarrett to Governor Brown to shut this virus down. And that's why they had taken the FBI and they had that kill zone. Us not knowing that, we had no clue, because we were just going to help the ranchers there in John Day. They had asked us to come. We don't usually ever travel together. It was manipulated. Mark McConnell was part of the undercover. They got us together. Anyway, we ended up, they didn't know I was there, I'm telling you. That was only God's work. And when I was put in that truck, when they started shooting at us, when we stopped the very first time, you don't see that because I didn't have my video camera on. But when they pulled us over the first time, they never approached the vehicle. They just started shooting first off as soon as we rolled out in the window. And that's why we don't want to get out. Ryan Payne was trying to protect us. He jumps out, even though they had shot at him first. And he jumps out to protect us and yells that there's women in the vehicle. They arrest him, and then we're not gonna stay there because we need to get to the sheriff. So Lavoie's telling them we have to go to the sheriff. At which point, when I said we were in fear, and I said our best weapon, we learned that down in Bunkerville, is get our cameras. Turn on your camera. So I turned on my video camera. I had a cell phone. My cell phone did not work. There was no service. They planned that. Later, I discovered that we were within 1 mile of that Grant County borderline. I didn't know that till a year later. But when I asked Lavoie how far we had to go, he said 54 miles. I almost had a heart attack.
Yeah, who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Oregon State Police.
Okay, well, I'm going over to meet the sheriff in Grant County. You'll come along with us, and you'll talk with us over there. You can go ahead and shoot me. Put the laser right there, put the bullet through the head. Okay, boys, this is going to get real. You want my blood on your hands? Get it done, because we got people to see and places to go. No, I don't. You need to back off. You need to back off.
Where in the heck is Ammon?
You shouldn't have ever stopped.
Did Ammon?
You're wasting oxygen, son.
Where they got
What? Oh, did they have Ryan? Did they arrest him?
he shouldn't have got out.
I'm not turning over. I'm going into Dade County.
Well,
Going into Grant County to the sheriff.
Well, if we duck and you drive, what are they gonna do? Try to knock us out? How much further we gotta go?
We got about 50 out miles.
Tell them to approach the vehicle.
Okay.
And Ryan's talking to him, right?
You be talking to him? I can't tell.
I can't even see him except the guy behind the door that's got his gun on us.
I said, there's no way we can outrun them and 54 miles on this icy road. And so they deliberately had this thing planned. And then we find out that they didn't want us to get to what they call the UN free zone. A UN free zone was because the sheriff in Grant County was a constitutional sheriff, and the government or the politicians declared it a UN free zone. They didn't want us there. And that's why they did what they did and killed Lavoie. They had intention to kill everybody in the truck. There was no doubt in our mind. And my video proves that.
We don't have any service. We have no service here.
Start calling people. They did it because there's no service here.
Yeah, they got it. They know it. There's no service here at all.
should never have stopped. You should never have stopped. I'm going to keep going.
Then we have to duck.
I know.
What are they gonna do with Ryan?
Okay.
If we take
We
off,
need
where
to
they
get
gonna do?
Ryan
Shoot-
back.
Shoot your tires out.
Most likely. Okay, Ryan Ammon. Where's
Why did they pull you over?
There's no service here.
Because. Okay, you ready? Well, where's the guns? They got him stopped. He can't get around. I'm going to go. You guys ready? Okay, get down.
Then you duck
Get
down.
down.
Give me that camera. Okay, give me this camera. Go. Got it.
Are they shooting?
Got it. Keep going.
What about Ammon and those guys? We can't get around them. I'm going to go get help. Okay.
Stay down,
Wait,
stay
I
down,
need
stay
to
down.
so I can call as soon as I get service.
Wait up, yeah, keep watching the phone so you can use service.
I don't have any.
I can't even get to a right.
Coming up fast.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, I don't know about numbers.
Well, I got numbers, but I can't call because we have no service.
Okay.
No, mobile network not available.
Do you have numbers for people here in town?
Yeah. Hey on.
Okay, they're shooting.
Hey on.
Okay, we're down. Okay, we're here.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Down. Trying to. Stay down, stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Damn it. Are they shooting him? Did I shoot him? You asshole. Oh my god! Hold still. Stay down.
Is he dead?
Don't get out.
I'm EMT!
Stop it.
Are you hit?
No, hold on, don't do it. Hey, they're shooting. Don't do anything. Keep the door shut. Where the hell is the boy? Yeah.
I can't see.
Shut up. Stay down, Ryan.
Oh, God!
Okay, stay down. Stay down. Oh, shit. Keep down.
Did they kill him?
I think they did, and they're shooting over here on this door.
I got hit too.
Okay,
Oh, you
hold
did?
still.
I don't know. It didn't.
Hold still, hold still.
Ryan, where did you get hit?
Hold still.
I'm not bleeding.
Okay, don't shoot
Where
us.
did you get hit, Ryan?
I'm okay.
Okay, I'm gonna take some.
It's okay.
I'm taking some. Keep down. Oh, shit. Well, I don't dare get out of the car. How are we supposed to get out of the car?
Did they tell us to get out of the car?
No, I can't hear anything. I don't dare get out of the car. Oh, shit! Quit shooting our windows.
Where are they shooting at?
They're hitting the windows. I don't know. They're trying to break their window.
God, keep us safe.
Please, please protect us,
Please,
God.
God. God.
Please protect us. Please protect us. Please protect us. We need help. We need help. We need help.
Did they kill him? They killed
No,
him.
I can see a laser coming in.
They killed. Oh my God.
Okay. So where's the rest of everyone?
Are you okay?
I can see lasers going by.
Where did you get hit?
I'm okay.
He's got lasers.
got a laser.
Keep your head down. I can see the laser. If you see a laser, keep it away. There's laser on your knee. Stop! I don't dare get out because they'll shoot me. Okay. Me either, but I don't know what to do because they keep shooting lasers at us.
Too stinking lax. Think things are just all dandy and fine. You got too damn lax.
Yeah. Damn, why do they keep shooting?
They're trying to take my head off.
I know, but all of us. Stop! 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 Please! Stop! Yes. Ah! That's ridiculous. Because you're stupid. They're gonna kill all of us? Father, please. Protect.
So the gas round.
Yeah, they're good wherever your nose, but. Do we get out? Do we get out?
No, don't get out.
I can't breathe. I can't. Okay. God. Okay. God. Please keep
Okay,
me. Okay, they got lasers still on us.
We got lasers still on us. Lavoy got out. I think they've killed Lavoy. They just shot gas rounds into the car. We're hunkered down in here, trying not to get shot.
He's shooting. That's what he's shooting at. Stop it!
Shooting more gas rounds in. The gas is getting pretty thick in here.
God, please.
Anyway.
You didn't get out. I don't know get out. Will they shoot me?
Yeah, they'll shoot you.
How am I gonna get out? If I get...
Anyway.
Can we put a white flag out?
Yeah, I would put a flag out. Let's put a flag out.
Do you have a white flag? Way up.
I'm not sure what they got. What you got?
There's a laser shooting right over here around this.
Okay. The gas dissipates.
He's trying to break this window. He's trying to break the window out.
Okay.
Does anybody have anything white? Does he have a white bra on?
I kick a shirt off. He's a laser trying to shoot this window. He's got this window open here.
Speak to people. They ambushed us on the way to John Day. And now they're shooting into our vehicle. And we're hunkered down. We do not have phone service at this location.
I surrender! Surrender?
Okay, I don't know. Let's get out.
Okay!
That's you, Ryan. I don't know if you can get out. You get out first. Let her in first. Let her out first. You go first. You go first.
Please don't shoot me!
Good. Go.
Okay, I get out.
Okay, get out.
Okay!
No, shoot Ryan first. Shoot you first, Ryan. Hands up. Hands up. Shit. Okay. Okay, go. Okay, hands up. Go, go. What is he doing still?
He said,
okay.
Wait, I can't go yet.
Okay. Okay, hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. Hang on. Okay. Okay. I still got my camera on for a minute. Okay, you ready?
It's just that I don't have it. I've not even seen the video. The police department took it. They released it into the public, and my personal opinion is that the Oregon State Police had discovered that they were set up by the FBI, and because they're the ones that did the shooting, but they was instigated by the FBI and infiltrated because FBI had no jurisdiction over the roads that the Oregon State Police did, and so they used the Oregon State to do that.
Let me interject this. This is why it's so crucial for the FBI to get involved was for the simple fact that if you go back to the WikiLeaks letters, and I'm going to break this down into two subjects here. One is James Comey's brother tied to the Clinton Foundation, but two, Robert Mueller going to Russia to give them samples of highly enriched uranium. This is why the FBI had to get involved. This is why there's several letters, communications between James Comey, Loretta Lynch, Barack Hussein Obama, to Kate Brown, and Ron Wyden, including Stephen E. Grassley, in which was well documented. The hard copies Sean Cox has, it's all in PDF files and stored in different locations. But there's a communication going on for 5 days, and 2 or 3 letters that we have between Barack Hussein Obama, Loretta Lynch, and James Comey going to Kate Brown. And then phone logs going from Ron Wyden to Stephen E. Grassley to David Ward, the sheriff, and Kate Brown. And Greg Walden, the representative. So I knew for a fact that they're already being set up for assassination, just on the letterhead, the way the first 3 sentences basically spelled out. I gave also the copies to Jeanette Finnegan for the wrongful termination, which is why what is specifically why the FBI had to get involved. James Comey, remember Clinton, because the Clinton Foundation, Russia, Barack Hussein Obama giving the uranium one from Canada going to Russia, and then God knows where. Well, we already know where it went. The uranium through Benghazi, and then that same uranium was used by ISIS to overthrow Assad. Remember, if everybody recalls, that they used a dirty bomb that was uranium. If you go back to the WikiLeaks, what is Robert Mueller, the one that's right now appointed to conduct an investigation on the Clinton Foundation, but turned around and now is investigating Donald Trump financial records? What is he doing, flying to Russia to give samples of highly enriched uranium to Russia?
Have you talked to the mainstream media about this, and has anybody contacted you? And this is like mind-blowing information. Sounds dangerous to me. Have you felt some of the heat?
Well, one thing is I never disclose my location. That's number one. The only time I do is when I go and I get a hold of Shauna Cox and I say, Shauna Cox, that's me here. For the most part, it's one of the reasons why I distance myself from the Patriot movement, because I believe that some people within the Patriot movement were already trying to set me up. So I had even people that you think they're your friends. Obviously, the FBI gets any type of criminal with a criminal record, and they plant them there. And they have infiltrated both sides of the movement. So what I mean, what do you call it? Infiltrating both sides of the movement. I mean, literally infiltrated both sides of this movement. So as long as you continue infighting, you're going to do 2 things: prevent the good people that participate in this movement to expose the truth, or to and scare them off. Basically, it's what's going on, and silence them. Now, so I said there's 2 parts. So that first part is the communication with Robert Mueller giving highly enriched uranium to Russia. And then the other part was the letterheads that were going between Kate Brown, Barack Hussein Obama, Loretta Lynch, and James Comey. This is what...
Telephone calls are subject to monitoring and recording.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's going on? Oh, not much. How you doing? I'm doing all right. How's it going? Cool? That's not bad. Not bad. Thank you, Wade. You know. Is it cooling down for you yet?
You what?
Is it cooling down for you yet?
It's
still hot down there.
It's still hot down here.
Yeah.
Although we're not working today. We're working, we're working Wednesday. We had today off.
Oh, nice.
I got to work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm off the weekend. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'll be out of here Thursday, so.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome.
Sure.
That's awesome. I mean, I've been counting the days down. Hell, I got $20 on my card or 15, so that's why I was sending you messages, checking up on you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was trying to figure out a way to make that so you could use it. I don't know how to do it.
Well, I mean, next time I call you, just, I'll call you with the other thing, and then you can charge it to you or whatever, or just card or whatever you want to.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
How much you been talking to people? You saying all the bullshit that's going on outside, or are you letting them tell you about it?
Oh no, I know all about it. Yeah.
I figured. Okay.
I know that Nanny is a cunt, and
yeah.
And I know all the big bullshit, FM bullshit, and Bill bullshit, and
okay.
Apparently Locksmith was drunk on a stream last night or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he did a couple of streams yesterday, and then did one the day before.
Right.
And one thing that I didn't know.
Message on Instagram or something like that, trying to call, trying to get his number, text it to me.
Okay, so I did, and he wasn't very receptive to it.
Why not? Why doesn't he want to talk to me?
I don't know. I don't know whether he didn't want to he didn't say. I don't know whether it was he didn't want to give me his phone number, but I can read you exactly what I sent to him and what his response was.
Well, he responded. Send him a message being like, ask him if his issues with me. I mean, because I really have no problem with him. I don't know why he would have a problem with me either.
Okay. I will do that. Because I sent him a message the last time that we talked when, I said, hey, Locke, was Edward able to get a hold of you? And he said, nah. And I said, I tried to get him your number. He wanted to talk. I talked to him and have an open line of communication with him. He asked me to reach out to you. I was only able to provide him with your business number listed on your website. I Googled it when I was on the phone with him. He had to contact somebody to get in touch with me because he didn't have anyone's phone numbers. He goes, it's all good. And I said, I can get him your number if you like. If not, I understand. He says, nah, fuck it. So that was the response that I got back from Locksmith. That was the same night or the next day, I think, after I reached out to Cat Eyes. Because I didn't know if you got in touch with him. So you want me to straight up ask him if he's got a problem with you?
Yeah, for sure. Tell him that's what I'm asking, and if not, I'll call him when I get out, I guess.
Okay. Edward was asking if you had a problem with him. He would like to talk to you. Okay, that's what I said. I said, hey, bro, Edward was asking if you had a problem with him. He would like to talk to you. And I'll leave it at that. The other two people I reached out to were Cat Eyes and Locksmith, if they were aware.
Right.
And then I also found out that Jeff also read all of my private messages between me and him, or started passing them around to the community. But that happened way back at the beginning of all this stuff when I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, okay.
He did that on tap, and I deleted when I and it's probably my own mistake, but when I blocked Jeff, I just deleted all of his messages. I wanted nothing to do with him. But he did a drunk stream. You remember that drunk stream where he was motherfucking and all that stuff? He was talking about me and talking about you. Yeah, and fucking telling anybody that they could have our private messages if they wanted it.
Right.
So.
Well, if that's what I'm saying, I should use everybody. I got plenty of private messages with me and him that are going out as soon as I get out, So.
Good for you.
Including the ones where I got commercially shirt, and he admits that he knows about it because it, So that goes to show that it wasn't a plot between me and him.
Good. So you are coming out swinging.
Yep. I mean, and that's, you know, swinging on
Yeah.
on
Sure. Well, I got your back.
CCD right away, you know, even.
Yep.
Because that shows that truth really did exist, you know, and you weren't just plotting that shit, you know, because that's what people think. People think that we shot at him to say that, you know, and the messages will show me actually to mess him up about, like, how come you didn't go public with that?
Right. Well, he's also, like, I don't know whether it was Bill said FM's not allowed on his channel. There's a lot of shit that's going on that I'm not aware of, Edward.
Right.
Because when I said that I unsubbed from those guys, I really did. The only reason that I found out about what Jeff did is Angela and Aaron got into it a little bit in Locksmith's chat last night. And I just went and perused his channel, and lo and behold, you know, he had the video, he had the clip of the video of Jeff talking about me. So that's how I got that. But
well, there's messages where I'm like, you know, how the fuck did you, like, what did I say? I said something like, how the fuck did you know about him ripping your shirt off and you not even saying anything about it, you know? I mean, I said, that's a bitch move. And then he's like, oh, what's Jeff's move? Yeah, I knew about the shirt, but it's all a Jeff move, blah, 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 you know? I think you're waiting on him to talk shit about who? You? Me? What? I mean, you're not going to go public with that? You sitting on this information? Like, what the fuck? I mean, you know?
Yeah.
If she goes to the police, you didn't even back her? And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll back her if she goes to the police. You know, so it goes to show that me and him were plotting on that, you know, and that's going to hurt Tommy a lot more than it hurts FM, but it's going to hurt FM too, because, you know, I'm putting that up as messages, so.
Yeah, good.
Because that goes to show that Tommy did something about that. Me and him and I were just plotting in the background.
No, it was legit.
You know?
Oh, you know what's happened, you know, basically all of the motherfuckers that you routed out of the community for being pieces of shit are now back in the community.
Right.
That's why I'm not going around. You know, I got a weird phone call the other day, and you know, maybe it's just me being paranoid, but it was from somebody with a real southern accent asking me if I wanted to take part in a medical trial from CBS.com. And they were asking me a whole bunch of questions, and I just said, no, I'm not in a condition to be doing that. Thanks for calling. The only thing they got out of me was my birth date and my name.
Right.
But, you know, I shut it off, because they called the house phone to start with. They didn't call my cell phone. So, like, I even got weird about that, knowing about, well, you're aware that Dick is telling people that he's going to be calling your family members, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got it recorded. I've been taking snippets of shit that he's been saying. Right now he's focused on Cam, but he's throwing your name in there every once in a while. And I just found a panel where he spent 2 hours on panel with Aaron.
Right.
So, you know. But, you know, Angela knows more about this shit than I do, because I've been really trying to stay out of it, because every time I go into a chat and I say something, I get fucking crucified. It's just the way it is, you know. So, but yeah, I'm counting down the days for you to be out, man. I think about you every day, man. I'm just, today's the 3rd. So,
9 days.
9 days. I can't wait, man.
Well, 30 p.m. here, that's what I'm saying, 9 days from
Yep.
3rd. So.
Nice. Now, yeah, I don't know what to do about this thing with Locke. I wasn't able to get a read on him, and, like, I didn't want to do it in public, and, you know, like, I don't know.
Right.
He just was kind of nonchalant about it. So, I mean, the last time I had talked to Locke before that was May 10th.
Well, that's because they already talked up about it. Like, you know, they were asking what the vehicles and taking them in time, you know what I mean? So. Yeah.
Well, and I tried to explain to him that I hadn't even gotten a call from you until you reached out to somebody to get my phone number.
Right.
You know, and I tried to explain that to him, but he's like, nah, it's all good.
I'm like, okay, man. I mean, you know. So I sent him this message. We'll see if he replies to me. If he does, I'll leave you a message, you know, and I'll let you know one way or another. But you know, like he had Jeff on his channel last night. He did 2 streams. You know, he was live for about, I don't know, a few hours, and then you know, because he went into Jeff's channel. You know, Jeff had a big. I didn't even see it, but apparently a big exposure about STC last night, and everybody was like, yeah, whatever. And then Locke went in there and said, yeah, I know. Well, then Locke goes in and got banned, so Locke did a stream called "Fuck You, Jeff and Your Cronies."
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't even listen to the second stream. I guess Jeff requested a stream with Locke. And so they did a second stream last night with Jeff up there on the panel. I didn't even listen.
Do you have Christy on IG?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just reach out to her. I'm thinking about her. So I want to hang in there, 9 days, whatever,
Yeah, we'll do. We'll do. I can do that. Is there anything else you want me to do?
No, that should do it. I know she's real, stressed out or whatever, so just, tell her I love her from now. Talk to her whenever I get out, or whatever.
Yeah.
I know she's a nice girl, but I don't know how it is. She don't call to your work, so. I mean,
I don't know if
you call internationally, so if you get a number, then let me know.
All right. I'll reach out to her.
Yeah. Just text me your number if she gives it to you,
All right. I can do that.
Because it does say when I'm making a call, for international calls, dial blah, 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 whatever it is,
Yeah, I'll see if she responds to me. She's been kind of not around much here recently.
Yeah.
She did a stream and held up all this meditation and shit that she was on. I felt so bad about that, and of course she got fucking tore up for it.
Yeah, if you put my name in the first couple words of it, though, she'll probably respond right away.
Well, Edward was wondering if I could ask your phone number on to him. I have an open line of communication with him. So we'll see. So I said, oh, Christy, how are you? Edward was wondering if she just seen it. So, thinking about you. So yeah, she's replying to me right now. So. Yeah, I've talked to, Ray won't respond to me. I tried to get in touch with Ray, but he won't respond to me. I only talked to Bill for about 10 minutes on the phone the other day when he called me about you.
Yeah, I talked to Ray once.
Have you? Okay. So, and Matt has just not been anywhere. I don't know where he is.
Right.
So, but yeah, Angela was telling me she talked to you the other day, and she said that she's going to be shoulder to shoulder with you when you come out swinging. And I'll be right there with you.
Yep.
I'll be right there with you, bro. I haven't been out, adding to this bullshit that's going on right now because there's absolutely nothing that I can say or do that's going to change this. So.
No, I know. Well, I think I'm about to branch out, but yeah, just you can text me her number if she gives it to you or whatever, and I'll call her tomorrow.
All right, sounds good,
Just tell her I'll call her tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
We'll talk to you later.
All right, bro. Yep, later.
All phone calls are subject to monitoring and recording.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, send that bitch a number that I'm gonna call right now.
Okay, hang on for a second. Let me put my headphones.
Okay.
Because she's not available right now.
Oh, she's not? Oh, okay.
Well, she's going to be. She says Hang on, okay, I can hear you now. The speaker isn't loud enough on my phone because of that. She said she's at the hospital getting x-rays right now.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll call her tomorrow then.
Okay. Because, yeah, she replied back to me after we got off the phone, and she wasn't 100% sure if the first digits on that phone number was right.
She doesn't know what country code in Mexico?
She thought it was right.
I think it is. Well, check what Mexican country code is for a phone call. Is it 152? Like, we're
512,
you know what I mean?
think. Yeah. So, Mexico country code.
Like, we're 1, the UK is 044.
Plus 52.
It's what?
Plus 52.
Oh, okay. So it may not be 152. It may just be 52.
It might be 512 or whatever she put. It might just be, yeah.
Okay.
That's what it says. You would dial 011 before entering the country code 52. The area code. Yep.
I would have dialed wrong anyway, so that's perfect. So yeah, just tell her I'll call her tomorrow.
Okay, I did tell her that you were going to call her tomorrow, but she's going to reach back out to me. She basically says, I asked her if she could talk, and she said, yeah, give me an hour or so, please. I'm waiting my turn for an x-ray. I'm at the lab.
I think you could.
So,
I'm just playing, I mean, it's funny.
yeah.
You know.
It is. Yeah, but I don't know. She just said she hadn't told anybody.
Never mind, I'll ask her.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't even know if she took him back. I don't know what exactly happened.
Her dad can end up killing him. Her dad knows cartel members and shit.
Yeah. Well, she said, nobody knows but you. I've not told anyone about this new situation that happened to me. It happened on Saturday. So.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll talk to her.
Yeah. I'll make sure when she calls me back, and I'll let her know for sure you'll be getting a hold of her tomorrow.
All right, cool. Yeah. All right.
All right. Later, brother.
Our phone calls are subject to monitoring and recording. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine. I can barely hear you, but that's okay.
I'm trying to leave us to sleep until.
Yeah. Nick told me you were gonna call. I know that you're okay, that I told you. So, I said I was not gonna do any panel until after the 14th.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna put you in actually.
Okay, I will not say anything. But yeah, it hasn't been a good time for me either. So, it's just that Saturday and I have a broken wrist and apart from my knee injury, like you missed a lot of bad things. But that's okay. I'm still alive and now I have what's it called? That I didn't have before.
Oh, okay. So maybe he came around to you worth kickers.
He cannot see my daughter or my oldest son or me or come near me. If I'm at a restaurant, he cannot go, like, and I school him. And they're looking for him because he now has to go to jail.
Really?
Because he took, it's 1 year. Because he took all my money and the cars and that. Like, I have zero money. Zero. Like, nothing. And no cars. So, but I will be fine. And I'm getting psychiatric treatment. And I'm feeling better. But you're the one that we should be talking about. So, you're okay.
Well, what time do you talk tomorrow?
What time what?
What time can you talk tomorrow?
Anytime. I'm not going to work because I have all these injuries. So they gave me till August off. So you can call me anytime.
What time do you wake up usually?
Oh, that's a good question. Like at 11? 11 my time. That's what? My time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll call you and just keep it up. I love you. You know,
too. I love you too, and you're like my number one always. And now I said that we're a couple, and that's the inside joke.
Well, maybe this is good, man. I'll keep it all okay, man. Don't worry about that.
I'll tell you later how that started, because you know, like one thing you write, and then it becomes a reality. So now we're dating and smashing long distance. So yeah, you can call me tomorrow for sure.
All right. Yeah, I
Love you.
Yeah.
Okay, bye bye.
Telephone calls are subject to monitoring and recording. Edward?
Hey, my mom said she woke you up earlier, so I'm just calling to wake your ass up again. What's up?
No, it wasn't early. I slept in because I had stayed up too late. I love your mother. She's going to make she has a chicken in the oven, and tomorrow she's going to make a salad with that. And I'm like, oh, that sounds good. What time are we eating? And we laugh. Your mother is so sweet. Yeah, good. You talk to her.
Yes.
Yes. Good. Okay, yeah. She's so sweet. She loves you so much. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
She's a sweet, sweet, sweet lady. So yeah, I just put the word out just to JC if you.
We need everybody to smash the like. It's gonna take all of us. Yes, ma'am. I'm just kidding.
I think you do a good job. I really do.
Pretty cool that you guys did that. Thank you, Predator Country Drama.
Series this week called Rock on the Wild Side. And today we're going to meet a band that's been described by their manager as a cross between Kiss, the Rocky Horror Picture Show, the World Wrestling Foundation, and The Simpsons. To me, they really look like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on LSD, but the name is GWAR. And wherever they perform, thousands of kids flock to their concerts hoping to be dragged on stage and sprayed with blood. I mean, the whole thing, I don't get it. Anyhow, they have a new videotape and an album called Scum Dogs. Here's one I'm going to win again. Scum Dogs of the Universe. Thank God it's out. Will you please welcome GWAR?
Well, Miss Rivers, the first thing I would like to do here, as Ultra Strongest lead singer of GWAR and my friend Beefcake the Mighty, we would like to heap lavish amounts of praise upon you. Let's hear it right now. A little cheer for the star. Hip, hip, hooray! Hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Let's give her a hand. Here you go. Don't you like it? I took it up.
I'm gonna make it into a lamp. Let me ask you, what is going on in your concert? You throw blood out of the audience, right? You throw dismembered limbs in theory, right? This all goes on during the concert, right? What is your philosophy?
to be destroyed on stage en masse.
Right.
They do not dislike this, rather they throw themselves gleefully into the jaws of death.
Yes.
That's right. It's sort of a microcosm of the entire human condition, if you will.
Indeed.
They line up
What
to
the hell are you talking about? Let me...
Nothing to eat, John. It's okay.
Everywhere you look now.
As you look on TV, you'll see people being run over by tanks, people being beaten by the police, people starving, new sexual diseases. Obviously, the human race is in love with self-destruction. We are only satisfying a consumer need.
That's right. Supply and demand.
Supply and demand.
And you are supplying a consumer to me. I mean, you're in such popular... It's something you're becoming huge. But what about children coming to your shows? You throw blood into not real blood, I hope.
Oh, of course it's real blood. What are you talking about?
No, seriously.
No, seriously. Everyone who comes to our show is ground up, and after the show, they are dragged onto the stage, and tiny robotic arms take the fillings out of their teeth.
Yes.
The rest of their bodies are ground into guar dog food. Now they drop is wasted.
Where is Guar, by the way? That's where you come from, or that's the name of the group, or both?
No, the place where we come from. Well, Beefcake, what planet are you from again?
Well, I'm from the planet cholesterol. It's,
I am from the planet Scumdogia, in the center of the universe, far past Uranus. Now, we were banished to the human... We were banished to this insignificant mudball planet Earth.
making me sick, this planet.
Because we were eating too many chili cheese burritos and generally making a mess of things. So we were banished here to serve eternal penance until the day that we were recalled to the stars to do whatever, happens.
But it's not much of a prison because obviously on this planet we can defy gravity and we're having fun,
Yes, we can blow on our thumbs and grow to 300 feet in the air.
And hang on the Empire State Building.
You probably have already done that at Sally Jesse, but...
That razor-sharp wit of yours, Joe.
What do you worry about? Do you worry about music at all?
Why worry? We're wonderful. Yes, we are. We don't even play the guitars. Actually, telekinetically, we manipulate these fretboards with our minds.
Mind music. But who writes your music? Do you have any involvement in that at all?
Well, indeed, we created the word music, the whole concept of units. After we destroyed the dinosaurs, we stretched their gizzards across the Grand Canyon.
Snapping them lightly.
And Beefcake composed the first song ever, I believe.
That's right.
I write the songs.
That's right.
Very well stolen.
Every piece of music ever written was
robbed of guar.
Indeed, yes.
What about, sex in your act?
What about sex?
In our act?
In your act.
Sex?
Yeah, and they say that there's a lot of sexual things going on in the act, and that's what makes it takes it to a whole different area that makes Two Live Crew look sweet.
Two Live who? I don't watch much television.
Of course,
For your show. We watch your show 24 hours a day. Yes, I know what you're talking about, this Two Live spew and the guys who say the F word a lot. Well, I, for one, are really glad they got off, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What about you? Are there a lot of sexual innuendos in your acts and sex?
Well, there's no innuendo.
There's nothing innuendo-less about it, There's a 15-foot-long growing penis that spews digestive fluid everywhere.
Now, you have that on stage, and yet you let
Not
children...
all the time. Sometimes, it haunts us. It follows us gig to gig,
A nightmare.
We've had some problems, you understand.
Weren't you arrested?
John, you really shouldn't have.
I'm sorry.
No, strength, like my friend Lawrence Olivier would tell me. Indeed. It's true in the human suburb of Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you, Beefcake, for being here for me right now. Thank you very much. We have, or I used to have anyway, an object growing between my thighs that we call the cuttlefish of Cthulhu. Now, this aforementioned object was attached to my body, and the police, they came to the show, and they told me that, I was trying to simulate a human penis. What an insult.
I mean, why would they need to, that's ridiculous.
So anyway,
they arrested you, not...
Well, they didn't arrest me so much as bribe me, take me back to the station house. You know, they said they wanted to do a bunch of confiscated crack with me. And hey, I love to party, you know, so went back to the station house. The next thing I knew, I was totally unconscious, and they had amputated the cuttlefish with a laser saw and buried it in a nuclear waste sludge pile. And, yes, the Charlotte police was holding the cuttlefish for some time. Tipper Gore was holding it for a while, but they made her give it back.
Let me ask you up reluctant. How far are you guys gonna go?
Cleveland.
Aren't you worried that people don't get that you're very funny, that they're going to take it seriously, that they're going to see something like this?
Well,
and,
that's pretty
what I'm
serious,
saying. No, but I mean, that somebody's going to go home and say, well, that's what they do. Whack, that's what I mean, aren't you frightened of the responsibility
Well,
that you
I
have?
think anyone who did that is probably a very disturbed person to begin with.
That's right. We don't want to know those kind of people.
You see, John...
That's what, that's serious. I mean, I know. I think you're brilliant, and I think you're terrific. But I think it worries me that someone's going to watch you guys and say, okay, that's what we do.
Well, let them join the army or something. There's plenty of outlets for that.
They can be policemen or something.
Yes, they can do that.
But I think you're funny. I think you're bright. A pleasure talking to you. Please come back anytime you're in the neighborhood. Just drop in. And, we'll be right back with Stephanie Powell.
And guys like that, Waylon Jennings. I don't know heavy metal, but you made a heavy metal record album, which we're going to take a look at in a little while. But tell us about that. How'd that come about, and where did the proceeds go?
Well, we covered a few songs. Actually, Brian Slagle, I think we talked about this a little last year. You know, he, from Mailblade Records in L.A., he was the one who brought it all about. Big hockey fan. He thought it'd be something neat to do, you know, with hockey and music. So we covered a song from Motorhead and a song from AC/DC with a few of his bands. A large portion of the proceeds are going towards leukemia. From the record production, they're going to the City Hope Fund, and my proceeds will be going towards the Long Island chapter. It's for a good cause, and it's something I had a lot of fun with. It's not something you get to do every day, and I wasn't going to turn down this opportunity to.
Well, we talked with Ken Baumgartner a few moments ago.
Once again, to Lato's Law.
I have several adages, rules that I say just apply to human behavior, and I've said it repeatedly. Anytime there's money, there will be people trying to figure out how to scam that money, how to steal that money, how to get their hands on that money, even though the money is not theirs. And so this is going to tie in, and Brian sent this, thanks a lot. Brian with a Y. And this is pretty cool because it ties in with another topic we like to talk about on this channel, and that's homeowners associations. Homeowners associations. So the headline from thesun.com is, my homeowners association board were arrested. Over $2 million stolen from residents after a monstrous fee hike was passed in secret. So there's a lot to unpack there, as we say. Rachel Dobkin wrote this. Board members from Florida's largest homeowners association allegedly stole $2 million from the members of that association. That's according to the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office. Former and current officials from the association that was in charge of 40 communities allegedly took millions from the organization and pocketed it for themselves in a scheme that lasted years. There was a whole bunch of people charged, the former HOA president and her husband, the current HOA president, a board member, and a former board member. 5 of them have been charged here. All 5 have pleaded not guilty. Now, the Miami-Dade State Attorney said in November of 2022, racketeering and money laundering are terms we usually associate with drug cartels. Never would anyone have connected such serious criminal allegations to one of the largest homeowner associations in Florida. The charges stem from misappropriating board funds to personal use, the state attorney said. And again, these are allegations. People have been arrested, they've been charged, but they've entered not guilty pleas. And unless and until they're found guilty, they are as innocent as the day is long. Okay? Legally. 10 months prior to being charged with stealing the millions of dollars, the HOA board held a secret budget meeting and then implemented a 300 to 400% increase in monthly maintenance fees, according to the Miami Herald. After these people were arrested, a resident spoke out about the high fees that she had been paying. It was fine until this new board took over, and it's gone to crap, says a woman speaking to WSVN. Oh, it's a TV station down there a friend of mine used to work at. I'm paying almost $500 to an HOA, which is ridiculous, she said. She accused the HOA of abusing their money. And it's one thing to be abused personally, but when someone abuses your money, yeah, that's serious. This has really set me back. I didn't want to lose my house, so what else could I do, she said. They're threatening to take it away if I don't pay them. Meanwhile, another man who began supervising the HOA after the scandal came to light found that the scheme actually generated $1 million more than previously reported. He said in court in February of this year that the fraud turned out to be a $3 million fraud, and that was $3 million and counting, meaning it might go even higher. So the court ordered a receiver. And that's when the court says, okay, there's cash flow happening here. And the court is so concerned about this cash flow that the court is going to insert a receiver in here that's going to actually intercept all incoming cash and handle the financial needs of this entity. So the HOA at that moment in time was no longer getting the fees sent to them. It was going to the receiver who would safeguard them. And meanwhile, they said that having a receiver appointed was exceedingly abnormal for an HOA board. 4 other ex-HOA board members were also sued this year for allegedly playing a part in the scheme by allowing or failing to stop the ongoing misappropriation of funds by former board members, according to the civil complaint obtained by the media. Meanwhile, there's 4 people named in that lawsuit as defendants. And then last April, an election was held for 7 new board members. So they replaced the board. And one person who did very well in that election said, it was a secure and fair election, the best I've seen in my 30 years here, and we feel relief. So they replaced the board, and it looks like this whole bunch of people on the board and former board members have been accused of all kinds of wrongdoing, some of them arrested. And it's either $2 or $3 million that may have been misused by these people, which gets back to my thing about anytime there's money involved. And I've mentioned before, I was actually on the board of a condo association, briefly, about 1 year. And the condo association had a board, and I don't know, 7 people on it maybe. But we also had a management company that we had hired, and they'd been in place for years. And they handled all kinds of stuff for us, including they handled the collection of the association fees, and they handled the books. And so every single board meeting we'd come to, there'd be an agenda in front of your place, and you'd sit down and you'd flip through the agenda, and then the management company's rep would come in, and it was the same guy every single time, good guy. And he'd come in and go, I'm going to walk you through this now. And he'd say, okay, here's how much money we've got in the account, and here's why. We started with this much money. We had these expenses. We brought in this much money in fees. By the way, here are how many delinquencies he's got, how bad they are. And then, what is interest earned or something? And then here's the grand total at the bottom. Now let's go over those expenses one by one. We go over the expenses one by one, make sure they're okay, make sure they're approved, make sure blah, 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 blah. And we watched that account, every penny of it, every single month. And now I'll tell you, it never occurred to me to try to get my hands on that money. But I'm just saying that anytime there's a lot of money someplace, there'll be somebody trying to figure out how to get their hands on it. And so I suspect that this homeowners association board didn't have the proper oversight with, I don't know, a professional manager, somebody who does this kind of stuff for a living. And keep in mind that all of the reports that were generated by this manager were available to anybody who wanted to see them if you were a member of the association. And I know that we also sent out newsletters, and the newsletters would often contain a little write-up in the bottom right-hand corner of one page that would just be a summary, and it would say, here is what the financials look like for this association. Here's how much money we got in hand, here's what our projected costs are gonna be, blah, 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 blah. Here's how much money we have to keep in reserve in case of an emergency, that kind of thing. So it's crazy that you see arrests in a situation like this. I've never heard of this, but it doesn't surprise me simply because you have an entity handling a lot of money, and people being people are gonna go, gee, that's a lot of money. How do I get my hands on that? And when there's 7 people on the board or 5 people on the board, whatever it was, well, the way those boards work, you need to get everyone on board with respect to doing something like this. Otherwise, someone's gonna go, you guys can't do that. So it's a weird situation, but Brian, thanks for sending it. From thesun.com, Rachel Dobkin wrote it. My homeowner association board were arrested. Over $2 million stolen from residents after the 300% fee hike was passed in secret, which, by the way, is something I kind of glossed over there. But somewhere along the way, they just decided to jack the fees by a factor of 3. And they said they did that in secret. And so I can tell you that when we had important things like that we had to consider, we would actually let the members know and say, by the way, we are going to have a meeting next month where we're going to discuss this major problem, this major project, whatever it is, and anyone who's a member of the association is welcome to attend and speak and tell us your thoughts and your opinions and your feelings. We don't care. Every now and then someone would show up, but for the most part, no. And I think that was a sign that most people thought, well, things are going okay here. Now, I do know that there was a special assessment at one point in time that people squawked about, but I seem to recall it was like $25 or $50, and it was for a limited time only. So, not that bad, but this is a crazy situation because they've been arrested. Unbelievable. Questions or comments, put them below. Let's talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching Leto's Law. Why is the word abbreviation so long?
You guys look white as f***. What's your name?
Noel.
That is the whitest name, bro. And what do you do, man?
X-ray tech.
What's a weird story? Anyone broke a dick?
There's a thing that essentially a man's dick points to the direction of his injury.
Yo, what? So, if a motherfucker is skiing and he breaks his left arm, the dick's like, hey.
Who does, but it's his opinion. You know?
He wanted to be the next News Now Houston. That's what he wanted to do. When I say that, I mean as far as having 100K subs or more. That's what his intent was, and it just didn't work out for him. So listen to the advice that he was trying to give you, that you were not listening to. And
again, he goes back to reference Madman that I need to listen to his advice, blah, 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 blah. So, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to end it right there. There's not more anything that is even worth playing. I think I'm covered what I wanted to cover. So, yeah. Right? Yeah. That's why I was telling Flying Monkey, you know, we must live rent-free in his head because he sure does have a lot to say. Him and Gomer. But from after this stream is done and over, I'm not doing no more content on Abe or Gomer. They're just not worth it. They're absolutely not worth my time or energy. Heck, I guess in a sense, I could take. I'm doing what he says. Do something else. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go on and do what I've been doing. Before Abe and Gomer came around.
Do you like life?
But yeah, any thoughts? And let me ask my side chat this. How do I want to word this? What are your opinions on me letting Rick Crude on my panel? And maybe I need to pull out specifics because I know Flying Monkey's already pretty much told me, answered that. So if I may ask Ed. And do say Betty if she's still here. Verbal if you're still here. Guido if you're still here. Binks if you're still here. Look at all the fictitious names that Detective Gomer uses. Ask yourself why. You're telling your decision, yeah? Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that going to sway your decision on coming to my live streams because I had Rick Crude on my panel? Well, you see, I let him up, because I had a flyby person that came up, never seen him before. He said he just ran across my live stream and he decided to pop up. And then Rick Crude shortly came up thereafter. And those two hit it off pretty much right off the bat because they know about Houston. Well, I could not contribute to the conversation, because I had no clue what they were talking about. So I was letting them just get acquainted. And I'm not a confrontational person. I'm not going to just pull somebody up here and just well into them. I know there's people out who are like that, like Madman. But look, he's in a position he can do that. I'm not exactly in a position to just bring people up and start just wailing on them. But yeah, I was just curious what my side chat thought. So and there's people that I would not have on my panel. Rick Productions, we know what that dude is all about. No. That shit's disgusting, And everyone's going to have their own views. Ed, I was asking, what are your takes, or what is your opinion on me letting Rick Crude on my panel? Mr. Ed might be in two places. If you don't know already, Mr. Ed is good people. Mr. Ed comes on here for the laughs, to stir the shit pot, to put out memes, to make us all laugh. Mr. Ed is one of those types that will tell it like it is. No filter. Been around. I mean, I've known Mr. Ed from the YouTubes for at least 4 years now. So. There you go. It's your live stream. I don't give a fuck. Guido, yes. You said, I think if you're going to fuck with him, and my response to that was, well, I'm not a confrontational person, so that wouldn't even happen. But, like I said, I don't think that's going to detour anyone from coming to my chat. Now, I can say that it did impact my viewer count, which, whatever. I think by the time that we were all done, I had 3 people left. And again, I just don't believe he's going to come up on my panel no more. I mean, shoot, that's fine. If I'm not that much of an interesting person, then I'm just not that much of an interesting person.
It simply makes you more of what you already are.
Alright, here we go. Oh my god. Remember this. You started all this shit with me. Actually, I did not, Abe. Actually, I did not start all this shit with you. So there's that little man. Well, Abe, like I said, I didn't start this with you, man. I did not start all this with you. This started, from what I can see, and I know you're not going to agree with this, whatever. It started whenever I let Miss Joe up on panel, and she just told you to shut up, and you wouldn't shut up, and I ran with it. I ran with that. Then you started to attack me. No. Then you started to attack me. No, I didn't start it. No. You sure the hell didn't. No, okay. Brother join legal list. It's already pinned. Oh shit, I thought I had it pinned. Hold on. There you go. I would love to hash it out. I would love to hash it out with you too. Like I said, I don't know neither one of you two, and you two don't know me. All right. Most of the people that are in here, like your Ed, your Flying Monkey, your Verbal, they know me, and you know what? They pounce on me time to time, and I don't take it personal. I don't take that personal. Verbal pounces on me quite a bit. See who else. Even do say Betty's pounced on me. You know, I don't take that personal. What else? Who else? I gotta scroll up. I don't. Ed definitely. He can pounce on me time to time, and that's fine. He's even made memes of me. So.
You got me.
Yeah.
Well, look, ER, here's the thing. This whole thing started as a lie, which I don't know. I believe it was Blue Eyes that started it with Flying Monkey 1. That I was trying to get her middle name on someone's live stream, right? So then, now hold on a second. We determined that it came from Lady Di's live stream backstage. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I remember. Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Let me explain something to you, sir. Do you know that I am a guy who is a channel owner of her channel, and I monitor all of her activity on her channel?
Well, that's
okay.
obvious.
Good. Well, then you ought to be. You should know you're talking to someone that knows a little bit more about this than all of you put together, right? So what happened? Go to my community tab. I would encourage you to do that, and I want you to go back and I want you to look at. I actually took a screenshot about 10 minutes before Blue Eyes got on Lady Di's live stream, and a clone account of me got on there and started flooding her backstage with messages about Beware Mouse. Probably the same one. If there was someone that put a comment in there about looking for a middle name, that's probably the same one. See, I made this mistake back in March. Okay? I was on the shit show, and I was in the chat, and there was Peachy Rider, who was also in the chat. This exact same thing happened with Peachy Rider earlier this year, backstage on Lady Di's. Clone account of hers comes backstage, drops comments in there, which like Salty Rant, Lying Monkey 1, Rick Rude, and others have been spewing since the get-go of this, saying I'm a pedo, right? And that's bullshit. Pardon my French, but that is BS, and they all know it. Now, I didn't know that Lady Di blocked Peachy Rider from her channel because I guess they had a little fallout. So that was not actually her. It was a fake Peachy Rider.
Yep.
So I got on the shit show and did the exact same thing that all of you are doing right now with me. And you can't sit there and say you're not part of it, ER, because you are. So what happened was I got on the shit show chat and I started basically going at Peachy Rider saying, why did you call me a pedo on Lady Di's? And then she goes, I don't know what you're talking about. So then guess what happens? The clone account of Lady Di shows up in the shit show and starts causing problems with both of us. So then I get up on the panel, then Peachy Rider gets on the panel, and then she tells me, look, that's not me. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do it. So I apologized to her for that. And I issued her a written apology in my community tab, which is still there. Yeah, you did, Flying Monkey 1. You did it in Salty Rant's live chats, which, by the way, he's privatized all of them from March and April, and he will not put those back on his channel. He's got them private, and there's a reason why he has them private, because of what you guys were doing for over a month to me. Because you guys were doxing me. Why don't we get Salty Rant up on the panel, Flying Monkey 1, to address this with me? They probably won't do it.
If they want, they're more than welcome. But before they do, I want to ask you this though, because I'm still lost. How do
you were lost from the beginning, sir?
Let me ask my question. How do I factor into this? Because everything that you have,
I don't know where you came from. I don't.
Is a lie.
My viewpoint on you is that you're trying to you're trying to become the next Not Now 90. That's my opinion of you.
That's fine.
And yeah, that's it, sir. And I think that you like this controversy, and I think you were in on this. why would you get out there and spread these lies about me, sir?
What
If
lie?
you had
Hold
no
on,
hold
time out,
on, hang on a
time out.
second.
No, time out.
Just a minute.
What lie?
No,
Tell
you
me
had
the
no
lie.
receipts. You had zilch. And then you said, then you told me, oh, I got email evidence. What would you say to that? And you didn't have jack shit, sir.
I never said I had email evidence.
Yeah, you did.
No.
I got a download of you when I first got up on this panel before Lady Di got on here, I believe it was. And you're sitting there saying what if I was to tell you I got evidence that you did this? Remember
Okay,
that?
time out.
You did that. You said that.
Time out. If you got evidence of this, then do me a favor. Make a video. God forbid, not a 30-minute video, but just a video showing that.
Okay. Well, you know what? Ever since this whole thing started with me, none of you guys put together have come out with a single receipt. Nothing. Zilch. Isn't that right, Flying Monkey 1? Right? Salty Rant, what do you got to say about that? See? So you guys came out and spread all these lies about me, and you had nothing there. Zilch.
Well, like I said, your view on me is wrong.
How am I wrong? What is your vested interest?
I'm not, I don't know how you're weaving me into this, but
you, sir, interjected yourself into this.
Okay, hold on.
That's what you did.
Let me speak. Okay. Now, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. All right. Because I was in your live stream, and we don't need to review it. I'm just giving you the picture here. How all that went down in your chat. Miss Joe came up, Gomez came up, they hashed it out, so on and so forth, right? Okay, then I did a live stream whenever that was, I don't remember. All right, and then Miss Joe obviously had an issue with you prior to your stream, your live stream, which I'm still really don't know what that was all about. You know, what?
You know.
Okay,
right,
hold on. I'm not finished.
Okay, go on. I want to say something, Miss Joe, when you're done.
Okay, so listen. Now, I let those three. It was Miss Joe, Flying Monkey. I think it was Flying Monkey, and I think it was Blue Eyes that wanted to say their piece to you. So I let them. I let the just like I'm letting you have the platform to talk to them, right? So I let that. All right, and I didn't say much of anything. So I didn't know what was going on. Now,
you still don't know what's going on.
Okay, let me finish.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess you could say I interjected myself, and this is the way it panned out. Yeah, I chuckled and laughed and called you dishonest and da-da-da-da, you know, just going along with it.
You did.
Now,
yes,
yes, I did. Yeah. I did indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I had no idea that you would take that so personal. Because this is YouTube after all.
It is YouTube. I have been on this thing since it started.
Okay,
Miss Joe, why don't you hang on, Miss Joe?
Dude, I'm not.
I thought. Okay. Are you okay? Go ahead.
Okay, so
just within our circle, and I can name them off, but they know who they are. We can bullshit with people, like I was saying, like with
verbal. You don't fuck with him, he fucks with me. I just do that. That's just how I am. And that's how I was doing with you, but you took it personal. All right? You took that personal.
Are you done?
I never expected it to get to this point to where you're blowing up and throwing these wild accusations about me, and I'm just laughing about it.
Well, what you have done, sir, is you have caused more harm than good in these lies, and underline that, lies that have been told about me, okay? So, Ms. Ranta, just go ahead and unblock and make those public videos. All of those videos, Joe, ask him to unlock those videos where he was doxing me from March to April. And you know why he won't do it, Ms. Joe? He won't do it because he knows when he does it, that gives me the green light to pull the trigger on his channel and shut it down.
That's why. Because I guarantee it, if he unlocks those videos, I will strike the living hell out of his channel and he'll lose it. And then I'm going to go after his backup channel. He's got 8 of them. So that's why he made those videos private, Miss Joe. Go ask him about that. Ed Ramirez, go ask him. Come on, guys. You're asking me, I will gladly unlock all of those old videos.
Not a problem. As soon as you unlock this. Because what happened, guys,
is people like Salty Rant, Lying Monkey 1, and others kept filing strikes against those videos, and they never won. Because none of those videos violated TOS. So, Salty, go ahead and unlock those videos, because I want to blow your channel up. I do. I want to take your channel down.
Why would you want to take someone's channel down?
Because he was doxing me for over a month, and he calls Lady Di and I stolen valor and fake, which, by the way, you did too.
Okay, that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up, because no, I had never, ever once said that Lady Di was stolen valor.
You called me it.
Those words never left my...
I gotta jump up in there for a second. I'm just messing around with some of the gear. Here we go. Hold on. So, you got a comment there. I don't know if it's on the screen, but if you can see it. But, hey, Fellowmon too, right? Saying striking channels is weak. Is that what he said? Striking people is weak. Right, Fellowmon? Just like back in, 2018-ish when you're on my panel and your whole crew struck that stream and it went down for pornography because you're saying cocks and cocks and cocks and cocks and cocks all over and over and over and over. So they could strike it. That's pretty weak. I know. Man. Yep, Fellowmon just smokes himself out every time. I love that. It's great. What's he doing in there anyway?
You have any idea what job I used to do? You don't. None of you.
And I never said...
And Fellowmon says we try to recruit people over here. Okay. All right. Okay.
Stolen valor. Those words never left my mouth. Words you.
Yeah, they were. So you know what?
When you call me stolen valor, what do you think I'm going to say? Hey, we're best friends. Let's go out for coffee.
Dude, that's where you're wrong. That's where I never mentioned those words out of my mouth to you.
When you call me a cop wannabe, you are calling me stolen valor for what I did.
Cop wannabe. Did I say that? I said okay. I said a wannabe, right?
And when you say that, you are telling me I'm stolen valor.
And I really don't want to. I never said cop wannabe. I said wannabe.
If we're going to play semantics here, that's the exact same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You have no idea what job I did for 3 years. None of you do.
You told me.
None of you do.
You told me.
It's I put my stuff on my community tab. What I did because Flying Monkey 1 doxed it.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Okay, hold on.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about when Flying Monkey 1 decided to take it upon herself to put up an image of my old badge as a thumbnail on her live stream. You don't have shit to say about that, do you, ER?
I don't want to put you on mute. I really don't. But hold on, let's get that to in a moment because we got Gomez up here and he's been patient as hell. I
didn't know that was Gomez. I'm sorry.
All right, so let's hear what he has to say, okay, before we continue on.
Yeah, I'll jump in there. You got a lot of contradictions going so far here in your hour and 15 minutes you've been streaming, okay? You say you want to talk shit, which is cool, man. If I would have known you were a shit talking channel, I would have come on and talked shit with you. But then when you want receipts to prove that people are liars or not liars, that's not a shit talking channel. Now, your second issue here is you said you had no idea that I was a veteran, but then on your panel, you ask me, what are my credentials? And I tell you, well, I'm a veteran.
I never asked you for your credentials.
Yeah, you did. Well, one of you did. Well, last time I was on your panel, one of you did, and I said I was a veteran. Okay, you were there.
Okay, hold on. Time out. Okay, let me answer on that, okay? Okay, if someone did ask that, which I honestly don't remember, and if you did say that you were a veteran, I can honestly tell you it probably went through one ear and out the other. I didn't catch it.
Right. So that means, hold on. So that means you're really not interested in the truth. You're going too far ahead to keep your shit show going, okay? Now, you got a good shit show going because you got Salty Rant in the chat saying that I use all these alternative, what did he say? You'd almost have to post it. All these fake names or whatever. But aren't we all using kind of like pseudo names and stuff like that? Isn't that what you're kind of supposed to do, especially if you're a shit talker? So, I mean, you got a lot of contradictions going there. That's all. That's all I gotta say.
But I wholeheartedly do apologize if you took an offense by calling you Gomer. Okay?
No. I don't care, because once I know you're a shit talker, let's talk some shit.
Well, let's put that to the side for right now.
What for?
No,
You've been doing this for weeks, ER.
No, ER. Let's determine that. Are you a shit talker, or do you need receipts?
Oh my
Right,
God.
what the hell is it, dude? All of you.
Let me answer that. Am I a shit talker, or do I need receipts? Okay. When I had asked for receipts, I asked for receipts when it came to the doxing of Flying Monkey. All right, shit talk. Me is just, people wail on me like your verbal Kent. He calls me names, I call him names. That's my shit talk, right? It's very mild. It's not aggressive.
Well, look.
Right. Well, I mean, okay, so you're non-confrontational, but you'll let somebody like Blue Eyes or somebody come on your panel and let them talk their sick fantasy that a pedo is going to come on somebody else, and they're letting it happen. That's where I bailed, dude.
There's a military term for that. There's a military term.
If I would have known you would have been a shit-talking channel, I would either just stay and talk shit with you, but you want receipts too, and especially like the chemtrails, right? It's like I said, hey, this is how you can look it up.
Dude.
Right, but that's the thing. You want receipts, but you want to live in a dumbed-down fucking reality.
I just explained to you about the receipt thing.
Well, sir, you've shown zero receipts to date about me. None of you guys have. Zilch, zero, nada. All you guys have done is shit talk to me for the past couple weeks, and y'all know it. And you got nothing there. Zilch. I digress. There's a term for this, and Detective Gomez is very familiar with it. It's a military term. We call it plausible deniability.
Yeah, you've mentioned that, man.
Yep, and that's exactly what you're doing, sir. You deflect.
Okay.
You are a deflector, and what you do is you just like Flying Monkey 1. When she did her live stream and she played, do you think it was a coincidence that she played clips off of Rick Rude's channel where he's doxing what he believes to be my first, middle, last name multiple times? Do you think she did that by coincidence? Do you think it was a coincidence that she put a image of my old police department badge on as a thumbnail on her channel and shit talked me for over an hour or two? Do you think that's a coincidence, sir?
I think that's beef is between you and her,
Oh, I see. So we have now you're going to deflect it onto her, you're the guy who interjected yourself into this shit, and when it blew up, now you just go, oh, it's not me, it's somebody else.
And
you are a deflector, a master of deflection. That's what you are, sir. You are a master of deflection. That's all you do. You brought yourself in the middle of this, and now you're sitting there saying, "Well, it's an argument between you and them." Seriously?
I obviously have brought myself in the middle.
You need to check yourself in the mirror, dude. You do. I'm a reality check.
Let me jump in there real quick, because you got Northback Maniac in your chat that likes to call people pedos from the background, just like Salty's done in the past. They're not going to panel up because they're running a narrative on you. They're using you. And that's what I was trying to tell you in the beginning. Well, a little bit, but, Salty uses people to attack for him. The reason why Salty's pissed off at me is because I would not attack We the People Tyrant Wars for him. And when I left a message on his phone saying, dude, I'm too busy. I don't want to get in the middle of this fight. These guys are evil. I don't like evil shit. And I'm out. Next I know, and you're saying GD, you think he's one of the best freaking trolls out there?
He is.
Dude, ERR, you haven't been around long enough, because that's
no,
some
he
weak
not.
shit.
How long have you been around for?
Hold on.
GD
hold on.
is the king of trolls.
Dude, GD's weak shit, weak sauce. All he can do is pick up my phone number that Salty put in a Discord after I told him I'm not going to help him. And he called me and he left me a message. Pick up your phone, Aaron. I can play that shit for you right now. I can play you a voicemail from Salty Rant right now that he's kissing my ass.
Let's hear it. I want to hear it. Can we hear
I
it?
put it on videos. I mean, I can play it. But maybe here in a minute. My point is, you got people that like to call people pedos, and then they're saying that we're gaslighting. We're gaslighting up here? No, I can come with the receipts. I come with the receipts where Salty Rant is part of the group trying to help cover up for the main supporter of the roadie. The one that's been trying to set up Abe, the one that tried to set up Hebrew Operator.
Hold on, Blue Eyes. Go, man.
That's true. Hey, Salty, why don't you get your ass up here on this panel and address some of this stuff?
I really don't want to have to mute you guys, all right? Let me
That's okay. I'll just drop out. I said my piece to you, ER. What you are to me is you are just background noise and static, okay? You interjected yourself in the middle of all these lies and all this bullshit. And you got assholes like Salty Rant, and you got Flying Lying Monkey One. Where is Blue Eyes in this? You know, Ms. Joe, why don't you go ask Blue Savannah to unhide all those old videos where he's doxing me for a month, right? See?
I was trying to tell you that I had Blue Eyes in the basement.
All right, yeah, no problem. We'll let her talk.
Okay, geez, thank you for coming up, Blue Eyes. Go ahead and say what you would like to say.
I don't know. I'm just now getting here. What is the issue with you? Nobody cares about your guys' fighting with whoever. We do our own thing. Listen, we do our own thing over here.
If I would have known you guys were shit talkers, I probably wouldn't have come over. But anyways, go ahead with your fantasy, Blue Eyes.
It's not a fantasy. This is just how we roll over here. We don't care. If we knock somebody out with a hammer or whatever, that's just funny to us. You guys do your thing. We do our thing.
You did that.
Then don't require receipts then. How about that? You want to shit talk and have fun, tell people you're doing that, but then don't demand receipts.
Who did I call a pedo? Who did I call a pedo?
I didn't say you did what you
that's a different issue.
You did. You talked
let's rewind. Rewind. Yes, you did. That's why I come up here.
No, I didn't. No, I said you were talking about a pedo coming on somebody else, and it's just sick, dude. Well, you guys go through, but that's fine. It's your freedom of speech. You want to be dumped down like that, go for it.
Then
But don't require.
That's what we do over here. So
Yeah,
what?
then don't require receipts then.
We can
Alright.
listen, if we want
But don't
Tinkerbell to
cry
fucking show
about
up,
when
we're
you
gonna
get the
have
receipts
Tinkerbell
like
show up.
Salty Rant.
It ain't none of your
Don't
fucking
cry about
business.
that. Right.
Ain't none of your business
Blue
what
Eyes-
we do
Blue Eyes,
over
it
here.
becomes part of our
Yeah,
business
dude.
when you
Yeah,
shit
you
talk
start
us and
bringing
tell
me up,
lies
I'll
about
come
it.
around. That's the thing. You start bringing me up like Salty, I'll come around. You got Norsack Maniac up in here that likes to call people pedos. Same with Salty, and they're trying to trash me and get you guys to trash me because nobody else can shut me up. Okay, I'll come over and hang out with you guys for a little bit, but just don't require receipts if you want to talk shit. We'll talk shit.
Hang on. Let me tell you something. I don't
No,
come
you're
over
telling
here a
me
lot
shit, lady.
because Salty is over here. I don't care for him. I never have. But this is who they're running around. And when I came up and started talking our shit talk, listen, we have our own thing that we do. We have our own people that we sit here. And when we say trash talk, that means your mother's fat. We're not doing nothing about receipts or anything like that.
But it turned into that, didn't it, Blue Eyes? Right?
Well, no,
With
it's
me,
not going to
with
turn.
me, it did.
We don't
It did with
care
me.
about you. We
Well,
do
then why
not
you guys-
care
you guys
about
have been-
you.
You guys have been talking smack about me for 2 weeks straight. Okay.
So what?
So that you're telling me you don't care about me? You've been talking about me for 2 weeks straight. Okay. How
It's
does that work
fun.
out?
It's
So,
fun.
okay,
What
so
we
it's-
say is fun.
Okay, look.
Right.
You spread a rumor around that I was trying to get Lying Monkey One's middle name. Did you not
Not
do
a
that?
rumor. Not a rumor.
It's not a rumor, is it? Okay. So you're
Nope.
telling what you're saying is I did that.
Yeah. And if I would
Okay.
have been smart, I would have took a snapshot.
Let
But
me
I think-
explain
Blue
something
Eyes
to you, Blue
doesn't
Eyes.
lie.
Let me explain something to you, Blue Eyes. Do you have any idea how many clones and sock accounts come
I
back
don't give a
behind
shit.
Leader's stage on
Listen,
you? Oh,
rinse,
you don't
repeat,
care.
rinse,
Oh,
repeat,
okay.
rinse, repeat. You say the same shit over and over and over. We're tired. Listen,
I don't care what
let
you're
the
talking about.
bathwater out. Let the baby go with the bathwater. We're done
Why
with
don't you go explain to Lady Di how you called her and I both fake FBI agents? She's not too happy with you right now.
It was funny.
I don't
It
think she
was
said that
funny.
funny.
It was joking.
Yeah, I don't think she found that very funny. But you know what's so
Well, hang
interesting
on,
about this?
hang on. Wait, I'm looking. Nope.
You know what's
Nobody
interesting
cares
about this?
still.
You know what's interesting about this, Blue Eyes? 10 minutes before you got on Lady Di's panel the other day, there was a clone account of me that came backstage, and it flooded her back chat with a bunch of comments to her about Beware Mouse. I screenshotted them, and I put them on my community tab. Did you happen to take notice of that, or probably not?
I didn't see no community tab.
Oh, really? Well, go to my channel and go back about 5 or 6 or so, and you'll see it right there.
See, this again is where you think that I care. I don't.
Well, you
Listen,
seem to care. Well,
we
you
have
don't
our
care,
own
but
little,
you seem
we
to
have
care
our
now,
own
don't
little
you?
army in our sandbox that we like playing with, and none of this it's bullshit. We don't care.
Oh, I see. You don't. Well, then why did you bring this thing up about Flying Monkey One's middle name to begin with if you don't care?
I don't. Say that again.
When you brought up the whole thing about Flying Monkey One's middle name on this whole thing, then you're telling, when you said that, what was your modus operandi to do that?
You were up here talking, and you're saying all this other bullshit, and I came up and I said, you asked for her middle name.
And I'm telling you right now that I did not do that. There are clone. You know how many sock and clone accounts are out? You know
At this time, I would say I see your mouth moving,
Let
but
me
it's
tell you
still
something.
not bad. I know what I saw.
Yeah, if you saw something that was me, you probably saw a soccer clone account of me. Did you know that?
Lady Di would have called out that. Oh my God!
All right. Well, I'll tell
we
you
got
what you
blue
need to
eyes
do.
or
What you
whoever
need
in
to
the
do
background.
is contact Lady Di and you ask her these questions, because you're asking the wrong people. What the hell does ER know about any of this shit? Nothing. So let me tell you something. Every single. Hey, you know what, Blue Eyes? I got a good one for you, Blue Eyes. This is a good one. Listen very carefully. You need to go ask Lady Di how many clone and sock accounts of your channel have come backstage and left lots of comments similar to that and tried to porn bomb her. So should we just go ahead and blame you for that too?
You can do what you want. You guys, we don't care.
Oh, well, see, we don't care now. See, that's different now. See, we're playing by a different set of rules. See?
It's not that. We really don't play like this. We do our bullshit drama over here. Your mama's fat, doing whatever high school bullshit we do.
That's perfectly fine.
Hold on, let me just jump in there. Blue Eyes, I'm glad that you guys can admit that. Now that we know that, and you guys are just bullshitting when you want receipts, okay? And you're not taking things real seriously, having fun, that's cool, right? But I think there's something, I don't know exactly what Abe's working on. He probably doesn't know what I'm working on or what my direction is. But I do believe that both Abe and I have important directions that we feel we're going in. So when somebody's shit talking us and trying to downplay either our research or calling us tinfoil hat wearers, there's been a lot of conspiracy theory that I've gone through that's actually come through.
You know how many hundreds of channels on YouTube discuss conspiracy theories, and there's hundreds of thousands of people that watch them.
I laugh at it. I laugh at conspiracy.
And I'm happy for you, but their channels are a whole hell of a lot bigger than yours is, aren't they?
Earl, who is the guy that's right next to me?
That is Detective Gomez right there.
Okay, listen. Sometimes it's interesting to listen to conspiracy theories.
That's great.
But look, hello, are you? Oh.
Right, but when you want receipts and you want to see credentials, and then you start getting a list of the credentials, and you don't even hear the part of the veteran, and
listen, I never asked for no credentials.
That's the problem, Blue Eyes. You don't ask for. You don't ask. You should have gone to. You should have said to Flying Monkey One, "Hey, do we have proof that Abe did this?" Well, apparently not. See, then Ms. Joe got caught up in that one too, because all of you guys thought there was all this ironclad proof that I was doing all this bullshit, and then the whole thing about Patriot Defense and an email to Tyrant Wars. You know what I did? I actually got Ms. Joe. She actually is a lot better at doing this kind of detective work than you are, ER. I hate to tell you this. Okay, this one's for you, Ms. Joe. It's one up for you. So she noticed, obviously, and she said, "Hey, did you release all?" When I said, "Hey, you know what? I sent the unedited transcript to Patriot Defense with that email back in March with the Tyrant War channel where I was giving him the timestamp where Salty Rant doxed his own job, and I did it for Swammy because Swammy died, and he was doxing Swammy, and he was after Swammy, and he was treating Swammy like shit." And Swammy used to always have our backs, even on Salty Rant's channel, which he mutes people, kicks them backstage, kicks them off the panel, makes it look like you rage quit, see? That's what Salty Rant does. So then Ms. Joe goes, "Hey, did you send him all 3 emails?" And I said, "Yes, I did." And his name is not in those emails. So see, you guys get this stuff wrong. And when you do this stuff, like Detective Gomez is saying, which you just said to what your defense Blue Eyes, you guys just shit talk out here. You don't ask for receipts, and that's fine. Now we've cleared the air on that. Now we know that when you guys are just cutting us down, then we know you're just doing your thing. It's not really. It's all entertainment. That's
Exactly. Entertainment, yes.
Okay. Well, now we've got that cleared out.
And let me say something, you little green worm over here. I have been over to Lady Di's, go up there, talk to her. You guys say shit about Flying Monkey. That's your thing. That's your dog in the fight. Did I continue to still? Am I done? Am I done?
Go on.
I still continue to go over there and listen to her stories. Flying Monkey would say something. I said, I'm still friends with Lady Di. I did not once throw up until the other day on you saying something about FBI.
Because you guys think I'm out to destroy her channel and steal her subs. No one can steal anyone's subs. Yeah,
Who cares?
Do. All of you guys do. So that's fine. You guys know that I've known Lady Di for 25 years. Did you know that? You probably did.
Believe me, we read the book.
This before.
Good. I'm glad you did. You obviously didn't study it well enough.
We know that you've known her for an X amount of years.
That is terrific. I'm so happy for you guys.
You say the same thing. You said there and say that.
Because you guys get out here and you spread your lies and bullshit talk.
Listen, Detective, do you see how this is going? We're not in. We don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah,
we don't.
Yeah,
if we want to set over here,
what you guys were set out to do was get me disgraced off of her channel on YouTube. That was your mission here.
That was never mine.
Listen,
words in my mouth.
Yep.
Yeah.
You were just as guilty, ER. You were into the shit too.
I'm guilty by association, right?
No, you not by association. Yeah. What have you been doing on your channel for the past 2 weeks with me?
I've never tried to get you to separate from Lady Di.
You were involved in this whole scheme. You were. Yes, you were.
We're going to continue to put out memes. They're going to be funny. Well, I don't know whoever's doing the memes. I don't know how to do that stuff, but they're going to be funny. We're going to laugh. Life is going to continue. You guys go and save the world.
You know what, Flying Monkey? What? That's a funny analogy. But just
Detective
remember,
Gomez, listen, if this is your field and you like investigating and doing conspiracy theory, man, hats off to you.
Right, exactly.
Hats off to you.
100%.
Yeah, you guys want to shit talk on your channel, and he wants to do conspiracy theories on his channel. I do what I do. But then you guys lump me in all the same. You guys accuse me of everything that you're mad at Detective Gomez for.
And you're lumping me into the nonsense that you.
I'm not lumping you in anything.
So what?
Listen, you started all this. You did.
Even in our area, Earl's not driving the bus. I'm just telling you.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Joe, let's take a look at Miss Joe. She says, I don't give a damn if you're on Lady Di's channel. I just want you to stop the damn lying. Miss Joe, what receipts do you have to show online?
Show receipts. Show receipts.
Yeah, let's see them. You got my email? Come on.
Through.
All you guys sit here and you call me a liar all the time, and you have nothing to show for it. Nothing.
You're demanding receipts.
Yeah. Hey, how about that? He wants receipts. How about that?
See, wait a minute, Detective Gomez.
Hey.
What does that mean? Meth head thinks that flathead. What is all that?
So, Meth Drew in your chat tried to call me a pedo supporter, but he's friends with the main supporter of the same pedo, and that's how they deflect.
Well, can you tell me who Meth Drew is? I don't know.
Andrew, the drama dome. That's what I call him, Meth Drew.
He's talking about
I guess I didn't see him in here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, once again, I don't care.
That's who Miss Joe needs to white knight for her is Meth Drews and salty meth faces. Okay? I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with your evil fantasy. I'll bail. I'll gladly, you can call and say that I rage quit. Okay? But if you want to have a serious conversation, we're here. Roll up, Salty. Roll up, Meth Drew.
He's just, what he does is
hang on.
Keep it under 150 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Detective, hang on a second before you drop. Listen, do you understand that this can't be your platform for this bullshit?
Okay, your understanding. Hold on. Hold on. There's your slave language again. Okay, your understanding doesn't dictate my comprehension.
Okay, whatever. How would you like me to say it to you?
You can come say whatever you want. I drop my links all the time in my streams.
Well, we're not supporters of your stream, or we're not, what do you call it? We're not subscribed.
That's slave language. Yeah, that's slave language. Supporters and shit like that. You're worried about your wrenches.
No,
You know,
we're not. We
bad.
don't care.
It's bad. You guys are bad.
Do you want me to tell you why I have a wrench?
Joe needs to grow up, okay?
You want me to tell you why I have a wrench?
I really don't care. Since I figured you guys out, that you're just shit talkers.
Because I like to go around and I like to clock somebody on the head with it, time them out, and they come back and we all laugh about it.
Exactly.
It's not a big deal. It's not. I don't even know what the other wrench for. I couldn't help somebody out with a blue wrench if I tried. Hang on, GD, love ya. Okay, go ahead.
GD is the #1 troll.
Well, my thing is, when you guys get out here and you do what you do whatever it is you want to do. But when you get out here and you call me a liar and you tell me I'm trying to do all this crazy stuff to everybody, and you have zilch, the big goose egg, to show receipts that I've done any of this stuff or that I'm a liar, then just keep me in mind that when you do that, I am going to come at you. I'm going to say, okay, show your receipts. And you guys have not.
Hold on, let me jump in there. What kind of fantasy do you really want to live by where you listen to GD, you think he's the biggest troll, and all you can say is somebody's the biggest liar on YouTube, like he's got proof out of 7 billion people that myself or Abe is the biggest liars on YouTube. See, that's the type of fantasy and slave language they're trying to keep you in. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, sometimes we eat cat shit in the sandbox. So next.
Well, let me ask you guys something. You guys are, whoever out here is a supporter of Salty Rant. I'm not lumping all of you in the same category. Obviously, Blue Eyes, you said you don't really like him that much. That's fine.
Wait a minute. Let me rephrase that. Yeah. I think he's slime for the way he talked about Teresa. Whether he said I'm sorry or whatever, he has not been one of my favorites. So let's just leave it at that.
He had a lot of nice things to say about Peanut 401's kids and grandkids a few years ago, didn't he? Yeah.
Well, whatever.
Whatever.
That is his cross he has to carry, not mine.
That's right. But see, everybody blames me for everything else everyone else does. So why don't we just, share what sharing means caring, right? So, Salty Rant. Well, if Salty Rant is such a big bad wolf of YouTube, and he's like this king troll or whatever it is, his narrative is. Why won't he get on this panel and sort of take us on?
Hey, get over to your panel. We're having fun. And I'm sorry, Earl, I just spoke for your channel, but hey.
He's just shit talking in the chat. He won't get up here. So there's my case in point.
So what? Go over to Truth Finder, or wait a minute, what's that one guy's name you like hanging out with? Rick Production. Go out and hang with him.
Now let's talk about that, Blue Eyes. You're saying that I like to hang out with Rick Productions. Show me some receipts of that.
No, I don't know. I hear you talking about him. I just...
Oh, what you've heard so-and-so say so-and-so, and see, you're getting second, third, fourth-hand information, aren't
you? Listen, you were supposed to send me a receipt. You had the okay to send me the receipt.
That accusation out there and have nothing to show for it. Do you know why I got on Rick Productions channel one time and one time only? You want to know the answer to that? Because Rick Prude was on there. That's why. And I decided I was going to have some fun trolling him.
Listen, that's your thing.
Guess what, Blue Eyes? Honest Dave is a Rick Production supporter, isn't he?
Okay, that's fine. If you're going over there to troll Rick Productions, okay.
No, I got on there to troll Rick Prude. It was Rick Prude.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah, Rick.
No, but see, guess what? I'm just all of a sudden this Rick Production supporter because I got out there one single time and I started taking on Rick Prude.
Listen,
how about that?
Calm down there, Rainbow. Listen, all I'm saying is that we don't care who you go and talk to. We do our own thing around here. Did you and Lady Di get brought up when it come to flinging, and we laughed about it? Yeah, we got some FBI's. So what?
Well, you know what? That's fine. I took no offense to it, but I can tell you, she contacted me and she said she did take offense to it. So you might want to go talk to her about that.
Well, hang on a second. Ready? Lady Di. Oh, you know she's watching. Hang on. Lady Di.
I got thick skin.
Lady Di knows exactly how I feel about her stories. And she sent me things, I guess, and, stuff like this.
All right. That's cool.
It's cool. Whatever.
So Blue Eyes,
you're not going to get a fucking rise out of me there, Rainbow. No.
No, so you're going to get insulting, and that's fine. So Blue
What's
Eyes,
that? Salty, your
no,
color is rainbow.
You know, I'm partially red and green colorblind, so that okay. Let's go with that. So, all right. So, anyways, all right. So, did I not send you some stuff to prove the things I did in my past, or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. So you guys are out here calling me a cop wannabe and a fake cop and all this stuff. That's what you guys are doing.
You also gave me permission to give him to Flying Monkey, and
No,
at the end of the stream, I said, "You
No, I didn't.
about got me. You
I
about
never
got
gave
me
you.
because
When
you
did I give you the okay to give him the flag monkey? They should throw out that one.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You said I gave you the okay to give him the flying monkey. I do not recall doing that at all.
Well, I'm sure we can pull it up. And then I
All right.
came back
Cool,
and
you
I
pull it
said,
up, and then when you got receipts of that, you just let me know.
right, we'll be right on that. We just
Sounds
gather
good.
them up and send receipts out on a daily basis.
That's right.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys keep making all these accusations about me, just like I'm a Rick production supporter. You guys all blamed me for bringing him on Lady Di's channel, and then you found it was Axel Bailey that did it. I mean, you know, the list goes on, right?
Listen, you just cleared up. You just cleared up that you were over there trolling.
Dude, Blue Eyes, where have you been, my fair lady? I have been talking about this on my channel, her channel, for a long time, because all this got brought up a while ago. I'm sorry you missed it, okay? But
Listen,
look,
let me.
you guys want to have
Are you going to
fun,
let me finish?
Let her finish.
What I'm saying. No, fuck, I forgot now.
All right. I got thick skin. I can take all the insults in the world. Doesn't bother me. I can tell you, though, Lady Di's a little bit different. She's 74. She's retired. Salty Rand has been riding her ass for 2 years. And, you know, she's a little, you know, I don't know. It kind of gets to her a little bit, right? Kind of, sort of. Yeah. So when you guys say stuff about her, you know, she's going to take a little bit different than, you know, a guy like me does. So, hey.
Listen, that's what it was. Listen, if you're going to go over to Rick Productions and you're going to go over and troll Crude, then do it.
Yeah, but see, I got the problem here is
we all pop out some popcorn. We watch it.
We're gonna watch it and we're gonna laugh.
And we talk about it.
And you guys just literally lumped me as a Rick Production supporter just because that one time I got on there. So
what? Now we know that you went after Crude. Next,
how did you not know I was doing that when I was on that panel? I mean, geez, was it a little obvious? So, all right. Look, this has been fun. I've had my fun.
Before you go, I got something to ask you. Okay.
You got questions? I got blank stares, dude. I'm like Radio Shack.
All right. Now, you mentioned in your little 30-minute video that I'm the same person as the antler avatar person.
Yeah, you had an old channel before this, or did you not?
That's not me. I had another channel, yes, but that's not me.
Okay. What was your other channel called?
I've had several. I've had The Dark Side.
Okay, that's
that
it.
one?
You just said it. That's where I remembered you from.
Okay,
So
yeah.
I'll tell you, I'll admit to you right now, I'm a little bit dyslexic. I am. It runs in my family, I guess. But could you imagine when the job
Can we
I
have
did?
a receipt on that?
Yeah, you could have all the receipts you want. But once you guys show me some of yours, which that's never going to happen, obviously. But just for the sake of argument, so
clear that up. Because obviously,
I just want you to know one thing, Earl. When you interject yourself into drama and the heat is on, do not sit there and deflect it, okay? Don't sit there and use plausible deniability and say, oh, well, that's between you and so-and-so, and you're the one who's bringing all this stuff out on your channel, okay?
You have beef?
But you're the one, you're not a neutral dude, okay? You are not a neutral party in this. Because you are friends with like Flying Monkey 1, Salty Rant, all these other people, right? So you're always going to see it in their favor every time.
Let me correct you. I'm not a friend with Salty Rant.
Oh, well, you sure seem supportive of him, so I don't question that one. I do.
Rant, but I do
I'd like
allow
to know what
him
Mob
to
Boss
chat,
Brame thinks about Salty Rant. Hey, Salty, you were really shit talking to Storm about Mob Boss Brame in your video you did a couple weeks ago, weren't you there, dude? You see, Salty Rant got mad because Andrew gave the recording of him and Swammy from like 3 years ago to Lady Di. And then Salty Rant blew along because Andrew did that. So he started shit talking Andrew. What do you got to say about that, Salty? Hmm?
Listen, hang on before this. Don't give.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen.
Yeah.
We're going to sit here and we're going to watch. I don't care. Pick somebody's stream. If we find it funny, we're going to bring it over here. We are going to laugh our ass off. We're going to have our comments. We're going to be trolling in our own little way. So you take your serious stuff. You were supposed to give me an email.
Well, I'm not going to do it now with what you've been saying about me, Blue Eyes. But anyways.
Oh, yeah. See how you got out of when it comes to giving receipts.
You kind of when you poke
Good
the bear,
thing we're
man,
not
I'm
at
telling you.
Walmart.
So anyways, I don't even remember what your email is. There's Salty Rant. How you doing, old buddy, old pal?
Well.
He can't kick me off the panel, so what do you got, Salty?
Okay, so you asked me and challenged me.
Oh, here we go.
In February or March of this year to come find you and expose you. I did that.
You got a receipt on that? You got a receipt on that? I did that, real Salty guy?
How can you say I'm doxing? Everybody heard it. You made claims for months.
Are you
gonna let me finish? Or are you gonna just
go on? Let's hear the same spiel all over again.
It's the same bullshit with you. You asked me to come find you and expose you.
No, I did not.
exposed you and I found you. That's not doxing. Why are you still crying about it?
You were doing doxing. So hey, guess what?
Let me finish. You're gonna keep over talking. Me. You're gonna keep over talking me. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're mad. You can't kick me off.
Let him finish.
I can't talk on this panel with this guy over talking me. Everyone knows.
You tell him to run his panel. Oh, okay.
Everyone knows in January, February, maybe March, he made a challenge for me to come find him and expose him.
Is that right?
I did that. That's not doxing. He gave me permission to share his information when he challenged me to come find him and expose him. Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to keep over talking me?
I'm going to over talk you right now. So,
you keep
so when you give someone, okay, let's say for the sake of argument.
This is why we don't get receipts because you won't shut up.
I'm still waiting for the receipts from like 2 weeks ago.
He's trying to tell you.
So okay, let's hear what the Salty Cat has got.
This guy won't let me talk. He won't let me talk. I'm out. Fuck this guy.
No, don't drop. Oh, I never thought I'd say that to him, but what the fuck? See, you won't hush up where people can give you the receipts and tell you exactly what day and time.
He's just a
That's
loser.
Crazy, Abe.
No, what's crazy? This guy's just a loser. So.
Well, yes, he is.
Yeah, thank you, Blue Eyes.
You're following the fucking train.
This guy thinks he's all slick and all, then he rage quits panels. How about that?
Well, you talk over people. I mean,
you know what this guy used to do to Swammy? When Swammy would get on his panel, he would mute him, kick him backstage. He would kick him off, block him, and then he would sit there and say, "Well, see, Swammy rage quit." No, he did not. That's because your dumbass kicked him out, kept muting him, and all that. So this is the little games that this guy plays on his channel. See, he thinks he's slick like that. So anyway,
so what? Then that's his game. Why are you so riled up?
No, I'm not. I'm having fun. This guy's just a loser.
Oh, so now you have fun your way.
I'm having fun
we
right
have
now,
fun our way. Guess what?
No, you guys
we don't watch you. We don't watch you in our sandbox. Everybody's playing different here. We would rather listen to Detective Gomez, whatever, have a conspiracy theory, and everybody leave the chat.
Okay. I don't even talk about conspiracy theories on my channel. You're lumping me in the same category as him. So,
no, I didn't. I said we would rather. I didn't lump you into shit.
I'm going to have a talk about chemtrails this Saturday just because for ERR's benefit. So we're going to do that. Now,
listen, what if we believe it or we don't?
Salty Rant. Let me tell you about Salty Rant. What this guy does, okay? This is for all of our sakes, okay? Listen very carefully, all of you. What Salty Rant does is when he gets someone's information, he gives it to people like Flying Monkey One, Rick Rude, and he does that so he can let them, in the hopes they'll put it out there, and it doesn't come back to him. See, that's a slick move, right? So that if anyone gets struck or loses their channel, it's not him. And then he can use plausible deniability, like she does, and say, "Oh, well, no, I didn't dox that guy. Somebody else did it." See, what he was doing during the months of March and April is he was letting people like Flying Monkey One, Nuck and Futz, Betsy Peeler, and all the other ones in there sit there and dox away in his live chat, and he let them get away with it. He let it slide. And then what he does, he privatized those live streams so I couldn't strike his channel and blow his channel up.
because that's what I was getting ready to do. But he privatized all those videos, so I couldn't get them. Now, that's why I wanted Miss Joe to ask him to unprivatize all of those videos and live streams he did back then, and I'll unprivatize the one she wants me to, and that's fine. But when he does that, he knows what I'm going to do to his channel, and I admit it. When he unprivatizes those videos, I'm going to file like strikes like you've never seen on this guy's channel. I will.
Well, who cares? Who cares? Listen,
So,
me
there's
and Flying Monkey, this all started a long time ago. Me and Flying Monkey have been friends for a long time. We don't even see, listen, we don't see eye to eye. I called her out, she calls me out, and I have always told her, I'm not going in it, because she said I lost a good friend. No, she didn't.
No, that's cool.
Me and Lady Di, listen, I was a cunt. She told me, you know how she can talk. I was one that she talked like that. Guess what? And I still come back.
No, that's cool. I'm glad
Because I don't care.
That's cool. But see, you guys, aren't you the one that said Lady Di agrees with everything that I say? She does not. I can tell you that right now. Lady Di, we have gotten in some heated arguments. Some of them you guys haven't heard.
I own that.
Yeah.
You own what?
That you two agree with each other.
Yeah, so you're dead wrong on that. You don't know anything about us at all. So what you need to do, now hear me out, buddy. Hear me out. What you need to go do is get on her live stream and you ask her if she agrees with everything I say, and I'm using mental telepathy like thousands of miles away from where she lives, and I control her channel. You go ask her that. She'll give you a piece of her mind. I'll tell you that.
Well, I won't be back in her channel because she took
my that's too bad. That's too bad.
I mean,
well,
she took my wrench, and I decided just to unsubscribe. So
yeah, she took it. Why do you think she took her wrench away? You guys shit talk us.
I never asked her why, but Glenn did, and it was not.
Yeah. Did you ask Glenn to ask for you? Ask her for yourself?
No. He asked on his own accord.
So, okay, Flying Monkey 1. When did I dox you? I want to know. I'm curious to know
Listen,
about
can I
that.
ask something?
Hey,
you always talking swammy. Swammy, for one thing, all I can remember is Lady Di going, swammy.
Yeah.
So I think, and wait a minute, this is where I lost part of the movie, is because one day you're shit talking them, next thing they know, you're getting them, Amish because they died, and and all the, and
I have never been happy that somebody died. Is that tonic and sales?
Yeah, it is, buddy. Okay, so I just got a couple questions for you, and actually, there's one point that you made that I actually agree with.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're a total fag. No, I'm just kidding. But
all right.
No. So you went up on Rick Productions to troll Rick. Okay.
Yeah.
And hold on, I'm not done. Now, to my knowledge, you don't have any other experience going up there. Is what you're saying?
Dude, we have known Rick Productions since he got on YouTube like over a decade ago. We have.
But you have been up there multiple times.
No, as far as I can recall, only the one. What this guy used to do, he used to get on Lady Di's channel.
You're deflecting.
Just answer the question.
No, I'm answering his question.
But he did answer it. Hold on, you did answer it, but you keep like adding stuff to it for some reason.
Okay, then fair enough.
No, it's a yes or no question. It's yes or no question.
You want to know if I've gotten on there more than one time? Is that it?
Yes.
His channel?
Yes.
No. Then
yes.
no, sir. No.
Okay. All right. Cool.
That's it.
Let's keep it. Hold on. Let's keep it to yes or no answers. This will make it go so much smoother. I don't care. I really don't give a shit. Okay.
I don't either.
Let's keep it simple. All right. So when you emailed We the People Tyrant Wars, was that for malicious purposes, or are you actually just saying what's going on?
I can't answer that one with a yes or no, but I can.
So you can say yes, it was for malicious purposes, or no, it wasn't.
Well, it was for one individual, yeah, one person.
Okay.
It was Salty Rant. Salty Rant.
Okay. Well, then you're mad at him for doxing you. It just sounds like you're a fucking retard.
No. That's not it.
The biggest retards on this platform.
No, that's not it. You got the story wrong. I did that because this guy doxed Swammy. I did it for Swammy as a favor to him, kind of like an urban justice thing to get back at Salty. because this guy used to shit on that guy. He used to try to doxed him.
Look. I have my own opinions about swimming, but I'm not going to talk about the dead.
Well, that's fine.
The dead is just that. It's dead.
Right.
So
I can agree.
Right. I agree.
Let him live in peace.
Let him rest in peace. Yeah. But that's now you know why I did that. Why I sent them that email. What happened, Tonic, is Salty is so dumb. He doxed his own job in his own video when he was talking.
Yes,
he was making fun of Spam.
Salty's a retard. Yes.
Yeah.
We know Salty's
Thank you.
a retard.
Yes,
yeah,
he
I
is.
know. I used to prank call him at 3 a.m. all the time.
I know
Trust
you
me,
did.
bud. I know. Yes, I know.
I'm glad you did. I think that's funny.
Being Smith's a retard. A lot of people know he's a fucking potato-shaped retard that has ran from several physical altercations on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he has never fought anyone. He always fucking talks tough, and then he runs away and he cries. He's a bitch. He's an actual bitch.
He is, man. We agree on that one for sure.
Oh,
So no, that's
okay. Yes.
yeah. No, that's why I sent Tyrant War the email. That's why I did it.
But that being said, you're sending We With People Tyrant Wars emails at all. You know that they're doing some malicious shit. They're doxing people. They're putting up half-naked fucking kids on their fucking
right.
website.
That's bullshit. And I've been very boisterous. When Liberty Bird showed me where to go find that, you're right. That's bullshit. They shouldn't be. That's wrong.
Well, did you know about that before emailing them about?
No. I seriously did not, Tonic. I can prove it to you. Okay. When I sent them that email, it was back in like March 7th or something. And then the shit show we were on, when Liberty Bird was explaining all that to me, was like after that. It was later in the month. And then once he told me about it, he told me where to go find it. He's like, oh yeah, it's on their community tab. I'm like, really? I'll go check it out. And sure as shit, man, it was.
Yeah, it's still fucking there.
Oh yeah, no, I believe it. No, that's wrong. That should not be going on. I've been very outspoken about that. That's bullshit.
That's the big problem I had with the whole, like, if you're communicating with them at all, it's just like fuck off with that. But if you honestly didn't know, and you can actually prove that with the dates,
yeah, I
will
can.
give you credit there. I will give
So I
you credit.
appreciate that. I do. No, that group is bad news, and they're mad at me for a couple reasons. And one of them is I pretty much have what I call Santa's list. I know who a lot of people they are, and they're mad at me for that because I've sat and figured a lot of it out on my own. So you know why they started their channel up, Tonic? You guys?
I actually have no idea.
Oh yeah, the reason they started their channel up is a revenge thing at News Now Houston. Did you know that? So anybody that was friends with News Now Houston, anyone that had a wrench on anyone who's a friend of a friend of News Now Houston would get on their little shit list, and that's how it all started.
Oh, hold on, real quick, Glenn. I mean, there's no question here that Honest Abe is a total faggot.
Hey.
He can't take the mildest of shit talk.
No, I can't.
Baby.
It's just
Same
this thing
with
blew up.
Detective Gomez. Like, that guy fucking rage quit. Detective Gomez, like, you've proven yourself to be a faggot once again. Like,
Well, I'm not Detective Gomez, but that's.
No, I know. He's in the chat. Like,
okay.
fucking,
Hey,
what a pussy.
just because Abe is gay doesn't mean.
I'm not gay, actually. I'm not.
Oh, I thought
So
he called you
there
a
is that.
faggot.
Yeah, you've heard that from so and so said so and so that Abe is gay, so he must be gay. Yeah.
No,
Just
I'm
know
just
that
making a
works.
comment.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'll take that.
Listen, can I slip in? Earl, I got to run. I got things to do. I'll be listening.
Okay. It's always nice having you up here, Blue Eyes. I appreciate you coming up here and
Yeah, no problem.
No, I've had fun today. I've had fun. Tonic, dude. I've known you for a long time. Dude, ERR. I got you, dude. So when Tonic was in your chat the other day, you're like, he was using his Hypercam 2 channel, and I'm like, dude, you don't know who that guy is, and you're gonna be in the drama community, right?
I had no idea who Hypercam
No,
was.
hold on. I can explain that. First of all, Earl has been gone for months, almost a straight year. I have been a fan of Earl since about sometime last year or year before that, when I was still living in Tennessee. I've always watched Earl shit. I like people like Flying Monkey and stuff like that. I've been on this panel numerous times. However, that being said, I did change my name on Earl. He just had no idea who it was because of that. That was my fault, not Earl's.
All right, we got some inside action. I don't know how good it looks on the camera just because it's the old one and it's toast. It's done. And the new camera I think the new camera I just tried to hook up is 60 frames per second, and the broadcaster will only do 30. So I think that's what's going on. But anyways, these guys just had contact a minute ago. They're inside a DHS office or a DHS building, Montebello or something like that. I don't know where they're at.
Watching the screen. I'm treated like a second class or a third class freaking citizen. We are in this building today. Montebello Police Department.
Montebello.
Different district. For our business. So, yeah. What my live we went back. Something I need
Yeah,
to
the
do.
audio is bad.
Building that room. So, get online and stuff. Come here.
They're gonna have action here in a minute, though. They've already had contact. I don't want to go back and see what they said, but they've already had contact by one officer, and I think he's calling for backup. So this is live, and I think we're even getting a mirror from somebody else popped up. So yeah, we're definitely gonna see some action because the they're still in a public area, but the thing is about the DHS and the DHS memo that came out about filming around DHS and federal buildings, so forth, is that you're not supposed to film the entryways. Now, as far as going inside, I don't know. See, we got another guy showing up on scene. I'm sure there's going to be a gaggle of them. Holy crap. Seriously, this could turn out pretty interesting. Holy crap. What's going on here? Hello.
Priority seating. I wonder how that works.
By the way, anytime when a sign is taped to a door, if it doesn't bear, like this one's fake to the exit only. Anything that's posted with tape like this is just someone's opinion, and it's been taped to the wall. It's not even a policy. In fact, the policies might even dictate differently than that.
Here we go. We got some guys showing up.
Well,
Oh man, we got the crew showing up. I don't know what happened to my other microphone, it just went down. I've been talking to myself for a minute. Seriously. Been trying to talk to you guys, and for some reason this other microphone doesn't want to work. All of a sudden.
Are you a detective? You're with Invicta? You with Invicta? What? Oh yeah. What inspired you to want to be a police officer? I can ask. Acts like a cop already. So priority seating is available to people who are disabled, pregnant, or less able to stand in line. If you require a seat, inform a staff member. You did that? You did that? I'm impressed, and not just
Mic
because I'm
check.
biased. I really think that that's respectful all the way around. May I ask her name, please? Officer Catherine McCannis. I know my friend over there. She would have a question for you. She always has.
Mic check 2-2.
Yeah, we're still waiting for more backup to show up. They're starting to mount. Yeah, this looks like it could get crazy.
Why, you did that.
I think this is I don't know, maybe not. Maybe this is a pass and that's good. I just realized
Yeah,
I was
let me get
actually
through. Let me
watching
get those, please. Let me take a look at those real quick.
I was actually watching the main stream, thinking I'm watching my stream. Yeah, and I thought I'm all checking my cables on my microphone. Pressing different buttons I haven't pressed before. What's going on?
Ready for that? Human resources? I thought it was human services. Oh, it was for human services. It looks like there's some art up there. I'm gonna go outside. There's more on this property, so. Oh my gosh, they're still doing the appointment thing, guys. There it is, right there.
All right, well that looks like a
problem.
pass.
They're by appointment only.
I thought they were gonna get
Wow.
jumped.
Yeah, wow. I have a lot to say, but I don't want to say it yet. So.
All right, I think I'm gonna get off of this. I think I might even shut it down. Trying to think if I see if we got any music to play and there's an outro. Thanks for joining in, everybody, today. I'd
On
keep
the other
going,
end-
but I'm just getting freaking too busy. Got too much going on, and it's too hard to even on autopilot. It's still too hard to keep everything going. I'm getting behind in my
Community library,
my
District
personal
5
business.
Community Library.
Anyways, yeah, I thought that was gonna be a total a gang war right there. maybe we can do an outro with Rick Crude here. He's going off of this chick. I mean, he's funny, but I mean, it's trash. But I just don't know how he gets away with what he does.
Rick? Yeah, I'm actually watching some of the videos that you texted me throughout the past, I don't know, maybe since June.
Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Ain't nothing worse than a pretty little yuppie white girl that is angry. What the fuck are you wearing? What is that shit? Some kind of yuppie shirt. Oh, she's in the goddamn... She's basement of all places.
After you were an asshole to me, number one. Number two, then I get called a you texted me with you're a backstabber, you betrayed me. I have no fucking clue what you're talking, but if this right here is how I betrayed you, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm talking?
You see that shit? Look, I told you, sweet little Allie is fucking violent. Look at that fist she's holding up. Look at her face. She's just praying to throat punch little Ricky.
Wow.
So with those lips on that chair.
Dude, so him pulling a gun on a pizza delivery guy, that's not violent. But this chick making a fist, that's violent. All right, I think I've taken enough for today. I've taken a lot of abuse for today.
Going to goddamn, what is it, Sweet Swanson's for a goddamn lunch, bitch. I'll let you order anything you...
See, he's so disgusting. Okay, let me see if I can find a song for an outro. Thanks for joining in today, everybody. I'm going to work on the camera issues and come back another time. Anyways, we got good audio at least today. And let's see. Oh, man, come on, buddy. See if there's anything. Oh shit, here we go. Vic. Here, let's let Vic roll for a little while. What's he doing before he takes it down? Oh shit, he just started.
My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crown. So turn it up real loud. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up. I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crown. So turn me up real loud. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
So again, I want you to know I am of sound mind and body. And again, I am not capable of murdering anybody or hurting anyone. I've never called anyone pedophiles. Although I am being called one. And now there's a target on my back. And I got this from a very good source. You need to shut up. You women need to shut up about him. Edward's not what you guys are thinking he is. That you can't back him because there's too much against him? Well, I don't think he really needs you to back him. He's got a lot of people backing him. Anybody want to slander his name? I'll give him money to get an attorney for your ass. and I got it. Just call me a trust fund baby.
Well, I just want to tell everyone we're about to call Edward's ex-wife, and I know we kind of all get wrapped up and forget, but because Edward's such a piece of shit, but this is a real woman, and she's raising a little girl. She is raising more than just one child. She's raising a few. And I want to stress that to everybody. Sometimes we get almost like Cameron syndrome, and we forget that everybody in the community is a real person, and they have real life circumstances. But I also want to say I challenge everybody who's giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to Edward to listen to this and to hear what he's done from her mouth directly, not from Vic or JD or Kat or Tommy. I want you to listen to Edward's ex-wife and hear her story. Let's give her a call. Hold on. Hey Lisa, this is I go by as a good guy, but you and I have been talking today. It's nice to hear your voice. How's it going?
Alright.
Yeah. So, I'm sure it's kind of weird you're getting contacted by people who know your ex-husband. But he's left quite an impression on people, and I was hoping that we have Vic on the phone, so I know you spoke to him before. We were hoping that we could, and I told you that there's people that are giving your ex-husband a lot of money, and we kind of talked about where that was going and where it wasn't going. And I was hoping that those people could hear at least some excerpts from you, like in your own words and your voice, about Edward and who they're giving all this money to. Would that be okay if we recorded some excerpts from this call and you could tell us what you're willing to share or not share with us?
Sure.
I appreciate that. So some of this, like we spoke about earlier, so it might be repetitive, but like I said, I want the people that are giving him money to hear it. So you have one kid together, right? One little girl?
We have two.
Oh, you have two? Oh.
Yeah, my 9-year-old and my 6-year-old. My 6-year-old is down.
Oh, okay. Okay, and they're both Edward's children?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you know that Edward was receiving money from strangers on the internet, like sometimes up to thousands of dollars?
No, I did not know. I had a feeling he was doing something shady, though, because, I haven't seen a cent, but I know he must be surviving somehow. One of those kind of things.
Yeah, you said he has what?
It was one of those kind of things, like I knew he had to be doing something shady behind the scenes to get around the Attorney General.
Right, because there's no wages to garnish, you mean, like to get your child support?
Yes.
Yeah, so he hasn't paid any child support, is that right?
Well, when the child support hearing, because I mean, it took a year, because they started it in sometime in 2018. And I finally got the child support in 2019, after they had to serve him twice.
Yeah.
And I didn't, I'm not one of those that, take all your money and run. I was more proper about it and took, from the court hearings. And it was like the first month, it was like they pulled $300 out of each of his checks, and he was making $2,100. So, losing $300, that's nothing really.
Right. Well, any man should want to support his kids. I barely spend any money on myself for my kids and family, right? That's why I work. Sorry to hear that. And, hopefully knowing about some of this money that he's getting now, hopefully that can somehow get you and your kids some of that child support that hasn't been coming in. I know it's hard because it's done through, like I said, Cash App, and who knows how else they're giving him money. I don't know if you're aware, but he was getting hundreds of dollars in prison, in jail. Did you know he was in jail recently?
My aunt actually let my mother know, and then they told me that he was back in for drugs.
Yeah, well, it was drugs, but the way they found the drugs, I think you said you knew it from the papers, but, they raided the house that he was staying in with his mother and Richard for child pornography. Yeah. Is Richard the type to have child pornography or make child pornography?
Well, when Edward was normal, not around the drugs or anything like that, he didn't trust Richard around the girls. It was like always one of us was with them, period.
Okay.
That was one of those, yeah.
Wow, okay. I'm glad they weren't alone. Does Edward buy either of his daughters like Christmas or birthday gifts?
Further into, I was around 19, right after the child support stuff happened. And the last time I know for sure that he's seen the kids was over at my mom's house, because he went over there for Christmas, because I was staying at home with grandmother, who was slowly getting into Alzheimer's at that time.
Right. So, the last time he saw either of his kids was when?
It was back in, that was back in 18. That was back in 18.
So like 5 years ago or so?
Yeah, I mean, he's had no interaction with them or anything like that, because it was like after that, it's one of those, I gave him 3.5 months to fix himself. I said, I've been over backwards for you, trying to help us, trying to make things better, and, you're not putting forth any effort. I'm giving it your turn. I gave him 2.5 months. He didn't try anything, didn't contact me, didn't try to see the kids, nothing, so I said I'm done.
That's really sad. I'm sorry that you and your family went through that. Nobody should do that to any father or mother should do that to their family. I'm sorry. So if that's how Edward treats his family. He tells
And in addition, I will make it a personal mission to totally eradicate veterans' homelessness. I mean, you have a situation in America. It's a scandal. It's a disgrace. What's happening now is nobody's ever seen. And it is a national tragedy that Joe Biden, Crooked Joe, he's more interested in where's the money coming from. To him, he's interested to him. How about all these things with the 30 corporations and the this and the that, the money flowing in, everybody getting money coming in from China. How can you be tough in China when they're paying you a lot of money? And see, they know too much. We have a compromise. We have a Manchurian candidate. They know too much. So he can't be tough in China. That's why he allows blimps flying over the country, right over our nuclear sites. Let them come in. Let them take pictures. Oh, don't do anything about it. They'll tell everybody who's giving me all that money. He's a compromised candidate. And I'll tell you something. Out of respect for the office of president, I didn't talk this way 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. I felt very badly about what was going on. But out of respect for the office of the president, I wouldn't have said the way I talk. He's a crooked person. He's a totally dishonest guy. So we'd say things, but we now, I even changed his name. I took it away from Hillary. We call him Crooked Joe. Instead of Sleepy Joe, we call him Crooked Joe. I retired it. It was a great day for Hillary. Instead of Crooked Hillary, I said, we're removing the name from Crooked Hillary. Now we call her Beautiful, Beautiful Hillary. She's a beautiful woman. And we're giving it to Biden because he's a crooked person. But out of respect for the office, I would never have said that to this extent. And I never did. But now they indicted your president, your former president, who is very popular, 75 million people. They indicted him. So now they ripped off the top, they took the gloves off, and we can say whatever we want. And I'll tell you what, what he's done is a scandal the likes of which this country has never seen, and the fake news hates to talk about it. But it's a horrible thing that crooked Joe Biden has spent nearly $1 billion to house illegal aliens and foreign migrants who are pouring into our country. It's an invasion of our country. We had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border probably in the world. But to house illegal aliens and foreign migrants in expensive luxury hotels, the best hotels in the country in many cases, while more than 33,000 Americans who have served this nation in uniform are homeless on our streets, okay? On day one, I will sign an executive order to cut off Joe Biden's massive spigot of funding for the shelter and transport of illegal aliens, which our country can't handle. And I will redirect that money to provide shelter and treatment for homeless American veterans. They'll be treated properly. Thank you very much. Furthermore, I will finally hold accountable all of the failed leaders and television generals who gave us Joe Biden's catastrophe in Afghanistan 2 years ago this month. In my opinion, you know, I watched a lot of the parents. I spoke to many of those parents. I called them when it happened. What a horrible thing, and what they've gone through. There was no way that was going to happen. You know, we were going out, but we were going to get out with strength, with dignity. What they did when they took the soldiers out first. No, you take the soldiers out last. You take them out last. We went 18 months without one soldier being killed. I spoke to the head of the Taliban. I said, don't do it, Abdul. Don't do it, Abdul. Same man who's still running it. But when you think of that horrible.
You're just listening in here to former President Trump talk about that chaotic Afghan exit. Of course, we heard from several members of the families of those service members that lost their lives during that exit. Just yesterday, also, former President Trump not really alluding to the indictment or arraignment. Certainly, we heard that at a campaign event just several days ago, staying away from that. We're going to step aside here for our final 2-minute break of this hour.
This is the time. That country has had it. Because I guarantee you one thing, Putin was not going in with me, and neither was she going in China into Taiwan. But Putin was not going into Ukraine. And we talked about it too. And I got along with them great. They hate to hear, you got along with them. Yeah, it's always nice to get along. And you know, nobody was rougher. Look, I ended the pipeline. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2, right, Brian? Nobody heard of Nord Stream 2. I said Nord Stream 2, nobody knew. That's a pipeline going to Germany and taking care of all of Europe. I ended it. It was dead. And then Biden approved it his first week. So what's going on there? Under my leadership, we were leaving Afghanistan with dignity and strength, and we would not, under any circumstances, what that was surrender and humiliation. That's what it was. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And we had it so solid. They weren't shooting at us. They knew better because they knew they were going to get absolutely decimated if they did. When I returned to the White House, we will restore peace through strength. That's what we had. We had peace through strength. I'm the only president in many, many decades, like 8 decades, like many, many years, that Didn't have any wars. We got out of wars and we won wars. We beat ISIS, we won wars. But we got out of wars and everybody respected us. You know, 3 years ago, we were very respected. We were very respected. They didn't play games. Nobody played games, including trade, where we get screwed by everybody. We made great trade deals, even with China. They buy $50 billion a year because of what I did for our farmers and everybody else. And we were respected, and they didn't play games. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars through tariffs on China. No other president took in 10 cents. Hundreds of billions of dollars. They were not too fond of me, but I got along with President Xi also. We gave, you know, I just looked today. I just said, look it up. I was in the plane coming up. I say, look it up. What do we give Afghanistan? Does anybody have that note? I think I gave it to Corey. We give Afghanistan now billions of dollars. I said, I didn't know that. Billions of dollars in aid. A number that is so astronomical, and this goes on a yearly basis, and they need it for humanitarian and all of that. That's good. But let them give us back our equipment. They ought to give us back some of our equipment. You know, we're giving them $2.7 billion and $3 billion and $2 billion. I thought it would say maybe nothing, or maybe $100 million, or maybe something little. But the numbers are astronomical, what we give to Afghanistan. So that should be a condition of the continued aid. I mean, I don't want to hurt people, but they took $85 billion worth. They didn't take, we left because we were fools. We were stupid. We were stupid. I remember a certain general saying, sir, it's cheaper to leave the equipment behind, sir, because we were going to get out. But I would have kept Bagram, because Bagram is one of the biggest air bases in the world. Bagram cost us billions of dollars to build many years ago. And Bagram is 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear, forget Afghanistan, where China makes their nuclear weapons. It's in Afghanistan. And they left Bagram. Late at night, they left the lights on. They left billions and billions of dollars, 1 hour away from and now China will soon be occupying that incredible base that we built many, many years ago. It's so sad. I mean, these people are just horrible. They're horrible. You know, I told somebody on the way up today, I told Brian, I told a few of the guys, so we did great in 2016. We actually did much better. As you know, we got millions more votes in 2020. The election was rigged. But there is more enthusiasm today than we ever had in 2016 or 2020. And the reason is because these people are so corrupt and they're so horrible. They're so incompetent. The reason is because they're watching. When you look at that border and you see millions of people pouring through our border, totally unchecked, nobody knows where they come from. They come from mental institutions and prisons, and they come from all over the place. 147 different countries last week, people coming in. But when you look at the border, just as an example, or when you look at high interest rates that they've set, high interest rates, when you look at the fact that oil was an all-time high and they say, let's stop drilling. No, when oil is an all-time high, you start drilling, you know, you make a fortune. We would have supplied all of Europe, everything. We would have supplied oil and gas to Europe. We would have made a fortune. We would have started paying off that big debt that we have, $35 trillion. We would have been paying it off. We would have made a fortune. And this guy stopped it. And now we're getting our oil from Venezuela. How about that one? And it's not even, I should say we're getting our tar, because they have very bad, you know, they have very heavy, it's like tar, you have to refine it. And for the environmentalists in the group, you know where we refine it? In Houston. It has to be brought. There's only one plant that can refine it. It's like tar, and it's Houston. So all of that spews up into the air of Texas. We get it from there. We have the best stuff. I call it liquid gold under our feet. We don't use it. This is a crazy administration. This is like April Fool's Day. They want open borders. They want no voter ID. They want no paper ballots. They want high interest rates. They want your taxes are going to go up 4 times, they say, 4 times. They haven't been able to break, you know, I got you the greatest tax cut in the history of this country. And they have tried, but they haven't been able to break it yet. But at some point, you know, it expires in another fairly short period of time. So get ready for that one. These people want you to pay much higher taxes. It's crazy. And we could do it so much easier. Everyone can see the stunning contrast between our incredible success and Joe Biden's horrendous failures. And that's one reason why we're leading so big in the polls. That's really the reason, I think. It's more enthusiasm now than 2016 or 2020 because you've seen how incompetent these people are. It's horrible. In the recent Rasmussen poll, we're up 44 points with Trump at 57, Ron DeSanctimonious at 13. And the rest of them down in single digits and really low. And in the morning consult that just came out, I wanted to see, because, you know, every time you get indicted, I like to check the polls, because one more indictment that I think this election's over. One more. No, it's horrible. You get indicted for nothing. Can you imagine a guy? Let's indict my opponent. This becomes a third world country. The latest morning consult poll has us far ahead. We're at 59%, and the others are at like 12. One is at 12. I think that's DeSanctimonious, but he's rapidly being caught by Ramaswamy. Who's good? No, Christie's, he's eating right now. He can't be bothered. Sir, please do not call him a fat pig. That's very disrespectful. Don't call him. See, I'm trying to be nice. Don't call him a fat pig. You can't do it. You can't do that. So now, because you're not allowed to do that, and therefore we're not going to do it, okay? We want to be very civil, right? So the latest coefficient poll, which is a big deal, have us almost at 60 to 13, with our lead over DeSantis growing by 9 points just since a few weeks ago. And even the recent New York Times poll has us up by 37 points, and that was older, you know, now, and Ron DeSanctimonious. The reason I don't like him is that I got him elected. You know, when you get somebody, I don't want to go through the whole story because most of you know, but he came to me, he needed help, he was getting demolished in the primary. Stupidly, I said, all right, I'll do it. Because I didn't know the guy I was running against. His name was Adam Putnam. I said, I'll do it, because, you know, he was one of the 200 people that were on television. He was no better than anybody else. He was no Jim Jordan, that I can tell you. And he was on television and fighting a little bit on impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2. So I said, you know what? If I actually told him, if I were Abraham Lincoln, if we brought him back from the dead, and if we brought George Washington back from the dead, and they gave you the greatest endorsement, and they hugged you and kissed you just like you did to Obama, just like, you know, he did and Christie did. Who hugged and kissed Obama harder, DeSantis or Chris Christie? I think Chris Christie. Remember that? He grabbed him. Obama said, get this guy off of me. And that was the end of Romney when that happened. That could have been a good thing, but we are in New Hampshire, aren't we? Yeah? That's all right. No, but he asked me. So I said, you know what, Ron, let's do it. Go ahead, let's do it. So I gave him a very strong endorsement. And the next day, he went like a rocket right through the thing, and he blew people that worked for Adam Putnam couldn't believe it. They never called me, but I didn't know Adam Putnam. He was the Secretary of Agriculture. He should have called me. I would have endorsed him. Sometimes it's the first one to call. Sometimes you don't do it at all. But he did. And then I had to get him through Gillum. Remember Gillum? He turned out to be a pothead, crackhead. But everybody thought he was the hottest one in politics. And Ron said, I won't be able to beat him. I said, why? He's the hottest man in politics. I said, you can beat him. Then he comes, he calls me, could you do a rally? Then he actually said, could you do 3? I think I did 3 rallies. We had massive crowds. You know those rallies. We're doing a lot of them. Again, they're hotter now than anything because of what's happening, because of how bad it is. But I did and he ends up winning the election. Then 4 years later, would you run against the president? You know, these maniacs are screaming, would you run against the president? Would you run? Will you run? And he goes, I have no comment. I said, what? Did he say that? I heard this. I'm watching a newscast. I'm watching a fake newscast, and they say, would you run against the president? He shouts out, I have no comment. Now, to me, that means he's running. So I said, that son of a bitch is running. Can you believe it? So that's why I've been particularly hard on him. And fortunately, it's worked, because he's crashing. He's like, he doesn't know what happened. He goes home, he says, what happened? What did I do wrong? You know what he did wrong? He ran. What he did wrong is he should have waited till 28. But I don't know if that would have held water because eventually they would have figured out, you know, you do need some personality if you're going to be a politician. Just a little. Some of them don't have too much. Like your governor, you know. Like your governor. In the new Emerson poll of battleground states in Arizona, we're leading Biden by a lot. And very importantly, at that same poll and in other polls, we're leading Biden by 7, 8, 9, 11 points. But you know what? When I hear we're leading by 2 or 3 or 4 points, you know, you got to understand, that's actually a lot for a Republican because they have a built-in vote that no matter who you are, even if you can't put 2 sentences together, you get like 40. We don't have that. We have to win the entire East Coast like we did in 2016 and like we did in 2020 too, by the way. But they're watching closely. They're watching. In that same poll, we're leading in the primary by 47. Think of that, 40, that's a lot. But we will not play prevent defense. You ever see in the NFL? They don't allow a point on the other team, not a point. Their defense is brutal. They can't get, now they just have to hold the other team one more series. They have to hold, just please hold them. Let's go prevent defense. Ping, ping, the end of the game. Touchdown, touchdown. We will not play. Is that okay? We will not play prevent, right? But everyone else is in single digits. Here's one you'll like. In the New Hampshire brand new coefficient poll, respected highly, the New Hampshire Journal has us leading by 43 points. We're leading by. And DeSantis, Ron DeSanctimonious, he's at 9 points. He's at 9. He's time to go back to Florida, Ron, and, you know, work on your insurance that's costing everybody a fortune. And now we're dominating Biden in the general election. Harvard-Harris has us up by 5 points, and we're up 18 points among independents. Remember, you know, they like to go around, well, will Trump get the independents? Will Trump get the women? You know what the women want? The women want safety. They want to have a border. They want to have low taxes, low interest rates. They don't want in their beautiful suburbs, you know, they talk about, oh, the suburban women. I think the suburban women like me. You know what I did? You know what I did? We have a lot of suburban. No. They don't want to have a low-income housing job built right next to their house. That's what the Democrats want. So I give them strong borders. I give them good safety. I give them a powerful military. Education, so important. By the way, speaking of education, because this is largely about veterans, we are going to bring education back to the states so that each state will run 100%. We'll keep approximately 3 people in Washington just to make sure that you're teaching English, okay, as opposed to another language. Okay, you know, you need a little coordination, like everybody has to teach English if you don't mind. But we'll keep a little bit of, like 2 or 3 people. But you know, we have building after building after building, and here's the problem. No matter what poll you look at of education in the world, we're at the bottom of the polls, and we spend more money than anybody else. We spend double and triple what number 2 is, like Norway, Denmark, believe it or not, China, very high ranking, Japan. But Norway and Denmark, they said, we're following New York City. They said, we are going to follow the Norwegian system. I said, that didn't work out. You know how long that lasted? About 15 minutes, you know? That didn't work out too well for New York. I'll tell you, New York is sad. Did you see what's happening in New York with the, okay? How about, you know, when I left New York was a proud city. And now it's so sad to see what's happened to that city. And in the big new premise poll, we're beating Biden by a lot, while DeSantis is losing to Biden by a lot. So that's enough of that stuff. But, you know, the polls are phenomenal. People want us back. They remember what we had. We built the economy twice. We built the greatest economy in the world. And then we did it a second time after COVID. But these incredible numbers are the primary reason that crooked Joe Biden has weaponized law enforcement. He has weaponized. He's done something that nobody thought. They talked about it, but nobody ever did it, never to this extent, and ordered his top political opponent, me, arrested. They actually arrested right in the middle of a presidential election that Biden is losing badly. You know, he says, I'm down in the polls to Trump. Let's arrest him. Let's arrest him. Let's indict him and arrest him. Please indict him and arrest him. He's killing me in the polls. What they didn't know is that I was going to go up. Because the good thing is we have a voice. Somebody gets indicted, you go down, usually, right? I would say Corey, almost always. You go down, but they know me, and these charges are so Presidential Records Act. It's just exactly for that case. They don't want me to speak about a rigged election. They don't want me to speak about it. Whereas I have freedom of speech, First Amendment. How can my corrupt political opponent, crooked Joe Biden, put me on trial during an election campaign that I'm winning by a lot, but forcing me nevertheless to spend time and money away from the campaign trail in order to fight bogus, made-up accusations and charges? That's what they're doing. I'm sorry, I won't be able to go to Iowa today. I won't be able to go to New Hampshire today because I'm sitting in a courtroom on bullshit. Attorney General charged me with something. Terrible.
You're just listening in there to this campaign rally there in New Hampshire. Some unsavory chants taking place there. Of course, President Biden, former President Trump talking about those latest indictments. Of course, he's facing 3 different indictments, one in New York on state charges of potentially falsifying business records, in Florida for those retention of classified documents, and most recently in Washington, D.C., around that conspiracy to defraud the U.S. with that riot at January 6th. Of course, let's just continue to listen in here to the former president on Live Now from Fox.
1,000, they have 200, so many different metrics. But hats, the red hats, the white hats, all the hats. We sold even the farmer hats, which are green, right? Make farmers great again. Did I make farmers great again? I got them 28 billion from China. That's why I said, no way I lose Iowa. Why is that? Why are you so confident? Because I got the farmers $28 billion. Nobody else did. But think of this. Somebody said it the other day. I never thought of it. There were red hats all over South Carolina. We had almost 80,000 people. You saw it. We were in this gorgeous area, this gorgeous town. I don't want to say the name of the town because if I do, they'll try and change the name back to, something else. But it was a beautiful, beautiful place, and the sheriff was great. Everybody was great. We had 80,000 people, and it was a sea of red hats mostly, but white also, green and everything. But I'll tell you, you were there, right? 80,000 people, and you took a look at that, and I said, has anybody ever seen a Biden hat? So think of it. We have hundreds of millions over the 6, 7 years, 8 years. We have hundreds of millions of hats sold, and I'm asking, has anybody ever seen a hat saying Biden? Well, we did have hats, because we made them, that said, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? Holy where he turned out to be. He was in some dark places. But is this going to be where they go and indict your opponent? Is this going to be the next president's going to say, hey, listen, my opponent is doing really well all over the place. Look at the crowds we have. I mean, outside you got a lot of people. And by the way, I want to say officially for the press, it's about 110 degrees in this room. Nice job with the air conditioning, whoever. But you know what the press will say? You know what they'll say? Trump didn't look well. He was extremely wet. It's 104 or 5 degrees in this room, but we're okay with it, right? But is this going to be the future of elections in America, where a sitting president tells his attorney general to indict the opponent, to try and knock the opponent down? This is what's happening. And then you ask the simple question, So this has been going on for a long time, the same stuff. Why didn't they do it 2.5 years ago? You know why? Because then it wouldn't have mattered so much. You know, they want to take away your freedom of speech. Everything else would have mattered a lot less. And it would have been terrible because it's all bogus. But why, if they were going to do it, why didn't they do it 2.5 years ago before the election, right? They waited till the election. They waited. And I probably have another one. They say there's a young woman, a young racist in Atlanta. She's a racist. And they say, I guess, they say that she was after a certain gang, and she ended up having an affair with the head of the gang or a gang member. And this is a person that wants to indict me. She's got a lot of problems, but she wants to indict me to try and run for some other office. What's going on in this country is, and by the way, wants to indict me for a perfect phone call. This was even better than my perfect call with Ukraine. Remember that call? That was a perfect call. This one's better. This one is more perfect. I challenged the election in Georgia, which I have every right to do, which I was right about, frankly. And they want to indict me because I challenged the election. So does that mean that Hillary Clinton, who challenged the election, does that mean that Stacey Abrams and all of the other, virtually every Democrat challenges the election? Does that mean, or they do the slate of electors. This has been going on since Thomas Jefferson. He wanted to say, but they don't call. They used my word. They took it and they said fake. Because I came up with the name fake news a long time ago. Worked out good. But it's no longer good enough because it's not tough enough, because it's really corrupt news. It's beyond fake. They don't even write. They don't even write. All the money that Biden is stealing, you don't see one story. Years ago, they'd win Pulitzer Prizes. Today, even Pulitzer Prizes of very little value because, you know, we're suing the Pulitzer Foundation because they gave Pulitzer Prizes to people that wrote about the Russia hoax for their wonderful writing, their brilliance. They were wrong. They were totally wrong. And everybody admits they were wrong. So why doesn't Pulitzer just give back the awards? Because they're radical left lunatics. But we're suing. We'll see what happens. We're doing quite well. Never happened in the USA. This has never happened where an attorney general is told to take the Justice Department and the FBI and sue somebody, think of it, who's running for president and leading not only the Republicans by 50 points, but leading the Democrat by a lot. So he says, sue him, and that will bring him down. But they sued, and I have a guy, they call him Deranged Jack Smith. He's deranged. And you know, Biden, on the boxer stuff, Biden has almost 2,000 boxes. Some were held in Chinatown, not a good place for him. And you don't ever hear anything about him. And I came under a thing called the Presidential Records Act. Won't go into it, but it's beautiful. But we have this deranged lunatic looking at us, and he's got a very nice man, a very gentle man. Our guy leaks. He does things that are just terrible. And because of that, we're leading by a lot. Because frankly, I think it's had a huge impact because it shows how sick and how evil these people are, in addition to not knowing anything about the border, about the economy, about the military, or about dealing with other nations. So this is all about election interference, but that isn't quite good enough. Crooked Joe now wants the thug prosecutor, this deranged guy, to file a court order taking away my First Amendment rights so that I can't speak. So listen to this. We don't want you to speak about the case. The case is a ridiculous case. It's a First Amendment case. But we don't want Trump to speak. So they take away your rights on First Amendment. Now they sue because, so now I have one of these lunatic reporters back there saying, sir would like to talk to you about your case. Or, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about it. Somehow that's not good for votes. Do you agree? When we say I can't talk, I will talk about it. I will. They're not taking away my First Amendment right. So, based on yet another radical left hoax, you know, I've gone through many hoaxes, as the people in this room know very well. But it's another one, radical left hoax like Russia, the no collusion Mueller report. How about that? After 3 years, we find no collusion. I was supposed to be like working for Russia. They went through millions of phone calls, not one call made to Russia. They have no collusion after almost 3 years. Then they created a fake dossier. It was made by How bad are people when they make up a story about Russia, they put it in the fake dossier like it was legit, and even the guy that wrote it, who we're also suing, by the way, but the guy that wrote it, Christopher Steele, they offered him $1 million, the FBI, if he would affirm, they would beg you, please, take $1 million. The way they give money, man, the FBI, they give away a lot of money, don't they, huh? So they offered him $1 million to affirm it. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. It turned out to be a total fake. But here's Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff, and he comes out, he says to the reporters gathered, click, 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 they're all going crazy. Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, will go to jail over Russia, Russia, Russia. Now think of it. He made it up with Hillary and all these people. They made it up, and they're saying that my son will go to jail. Now, how bad do you have to be to do that? So they know it's a phony story. They know it's a phony story. They say he's going to go to jail. These are not Mrs. Lewandowski. You hear that? Can you imagine if that with these kids? Can you imagine look what your husband got me into. I could have been relaxing at Mar-a-Lago or in the south of France, which I would prefer being in this country, frankly. But they got involved with FISA, the fraudulent FISA applications. Remember, they sent in applications to the courts, and they were all fraud. The judges never did anything about it. They knew they were frauds. It was written about. They never did anything about it. The 51 intelligence agents that said Hunter's laptop from hell was all Russia disinformation. Do not use it. You know, they say that made like from a 10 to a 17-point difference in the polls. The FBI Twitter files, the DOJ, Facebook, and all of the rest. Look at 2,000 Mules. Look at what they did with that. Thousands and thousands and thousands of votes on tape, on camera. All of this will come up during this trial. All of this will come up. Because we won the election.
You're still listening in to former President Trump here in New Hampshire. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break on Live Now.
Really believe he won the election. Let me tell you, people that know me say, that's one thing, I tell you. There was never a second of any day that I didn't believe that election was rigged. It was a rigged election. It was a rigged election, and it was a stolen, disgusting election. And this country should be ashamed. And they go after the people that want to prove that it was rigged and stolen, so it never happens. They go after them. They don't go after the people that rigged it, okay? And we'll see how it all turns out. You know, we've been right about a lot of things, right? You ever see Trump was right about everything, ultimately? Let's see how that all works out. So in other words, I'll be the only politician in American history not allowed to speak because of our corrupt system. Sir, you're not allowed to speak on the show. In other words, I'll come here and I'll say, hi, everybody. Listen, not allowed to speak. Please vote for me, New Hampshire, if you would. Bye. And all I can say is the never-ending witch hunt continues, and we have exposed so much. Nobody's ever thought I have exposed so much. It's been incredible. But do not fear. We will win bigger and better than ever before. They rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. We're not going to allow it to happen. We're not going to allow it to happen, New Hampshire. And you're such an important state. You know, you're relatively small. You're so important politically. And you know, I kept Iowa and you in those first positions. Please remember that. Because I thought there was a great, beautiful tradition to it. They wanted to move you way back in the line, and I said, nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You are in the position. You'll always be there as long as I have anything to say about it. Joe Biden is the most incompetent and corrupt president in U.S. history. The Biden crime family was taking in money from China, Ukraine, Russia, all these places he has to deal with, and so many others. And now whenever more Biden corruption is exposed, his henchmen charge me with a crime. You know, when they get something on Biden, oh, let's add on another indictment to that stupid indictment that we filed. Let's add on another one, because that takes the news cycle. Unfortunately, I get disproportionate publicity. So they indict me. He's right, great balls. But So they end up, so when they want to keep something, they say, oh man, they got Hunter again. You know, at some point, Joe is going to have to say, you know, this sun thing just isn't working out. Do you agree? The sun thing. The sun thing's not working out too good. All he had to do is pick up the laptop. Didn't the guy call him like 11? Pick up your laptop. Pick up your laptop. I wonder where that cocaine came from. What happened? That was the quickest investigation I've ever seen. You know, somebody told me, could be wrong. I always say that way you can never get sued, you know. Somebody told me, could be wrong. I'm sure it's wrong. But in that little cubicle where it was, there would be normally thousands of fingerprints, you know, people meet her. There were none. It was clean. It was so clean. It's the kind of place I'd like to be, actually, clean. I like cleanliness. But it's called a cover-up. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, fascists indict me, I consider it a great, great, great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being indicted for you. I am being indicted for you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. But never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who are going to stop them. It takes brave people to stop these radical lunatics. It takes brave people. They're sick people. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. That's what's happening here. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I always will stand in their way, I promise. And if you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again, because we do not have a free nation. And from my first day in office, I will appoint a special prosecutor to study each and every one of the many claims being brought forth by Congress, and they're doing a good job. Jamie Comer, Jim Jordan, all of them. Concerning all of the crooked acts, including bribes from China and many other countries, all these foreign countries sending money into the coffers of the Biden crime family, we will have a special prosecutor, and now they'll come after me even a little harder, but I don't know how many more. How much harder can they do it? I should have 4 by sometime next week. I never heard, you know, I went to the Wharton School of Finance. We never studied indictment. We never studied arrest. We never studied prison. These are sick people we're dealing with. It's often said that Republicans don't fight hard enough, and I happen to agree, but they never said that about Trump. And you have some Republicans that are fighting very hard now, I have to tell you. But you're going to see that on my first day in the presidency. The deep state is destroying our nation, but the tables will turn very quickly, and we will destroy the deep state. We will. And we got rid of a lot. It didn't look like it, but we got rid of a lot. But we're also fighting like hell and also doing a great job in holding back China, holding back North Korea, Kim Jong-un. All of a sudden, that problem stopped. Russia would have never gone in. China would not be talking about Taiwan right now. We did a great job. I mean, when you think about it, we did a job that very few people have done, on top of the greatest economy ever, strongest border ever, all of these things, and we had this stuff hanging over our head all the time.